Take us out with some of the disco dancing you used to do when you were disco dancing. Not the stupid ska dance.
What the fuck are you talking about? I am not doing it! Son of a bitch! Fuck off!
Let's get in the hallway and do some disco dancing. That's a good way to go out. I like that.
No! God damn it!
Come on, let's go. That's a good closer. Let's get in the hallway. I'll play some disco music.
Fuck you!
And then, Perry, I guarantee you,
Fuck you!
I will end the stream right now if you do that. What are you doing? And you wonder why you don't get sponsors.
I am trying to get the fucking Bluetooth.
All right, well,
Out
find that and get in the hallway.
Fucking table. Shit. Oh, where the fuck did that goddamn thing go?
I don't know.
Son of a bitch!
Maybe you shouldn't have reached out like that.
Motherfucker! This goddamn Bluetooth keeps falling out of my fucking ear!
We could do the disco dancing here if you want.
There's no dancing of any sort at all! You're a fucking pain in my ass! You're driving me out of the fucking mind!
Nah, I think we can do some dancing.
God damn, I'm fucking exhausted as a motherfucker, and all you want to do is keep me fucking more exhausted! You son of a bitch! Stop it now!
7:20, baby.
I don't give a flying fuck!
Well, it looks like you found it. Did you find it? Did you find it?
Yes.
Okay, let's go outside. Do you have a disco outfit, like a white?
No! Motherfucking way! You son of a bitch!
Pants, or it doesn't have to be white, really. Whatever. What would you wear to the discotheques back in the day? Come on, Perry. We can end this right now.
I don't fucking remember. It was so long ago.
Okay, let's just go out in the hall and do some disco dancing, and then we'll say goodnight. That's all it is.
We're not doing any dancing.
No, we're not. I'm not. You are.
Of any sort. At all! You fucking asshole!
Do you have a bathrobe?
I'm not doing any motherfucking dancing! Kiss my ass! I'm into this right now!
No, you're not. You're doing a sneaky clean right now.
Fucking yell at you! I'm done with you! We're done! You fucking prick!
No, you're gonna do some dancing. Get in the hallway and do some dancing.
Fuck you!
Let's go. Get in the hallway.
Kiss my ass.
Perry, I got Jennifer Aniston on my other line. I got to get her on After Hours, okay? So
get her on your After Hours. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I'm done.
But I need to get to that. So
it's over. It's too fucking long. We're done.
No, we're not actually. Let's do the. Do you want to dance on the patio? What do you want to do?
No. I'm not dancing at all.
The couch. Let's do the couch. Get on the couch. We could do it.
Go
there.
fuck yourself, you fucking bastard.
Let's get on the couch.
We're done.
Hey Perry, how dare you block my friend the Faster Blade, you piece of shit. You better have unblocked my number because I am going to be calling you very soon.
We're done. The stream is over. Good night.
Perry Dance and tell the 92 story. Okay, thanks, put your blades on.
Kiss my motherfucking ass!
That's a great
son
idea.
Of a bitch!
That's a great idea. Let's get the blades on and roller blade / disco dance in the hallway.
Kiss my motherfucking ass!
Actually, now that
this arm is still fucked up.
You can dance. I'm not asking you to throw away garbage.
Fuck you! Fuck all of you!
Actually,
you
now
pricks.
Now that I think about
There's
it,
no more stream. Good night.
get the Skittles Man outfit on. That'll be good for the disco dancing. Skittles
Good
Man.
night. Good night.
No, the Skittles
Good
Man.
fucking night.
And I mean the whole thing. I mean the arms, the hat, everything.
I'm shutting you down right now. You
can't.
piece of shit.
We still have to do the disco dancing.
We're not doing shit anymore. You motherfucker. We're not doing another goddamn thing. But I'm saying goodbye.
Okay. Well, what about on top of your kitchen table?
Goodbye. Goodbye.
I can turn on the other camera. We can do it by the bathroom. Oh. There he goes. No, my microphone wasn't muted. I had to take care of a couple of things. I had to do some post-stream maintenance, and then also use the men's room, and blah, blah, blah. But I'm sorry I couldn't get that dancing thing done. That was just not going to happen. I am a sucker for a good rage quit, though. Yeah, I tried to do some damage control. He wasn't answering. I tried calling him just to say, like, hey, you know, chill out a little bit. But he wasn't answering the phone at all. What's my 90s favorite 90s theme song? That's a good question. I'm going to stick with the same prerequisite of sitcoms. Even though I don't like The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, it was never my thing, it is a pretty kick-ass theme song. 90s had a lot of shit shows. I'm trying to think of something that gets stuck in my head. Will I get a camera for After Hours? Yes. When I have my new office set up, I basically have to get this thing. I'm basically getting it's a long story, but like I don't have any room in this house for like the kind of office space I need, and I'm building this office pod in the backyard that's gonna serve as my studio, even for like my other work, like I do voiceover work. So I'm going to set that up, and when that's done, yes, I'll definitely have a camera and the whole thing. We won't have to look at the car anymore. Some people like it though. Gary Shanley's show theme is okay, but that's 80s. Is Perry going back to the Jabba host? I don't understand the whole Halloween is satanic thing. Well, come on, you gotta figure out that Perry, that's been brainwashed into him for years. So he still looks at, he still says certain trigger words, but no, he's not going back to them. And that bridge is so burned. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. So no. Do I remember Get a Life from the 80s? Yeah, that's a good one. Get a Life is a good one. There's got to be one I'm not thinking, but I mean, if we're talking hour longs, that's different. I really like. I love Quantum Leap, but I think that's technically 80s. I think that started in 88 or 89. Yeah, same thing for like all like DuckTales too. Like DuckTales is a good call, but I think DuckTales is 80s. Was he thinking for? I don't think he knows what the Frasier theme song. Yeah, I would love to find that clip. You know, calling. By the way, All Points Bulletin. I would love to find, because there is that week. You know, there's that one YouTube clip. I think it's actually on my channel because nobody else had it. When Perry was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and they did a little bit of clip highlights of back when that Balloon Boy thing happened with Richard Heaney. I guess that was like what 2009. He was all over the place. Yeah, he was all over these stupid shows, and I guess he did it all by satellite. Some out by his pool area, and he went on the Joy Behar show. And I know there's like a transcript of it, but I don't know how you would get access to those. That's right before the age of everything being available, like digitally, like YouTube and everything like that. Things like that weren't really being uploaded. Things like that kind of still aren't. Even though most things are archived now digitally somewhere, I don't think anybody was really rushing to archive the Joy Behar show or the Nancy Grace show. But I would love to get those. If anybody out there has any access to any kind of media company that owns those shows. Yeah. By the way, if we're talking 80s is a whole different kettle of fish. I mean, 80s is just wall to wall great theme songs, sitcom or drama. And the best one being Greatest American Hero, probably. Hunter is somebody I keep saying. Hunter is on. I've been watching Hunter on Pluto TV. Pluto TV is that free TV thing, and I've been watching a ton of it lately. Like trying to go to sleep and stuff, and like I watch Price is Right, but I've seen so many Price is Rights now on Pluto that I'm recognizing contestants, and I'm like, oh, this is the guy that lost at Lucky 7 or whatever. So I'll flick around, and they have a Star Trek channel, they have a James Bond channel, and they have like an 80s action channel, and Hunter's on there quite a bit. And I was watching some, and I forgot it's really good. For the time, it's really good. Sheba Falcone, best theme song was from a short-lived series called Terriers. Terriers was a great show. It's a shame that show only got one season. I don't remember the theme song, but that was done by Sean Ryan, the guy that did The Shield. And Terriers, if you're looking for a really good show that's both great and tragic at the same time, tragic in the sense that it should have gone on for like 5 seasons because it was really good, but nobody knew about it. It just wasn't pushed right or whatever. But that I haven't seen too many people mention Terriers, but that I agree with you. That was a great show. I was really into it when it came on. Magnum PI is one of those shows that was huge in the 80s. I never really watched it. It was never on my radar, but I knew about it, and I loved the theme song. But for some reason, I could never get into the actual show. I have this thing in my brain against CBS shows. I always have. CBS primetime shows. I always felt like they were lesser than anything else. Definitely in the 80s. I would watch Dukes of Hazzard and The Incredible Hulk when I was on, but I was really, really young. And then I can't think of anything that was special on CBS. X-Files is okay, but it's such a low rent, even for the time, even at the time, it was always such a low rent intro that I never really, it was quick, which I appreciated, but Fall Guy's a good theme song. Yeah, they were really extravagant with those opening theme songs. It's a great theme song. It's a great opening theme, and I never watched it because I was never into the primetime soaps, obviously. Dallas, Dallas is like, it's just one of those, if you go on YouTube and look up Dallas opening, it's one of the most epic openings ever for some, soap opera-y drama, but it was great. And of course, Miami Vice is one of the most hyped themes ever. I don't know why they don't do that. I don't know why they got rid. I know why they got rid of intros. They got rid of intros because there's so much commercial time now that they really have to pick and choose. Like they don't even have closing credits anymore because the credits just go over the end of the screen, and it's because they want to cram all the commercials they can. But I wish they'd bring back the art, because it was an art to have. Even that's why I like our intro, and Garrett does such a great job. I like for a new season that you change up the little clips. I always like that about shows too that used clips of the show in their opening, and I always loved it when they updated it, when they gave you new clips. And that's kind of what I like about the PCL theme. And the intro is like it's always being updated with new clips and stuff, because it's like ever evolving. So it's kind of a throwback to that kind of era. Yeah, A-Team was great. Didn't they change the A-Team theme in the last season and it wasn't as good, or am I confusing that with another show? Re-listened to the Cheers theme and it's very transphobic. I watch Cheers every now and again on Hulu because they're all in like HD and it still holds up. Yeah, I had to with the PCL intro is what I noticed with the previous intro because he opens it up like, you want to call my middle name Francis? It's got nothing to do with me, motherfucker. Yeah, that when I upload I have this system now where I upload them to YouTube in a way so when I'm ready to upload those to YouTube they're there, but YouTube flags them immediately because the intro, I guess the first 30 seconds plus can't have cursing, so that's why the new one for Sunday is bleeped. But yeah, so it can't have any cursing in the intro. And plus, I think if I'm going by the tenets of like treating it like an old time TV show type thing, because I was talking to Joey about this too. Like I kind of treat PCL like wrestling in a way, in the creative sense of it, like always like moving forward, like it was old school wrestling like WWF and maybe even like WCW in the 90s or something, but like but there's only one wrestler and he's a heel and that's Perry, but the writing for it and the conception of it's always is very wrestling orientated, that mentality where it's always it's you do 3 a week, there's a lot of house shows and stuff like that, and you're always trying to build and evolve and but trying to keep things fresh, but Perry's the heel. And even when you cut the promos, they're very wrestling-esque. Like the promo we did last week, where he was coming, when he got the painting, which is perfect because I was able to find that on the Ring camera, and I just said, "Oh, let's do a let's do a promo for this." Do I like Curb Your Enthusiasm? Yeah, I love it. I love it. It peaks and valleys with that. There was a couple of seasons that were really bad, and I say bad that the show is on such a high level that when you see an episode or a season that's not, it's almost shocking. Belushi says the thing with Perry getting copy ID'd for a metal song might be my favorite PCL thing ever. Yeah, and I appealed that, and they never got back to me. Speaking of Perry, I gotta call him. Hold on. Oh, I think he's writing me. You know what? I'm not gonna call him. Forget it. Oh, for anybody interested, the pets were returned to Smith's PetSmart with no issue. Thank you, Rick. That's good. I didn't know you could return fish. I didn't like Coach on Cheers either. Coach, he's fine, but then when Woody came on Cheers, it's one of those rare examples for somebody to come in that replaces another character that just completely worked and worked so much better. I actually prefer Kirstie Alley to Shelley Long as well. Didn't hate Shelley Long, but the thing. My favorite SNL year. That's a good question. Wow. It's definitely late 80s, early 90s. I don't know if I can narrow it down to a year because I don't know what happened in any given year. If I had to pick, I'd say maybe 89, 90 season. Only because it's definitely going to be in the realm of Phil Hartman. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Norm Macdonald years on SNL, I would agree with, but Norm was during those years though. Norm was the only reason to watch SNL, the only reason. So I can't go with any Norm Macdonald era because by far he's the best Weekend Update guy, but he's the only era. He's the only reason to watch in that era. I hated all those pretty much in what was that 95 and above. I'm kind of checked out. I don't like Will Ferrell. I don't like any of those people. I don't like Sherry O'Terry. I don't give a shit. But especially after Norm was fired, I was completely checked out. Like I don't even know these people. Like I do not watch the show after. Jeez, I've probably seen some random bits here and there, but I've never watched a beginning to end show since like '99. Probably the last time Norm hosted it. So yeah, I didn't watch Colin Quinn's. Not that I nothing against Colin Quinn. I didn't watch his Weekend Update. I didn't care. But yeah, and I'm with you. Yeah, like Omega says, you stopped watching SNL after they fired Norm. Yeah, I hope Don Omeyer is rotting in hell because he's the guy that had Norm fired. Liz says Tom doesn't like anything. That's not true. I'm just passionate about the things I like, and I'm extra passionate about the things I don't like. But I certainly wouldn't watch it now. I mean, I definitely wouldn't watch it now. Hold on one second. I do have to do a maintenance call real quick. Let me see. Hold on a second. What did you say?
You better apologize.
Apologize for what?
For trying to get me to fucking dance in the hall. I am so fucking exhausted.
Why don't you apologize? Why don't you apologize for not dancing?
Fuck you. Goodbye.
Why don't you do it now?
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, why don't you do it right now? Oh, hung up. All right, that could have gone better. All right. What do I have to apologize for? Oh, well. Jennifer Aniston, by the way, I guess the PCL went overtime, and she couldn't hang on, so I'm sorry she's not going to be around tonight. For the people waiting, which means I'm going to do a partial refund on those tip comments. Partial refund. Best theme song is Miami Vice. I'd have a hard time disagreeing with that. Norm should have done his original plan and walked out after the monologue. Yeah, but you know what? Norm was a pro. He wouldn't do that. That's some lame ass shit. I know I got to get some WD-40 for this fucking chair. I got to get a new chair, but I just haven't had the opportunity to go out and like actually shop for one. And I'm not getting one of those stupid gamer chairs. I just can't stand them. She's at Moen's compound. Yeah, apparently. Barney Miller's another show I couldn't get into. Other than Norm, who was best on Letterman? You mean like guest? Because the answer would be Chris Elliott, but I guess like guest. Bill Murray's always really good on Letterman, and he's not always a home run on talk shows. He was always really good on Letterman. I'll tell you who was good on Letterman, which is going to sound crazy if you're younger, but Jay Leno was always good on Letterman before he got the Tonight Show. He was always a great guest on Letterman. Not in the league of Norm. And Charles Grodin was good when he was doing the character of being annoyed, which he kind of carried over from Carson. Those are the people that stand out to me. But I guess you can't count Chris Elliott because he was an employee. Stern was great. I got to disagree with that, Chaz. I don't think Stern was ever really great on Letterman. I think Stern would always like make a big deal about his Letterman appearances, and then he would play it on the show. And even when I was diehard entrenched into Stern, I could never. I always thought he tried to oversell himself, and he made it all about him, and I thought Dave was really annoyed with him on a few occasions. Because they had this very awkward feel to them. Sometimes they landed, most times they didn't. For me, anyway. So I don't think he was ever great. Look, Stern was great on the Magic Hour, for example. I thought he owed more respect to Letterman than he gave. And Richard Simmons on Letterman was fine, but he basically borrowed that from Stern. Letterman basically borrowed. He took a watered down version of Stern's interplay with Richard Simmons. Yeah, that's a good. Johnny Pretzel says it right. Stern didn't play to his intellect on TV. He played to his hype. Yeah, he almost became like a character, and like it just was never natural or anything like that. I think he could have sold himself much better than he did. So. I don't remember Gilbert ever being on Letterman. That must have been going back way to the old days. My girlfriend Casey says PCL is only good when I'm at Perry's. When I'm at Perry's, is this cheating? Casey, PCL is only good when you're at Perry's. Is this I mean like being on After Hours is cheating? It might be. I can't be at Perry's all the time. I was thinking today if I can make Halloween work. I don't know if I can. Gilbert is the best guest on Howard. I have in fact, I was going to listen to that when I had some downtime last week. I have every single appearance in chronological order, and it was always great. Do I remember the Morton Downey Jr. show? Yes, of course I do. I was too young for it, really, but if I can go back in time, I'd love to be an audience member of the Morton Downey Jr. show. Yeah, I'm surprised Morton Downey burned out as fast as he did. He had about 2 years where he was the show that everybody talked about. It was this local show in the tri-state area, and I think a lot of markets had a guy like this. LA had Wally George, and then Morton Downey was this guy who was just, he would smoke on camera in an era where that was long gone. And Chris Elliott had a great on Letterman. Speaking of Chris Elliott and Letterman, had a great impersonation of Morton Downey that he would do on the show, which I don't know how that played to people in other parts of the country. But there's some great. If you YouTube Morton Downey Jr. show, you'll definitely be remotely entertained. But yeah, Gilbert on Stern, it's a home run. It took a while. I think early 90s to the early 2000s, flawless. Not a bad appearance, especially when he did Rabbi Gottfried, Dracula Gottfried, and was fantastic. When he did Jerry Seinfeld Jr. and they called Jerry Seinfeld's answering machine, was great. The hate hoax though with Morton Downey Jr. came after that show was canceled though. He was trying to get back into the spotlight. That show was canceled, and then he did that years later. Yeah, Tiny Tim on Stern was a great guest. If we're talking top 10 Stern guests, Tiny Tim would definitely make it. Yeah, it's funny, talking about Dracula Godfrey interviewing black people about OJ, and I'm sure everybody else, last week I was watching a bunch of Norm Macdonald clips, and there's a lot of stuff because he got fired on Weekend Update because he was going after OJ so much, and people ask why is that a big deal? And because now OJ, not now, but for a long time, OJ has been such a punching bag. But if you're old enough to remember, actually during the trial, right after the murders, but the murders up until the verdict, it was taboo to talk about OJ or even joke about the situation. A lot of people were uneasy about it. Guys like Stern. Stern joked right away. And speaking of Stern on Letterman, I remember him going on Letterman and bringing up the Time magazine cover that had OJ on it, and then the Esquire magazine had like a different shade of OJ on the cover, and Stern was making fun of that and like coloring it in and stuff. And Letterman wasn't having any of it, and he was like, "Oh, I don't find double murders funny." And then a couple weeks later, Letterman was making fun of it in his monologue. But there was a very weird period of time where there was very few people joking about it, and even while the trial was going on, it was an uneasy thing to like joke about it. So Norm doing those jokes, they land very funny now, and they were very funny at the time. But what you don't get is how risque it was. That's impossible to play now because you watched all the clips, and it's super funny and you laugh at it. But while those jokes were going on while the trial was going on, and that was a big deal. All you heard about was that stupid trial. It was on everything. So. And then Norm's being asked to like stop doing it and everything like that, and he just said never. So not too many people were like, people made fun of the OJ thing while the trial was going on, but very tepidly. Very few people actually went for it. And Stern and Norm were the two guys that at least I knew of that really went for it and like were flat out basically saying like, of course this guy's a murderer. What are you kidding? Yeah, they were considered like, and even when you watch this Saturday Night Live Weekend Update stuff, that has a live audience. You could hear audience groans when he's doing the OJ stuff. Like, there's a lot of groans in the audience because people were uneasy about it. They didn't know how to handle it, and that's just not something that translates. Now, is the era, the context of the era. So. Yeah, it's strange. Like, people could have been making fun of OJ, to your friends or whatever, but on TV it wasn't, it wasn't a thing, really. Yeah, and OJ was beloved. It was weird. Like, OJ was like. He was great. I mean, there's nobody that didn't like OJ. It's like he was great. He was great in the Naked Gun movies. He was one of those few athletes that translated into acting very well. Like he was actually a pretty good actor. So it was so strange. Strange isn't even the right word for it. Rockford Files is the best theme, and that's a great show. Rockford is a kick-ass theme. Yeah, I will agree with that. Anyone ever watch a minute of late night TV? I know I don't, and I've said this before. I think late night TV is basically over. I think at best it's got 10 years left in it. Oh, Hannah saw Marcia Clark at the Mission of Santa Barbara right after the trial. Wow, and she got her bodyguards to escort you away. How lame. But yeah, late night TV is useless. I mean, it's just useless. I mean, I guess the only thing they play them for now is like YouTube clips, or like they hope that something they do is going to make it to some, social media thing the next day or whatever. But I don't even know why stars go on anymore. Like, what? Like, are they really selling their movies going on there? Like, do people like? I don't get it. It's such it feels like such an antiquated system. Of like putting a celebrity on a talk show to, yuck it up, and you don't have any time either, because the commercial times have gotten so more prominent that even if you got two segments, I mean, you're barely talking to the person for like 5 minutes. Like, how are you going to get any conversation that way? That's why podcasting is the thing, and I'm not talking about like, anybody podcasting, but like even like Rogan, who I don't even like, like that has more of a pull than a late night shows. They're just they're just terrible. They're all and they're all universally. There used to be a thing where like, okay, well, this guy's good or this guy's okay. They're all now universally terrible. Some worse than others, of course, but they're all terrible. I can never imagine watching one. And there's no celebrity either. There used to be like people that I like if Norm was ever on, I'd be like, oh, I'm watching Norm. Like Norm's on Conan, I'm watching. Norm's on Letterman, I'm watching. But you know, and back when I liked Stern, if Stern was on something, I'd watch. But I can't think of anybody now. Like, oh, I can't wait to see them interviewed. In fact, I respect people that don't go on those shows more than the actual people that do. Because like there's a certain thing, like there's certain actors that don't do those shows, and it's why I like somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio. Like Leonardo DiCaprio will go on junkets and he'll do interviews for movies, but he won't go on these late night shows because it's beneath him. I mean, at least that's what I'm projecting. I'm assuming he thinks it's beneath him, and it makes him more of a movie star to me, in the old sense, like a Jimmy Stewart or like a Cary Grant, because there was no thing, you know, like fucking Jimmy Stewart wasn't doing any shows back. Well, there were no shows back then, but even when they were, he wasn't doing them at the time where he was an A-lister. Even like a guy like Tom Hanks, who's a nice guy, he does all these dopey shows, and I think it takes down his pedigree. Harrison Ford, same thing. Harrison Ford will do a fucking public access show. The guy does everything, which is to his credit to some degree. I'm sure the movie studio loves it when he's promoting a movie, but I think it takes him down a notch in the eyes of the audience. I think it's better if you're, and I'm talking, this is just for A-listers now. I think it's better if you avoid those things and be a little mysterious, especially ones without Instagram accounts or Twitter. Like, it's much better for me as an audience member, as somebody who goes to the movies and watches these people, when I don't know everything about them. I don't want to see them posting their daily life on Instagram. I don't want to see them, you know, shopping in a supermarket or cooking something at home, because it takes away that aura for me. And so I respect the ones that don't have it, that just stay out of that. They don't go on social media. They don't go on these shit late night shows. I have more respect for them. Yeah, like exactly. You don't see Daniel Day-Lewis on any late night shows because he's the best actor on earth. Yeah, Harrison Ford wants to erase Han Solo, but he'll do nothing but garbage after garbage after garbage. But there's a lot of other actors like that, you know, like not even, you know, like Brad Pitt, let's say, who's not in Leonardo DiCaprio's league as far as I'm concerned, but he goes light on the late night shows, but he'll do them on occasion, and I just don't think it's I don't think it's a good look. Not now. I mean, it's a good look if you're B-list, C-list, whatever. Sure, go out and whore yourself out. But that was always the cool thing, like even in like the 80s or 90s, like with like De Niro and Pacino were always on this pedestal because they wouldn't do that. Like I mean, first of all, De Niro is a bore. He'd be a terrible guest, even when he talks. You know, it's like, hey, how's your movie? I heard you got Goodfellas coming out. You know, can you tell us about it? It's a good movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah, we had good movie. Yeah, like that's the most you'd get out of him. You know, but there's some publicist out there that reels certain people in that says, hey, you don't need to do this. And I don't know, like it's a guy like Leonardo DiCaprio, I don't know if it's his decision not to do those things or it's his management. And by the way, you know, you have to respect him as far as his career, because look at Titanic, and that was huge. He could have done every bullshit like romantic comedy after that. He must have had an amazing agent, or just was smart, or took great advice, or a combination of all the above, because he made all the right moves. He just worked with top tier. He's worked with every top tier director there is, and just does nothing but, you know. I mean, look, you may not like all of his movies, but you can't tell me he's made any bad ones. Not really. So, more, you know. I don't know if there's more people like you know, there's other actors that clearly don't do a lot of publicity and stuff. But even Tom Cruise, like, he goes light. He'll do the occasional talk show, but it's rare. And when he does, it's a big deal. But he's mostly pretty pulled back, and he doesn't have a social media thing either. Am I looking forward to the Sopranos movie? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I'm not dying for it. I'll see it. I'll go to the theater and see it, but I'm not overly excited about it. But I'm not excited about it. Not that I like have anything bad against it. I don't know. Brennan Unchained. Yeah, the couch jumping was on Oprah. Oprah's different. Oprah was able to get people that normally didn't go on that late night circuit. I can't fault him for that. But yeah, that was bad PR move. But if you notice, he course corrected after that couch jumping thing. You didn't see any of that bullshit from him after that point. He pulled back severely because I think he's very self-aware of how he's perceived by people. You're worried about Sopranos movie. A lot of the HBO Max movies have sucked hard. Yeah, you can't look at it like that because I don't think, I think it's distributed by HBO Max, and I know David Chase is really pissed off that it's even on HBO Max. He's like, I didn't want to be back on HBO. I made a movie for cinemas. I'm going to a theater. I'm definitely going to see it in a theater. I'm not gonna. I don't even think I have HBO Max. I think I must have access to it through something. Like my sister might have it. I don't watch it. I don't watch it. And I wouldn't do that. If it's something's made for the theater like that, I'm gonna go see it in the theater. I don't live too far away from a theater where it's that big of a deal. I can go on like a Monday, Tuesday night. Like I'm gonna see Bond when that comes out. I'm gonna see Woke Bond on the big screen. We'll see how bad that is. Yeah, Matt Lauer interviewing Cruise. That was around the same time. I think that was when the War of the Worlds movie came out. So that's like 2005. That's all around that same time period where he was like going after Matt Lauer for like Scientology stuff. It was not a good look, but somebody got a hold of him and like really, because the very few interviews he's done since are all about his movies and all about his career. He does not get personal. He does, he stays on target. So that was a minor blip on his resume as far as like publicity goes. I'm going back a little bit here in the chat. Buddy Nugs, did I ever enjoy any Adam Sandler albums? They're all gonna laugh. You could say I remember hearing them and thinking they were okay, but I was never into comedy music. Like they felt like they were the kind of things that you'd hear on like a morning zoo or something like that. But yeah, nothing against them. Some of them were funny. I think the Hanukkah song was funny, the stuff he did on Saturday Night Live. I couldn't tell you any more than that. Legion of Steve Martin was good on Letterman. I agree with that. Steve Martin was always very good on Letterman. Piece of shit car. I do remember that now that you bring it up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of another example of a guy like Leo that does like that's of his ilk that don't that's of his ilk but doesn't do like talk shows and stuff like that. I'm having a hard time. Tom, I picture you as a Dune book reader. No offense, none taken, but no, you're wrong. I've never read any of the Dune books. I'm not a reader. Period. Like I don't have time to read any books. Like the last book I read. Well, I hate when people say they read a book and they listen to it, but I listened to the audiobook of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the one that Tarantino came out with back in June. I read that. Listened to it, I should say, and it was fantastic. If I'm doing an audiobook at this stage of the game, I'm not. I don't have the concentration. My mind. I can't turn my brain off when I need it to, and that's why I have such a hard time sleeping. No, Tony, I haven't seen Star Wars Vision. Somebody else brought that up, but I barely know what it is. But I don't see myself diving into any of that. But I like when I need to lay down and go to bed, I can't turn my brain off because there's so many things I need to do, especially like buying a house and stuff like that, and especially all the shit I've had to deal with recently. There's so many things going through my mind, I can't turn it off. And even if I take an edible or something like that, it still doesn't work. So with reading a book, I can get through 5 pages and then I'll realize after the 5 pages I haven't absorbed anything. So I have to go back 3 pages, start reading again, and then my mind wanders again. And then I have to go back 2 pages. So it takes me like 25 times as long to read a book than most people because my mind wanders. And now there's some books that I've read cover to cover in the past 10 years and loved. Speaking of Steve Martin, I read his book, Born Standing Up. And yeah, Liz, drinking does help, absolutely, but to a certain point. And I'll have a drink or something like that and I'll read a book, I'll try. Jose, hello from San Antonio, bring Perry over. I would love to bring Perry to Texas at one point. But yeah, I can't can't sit there and read a whole book. And in fact, like, I admire people. Like my dad, that's all he does is read. My dad doesn't do anything but read. He'll go and he goes to the library and he'll borrow it, and then read it and return it in like 2 days. Like my sister will go on a vacation and bring 2 books with her and finish both books, and she's got kids. I'm like, how the hell do people do that? So. You heard the Norm book. Yeah, the Norm book is great, but I'll say with the Norm book, Norm's autobiography, whatever, I forget what the book is called. Get the audio version because Norm does the audio, and it's fantastic. If you want to do if everyone's into like these Norm things, I do it. But yeah, so me reading a book, unless it's like a reference book or something like that, or like something I'm really engaged with, I can go through a book. There's times where I can go through a book in a weekend, but it's rare. I just can't turn off my head. I want my head to stop talking to me, basically, and I don't know how to turn it off. Based on a true story, that's the Norm book. Am I watching the Steve Martin Short Show on Hulu? No, I'm not big into that pairing, to be honest with you. I like both guys, but I'm not into modern era Steve Martin. And I don't mean to sound like I don't like Steve Martin. I love Steve Martin, but I'm not into banjo Steve Martin or like old ambassador Steve Martin. Unless you tell me otherwise. If you tell me that it's some great show, maybe. It takes me 20 years to finish a book. Yeah, it does. I mean, even in school when you're made to read books, I just found so many ways to not read them. like the teachers would always say, like, oh, don't get the Cliff Notes version because I read the Cliff Notes version and I ask questions that aren't in the Cliff Notes. And I always tested that theory, and they always proved to be untrue. I had no problem passing any exam just reading Cliff Notes. No one likes banjo Steve Martin. Yeah, I like jerk era Steve Martin too, right? Like still doing stand-up Steve Martin, early movies, early 80s Steve Martin Saturday Night Live. Pretty much throughout the 80s, even some of his movies in the 80s. LA Story, I like. There's a certain time period though, and by the way, nothing against, this is not like Howard Stern where you get angry at him for changing. Steve Martin is an example of a guy who just evolved. Like he's really into art. He's very refined. I think Steve Martin is uncomfortable being the Steve Martin that we want him to be because he's an older guy now, and you can understand that. Bowfinger Steve Martin was still good. That might be the last thing that I liked Steve Martin in, by the way. But he's still funny. He's still really good. I don't have any animosity. I don't have like if you get me rolling about Stern, I get like actually angry at like what he's become. But I don't have that. I don't have that for Steve Martin at all. Dead Mare Wear Plaid is very underrated. Yeah, if you can not go see it, but look up Dead Men Wear Plaid. It's fantastic. Favorite John Candy film, not counting Vacation. I would never count that because he has a cameo in it. A John Candy film where he stars in, I really like Summer Rental. Summer Rental might be my favorite John Candy movie because I feel like Summer Rental is that John Candy movie where he broke through and he was no longer like the fat guy friend or like the comic relief. He was the lead of the movie, and he was very mature, and he was still funny, but he was like a dad. He was married in the movie, and he did a great job acting in it. That might be my favorite just John Candy movie. Then you get into stuff like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, of course. Uncle Buck is good. I like Summer Rental better. And Great Outdoors is fine. I had a crush on that girl in Great Outdoors. I forget the actress's name. We were talking about crushes the other night. I had a total crush on that girl from Great Outdoors. She was in a couple of movies. Yeah, Harry Crumb is okay. Harry Crumb has its moments. Trying to think of the other. I like cool. I actually kind of like Cool Runnings, the Jamaican bobsled movie. Even though he plays it pretty straight in that. And yeah, anything SCTV is fantastic. Chris Farley always expressed how depressed it made him to only be cast as the same character in every movie. I'm going to say something that's not going to be popular. I don't think Chris Farley was really that supremely talented where he could play other people. I think the characters he was cast in were the characters that he did good at. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see Farley taking on that great of a range. I don't worship at the temple of Chris Farley the way other people do. I just don't, and I know some people won't like hearing that, but I don't think Tommy Boy is that great, and I can't think of any of his other movies. They're all pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I agree with Paul. Paul says Farley was a poor man's John Belushi or a rich man's Jim Belushi. That's exactly right. Armed and Dangerous. I forgot about the movie. That movie was on HBO all the time in the 80s. That's very underrated. I saw the Chevy Chase vehicle Fletch for the first time like 15 years ago. Yeah, Fletch. The first Fletch is great. First Fletch is great. Second one, not so much. But the first one's great. Second one has its moments. I'm not wrong, but they could have evolved. Yeah, who knows? If he didn't pass away, maybe he would have evolved. But as the body of work that he has, I don't look at it as anything terrific. And I think some people, some people that come from Saturday Night Live, their best work is post Saturday Night Live. I think his best stuff is on Saturday Night Live. No, I'm not a Monty Python guy. I know that. I never got it. I really, I've probably said this before. I really hate. Hate's a strong word. I really can't stand British television. But not so much British television, but British production. Even though there are some British shows that I like, but it has to be so good that I have to get past the British production element, and that's normally very hard. And on top of that, that British comedy doesn't always hit with me, and Monty Python never hit with me. It just never did. I like some aspect. Like I like A Fish Called Wanda, which is peripheral Monty Python. It's got the cat, like most of the cast, but it's not necessarily Monty Python. And I like some Terry Gilliam stuff. I love Time Bandits. I like Brazil. I like some of the bizarre things, but I don't love everything. I just can never get into it. Even like some of the best clips that people show, because even like when I was in high school, there were people that loved Monty Python. There still people quote Monty Python, and I'm always just that one guy in the group that's like, I don't really get it. Mr. Bean I liked a lot. Not the movies, the shorts. Blackadder is good. See, Blackadder is one of those few examples. That's a British comedy I can like and laugh at. And there's other ones. But yeah, never was into Monty Python. No, I don't like What We Watch in the Shadows. Although having said that, I've never seen the TV show. I tried watching the movie, with a girlfriend like years ago, and couldn't say, Joey, dream movie reboot and dream leading actor for said film. I'd have to think about that for a minute. There's a lot of movies, you know. That's a great question. The answer would be a movie that probably nobody's heard of, like, because that's the kind of movie you want to remake. You don't want to remake popular movies. You want to remake movies that, thing. What's my favorite Canadian TV show? Oh, SCTV, of course. Outside of that, I know I'm too hard to please. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of candidates for remakes of movies. A lot of movies, you know, I'm of the opinion though most movies don't need remakes, so I'd have to think about a movie thing. Snuffbox I do like parts of Snuffbox. That's a good call. I like Snuffbox. You know, I gotta look it up. There's a show that's sort of current that I like, and they just put out a movie. What the hell is the name of it? I'm not gonna find it now that I'm looking for it. It actually has some laughs in it. Yeah, it was just on my screen a little like yesterday. Now I can't find it. Fuck. Shit. Now when I need the example, I can't find it. Let me see if I can go through my history here. The one time a reboot should be done is if the movie didn't work. Right, a movie that didn't necessarily work but has a lot of potential, like maybe Buckaroo Banzai or something like that. You know, that had a very interesting concept but didn't necessarily land. I can think of better examples though. Let me give me a minute on that to think about. I'm trying to find this stupid thing. Star Trek films are kind of remakes. They went downhill after the first. You mean after the first remake? Because the first regular Star Trek movie, the next movie that came after that was The Wrath of Khan, which is the best. So, you know, I've talked about this movie. There's some great movies. I really like that movie. It's called The Late Show with Art Carney and Lily Tomlin, where he plays this old private eye. And I not that I want to see that specific movie remade, but I'd like to see a movie like that. You know, like a male-female pairing that's not romantic at all, but they work off each other really well. Oh, you mean the first Star Wars, do you? Even Star Trek films are the best. That's pretty much true. Yeah, there's Wrath of Khan. It's not just a good Star Trek movie, it's a good film, period. There's no other film in the series where you could say that. Maybe 4, you can make that argument. I'm still looking for this goddamn thing. Do I have any opinions on high budget films? Like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I don't. I never read the book and I never saw the movie. Yeah, Star Trek Next Generation movies never landed except First Contact, and it's disappointing that they did 2 films after that where the cast was still relatively young and could pull off could pull off a movie. I just felt like there was a couple of other stories to tell with that cast and on that ship in the movie universe, and both of them were big missed opportunities. It's a bummer, but at least you got First Contact, which is fantastic. Because I always thought the problem with the Next Generation cast is they're just kind of boring people. Like, they're all bores. Because like the original Star Trek, you have McCoy, Kirk, and Spock, which is such a great dynamic, and you didn't have that on the Next Generation. Even though I love the Next Generation, they're all boring. Riker's boring, Picard's boring. I mean, they lighten up in some areas, but like Geordi's boring, Data's really boring. Troy's boring. They're all boring. It's just a show about boring people. At least with Star Trek, it was in the future, but it didn't feel like it was crazy far into the future where people still had personality. There was a lot of personality on Star Trek, even the tertiary characters. And Next Generation didn't have that. It felt too far into the future to have any interesting people. But the writing was so good that they and that's nothing against the actors, it's the characters. The writing was so good and the acting was so good that they overcame the dullness of the characters. That's in my opinion. Still looking for this stupid thing that I found, and it's going to be such a disappointment when I find it. That's not it. Okay, we'll do that. I love when the guy with microscopic penis requires women with huge balloon tits. That's fine. You know, I've never seen Deep Space Nine, and I've always wanted to get into it, but I never saw it. I saw Voyager only in the past 5 years. I had never seen that either. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I watched it on Netflix, and I guess I was waiting for Deep Space Nine to be remastered in HD the way the other movies, the other shows were. But I know that remastering Next Generation was such a Herculean effort. I don't think they're gonna. I don't see Viacom spending the time or money they would take to do that, give that treatment to. What do you call Deep Space Nine? Court, I disagree. I liked Enterprise, and maybe because I like Scott Bakula so much from Quantum Leap. I watched Enterprise because I love Scott Bakula, and I love the fact that he was a captain. I think that show really hit its stride in like the past 2 seasons. I would have liked to come on. Okay, I found the show. This is a British show that kind of made me laugh, and it's called People Just Do Nothing, and it's not all great. But they came out with a movie called Big in Japan, where they go to Japan, and I was watching some of it, and it made me laugh. So it's just to say, if you want to look it up on YouTube, it's called People Just Do Nothing. So just to answer the fact, like a modern British thing that I kind of find funny, that might be up there. What would it take to have Perry appear at your birthday? I'd have to get more details. I talked about Julie's birthday. I don't know if that's Julie. I saw Picard. We've talked about Picard. Picard is fucking horseshit garbage. Can't even consider it real Star Trek. That's not a bad idea. Millennium being spun off. I'll tell you. To answer Joey's question, we've talked about this. I would like to see Remo Williams remade. And maybe recast. I don't know who would play Remo Williams now. It would have to be somebody pretty gritty, because a Remo Williams. I would love to see a Remo Williams, a successful Remo Williams film series. I wouldn't mind that. And Remo Williams is in the chat. He agrees. I wonder. You'd have to be really careful about the casting, though. Some no-nonsense actor who is not necessarily an action star, which is so great about Fred Ward. But yeah, like a Remo Williams series, I think would kick ass, because look how well the John Wick movies do. What's the best way to contact me? Write me on Facebook, Tom Brennan on Facebook, or at Tom Brennan NY on either Twitter or Instagram, or email the what's the Perry Caravello Live email? I don't even know offhand. Let me look it up. Yeah, I agree. Fred Ward didn't get the break he deserved. There was a lot of no, not Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler's too C-list. We need a really good character actor who everybody likes in character acting. Where Gerard Butler's shit. It's got to be a good actor. I'd have to think about it. Perry on Twitch Live at gmail.com. Perry on Twitch Live at gmail.com. If you're going to email, that's a good email. I check that regularly. Reboot Clockwork Orange starring Will Smith. I'm trying to think who would play Remo Williams. But there's a lot of like early 80s movies that I remember being into. There's a great martial arts movie that nobody's ever heard of. Maybe some people have. It used to be on HBO in like the mid 80s called Kill and Kill Again. And it was kind of like a throwback to like 70s martial arts movies. And I remember really enjoying that. And obviously it didn't land because nobody knows about it. That's the kind of stuff I'd want to be remade. Don't remake the popular stuff. Don't remake stuff that, don't remake The Princess Bride. Don't remake things that are going to upset people. Don't remake Back to the Future. All these studios, what are you, Universal, Paramount, Warner Bros. Look through your catalog of movies that have like a cult following or like didn't necessarily, do well, and you still have the script and you still own the rights to it. Remake those. But yeah, Gerard Butler, fuck Gerard Butler. But I don't even know if he's C-list. He's D-list. He's such a budget. He's like, man, he's like a destitute man's Bruce Willis. And Bruce Willis now is terrible. Joel McHale is Remo Williams. No, I'm going to veto that. The right answer is out there for who should be Remo Williams. I mean, look at Fred Ward's so perfect. Steve Martin is Remo Williams. I'm trying to think of a Fred Ward type guy that's like around now. Yeah, exactly. Same thing with like Ghostbusters. Why remake Ghostbusters? It's such a cheat. It's like you can only ruin it. You can only ruin it. Like just remake stuff that like look take any year. Like look at a year. Like pick like 1988 and look what Columbia Pictures released or what Paramount released, and just go through those movies. Well, we still own rights to this movie. Let's see if there's anything there. Tom Hardy's already an action guy. You see, the thing about Remo Williams is he's trained to be an action guy, but he doesn't start out an action guy. So it's got to be a guy that's kind of like, I don't know, he's got to be tough, but he can't be like tough already, like movie tough. And Tom Hardy's a good enough actor where he can pull it off, where he could probably act not tough and then become tough. But I just think Tom Hardy's so synonymous with those type of roles that I don't know if it would work. But it's on the right track. We haven't figured it out yet. It can't be an unknown either. It's got to be somebody. Vincent Gallo. I don't know if that would work. And it's got to be an American too. No Bradley Cooper. I hate Bradley Cooper. But you're not on the wrong track. A Bradley Cooper type. Yeah, I saw Brown Bunny. I wasn't blown away by it. Yeah, that's right about Zemeckis. That him and Bob Gale actually have it in a clause that Universal's not allowed to make Back to the Future remakes, because they would have remade it already. DiCaprio, Martin Freeman, fuck Martin Freeman. I'm so sick of Martin Freeman. Martin Freeman just needs to go away. And please, anybody who says Ryan Reynolds is going to get blocked and turn in your jacket. I was talking today. I guess it was Joey. I actually want to make those. I kind of want a after hours smoking jacket. No to Chris Pratt. No to John Krasinski. I'm just going in my head of like people that would be on the short list. You know who wouldn't be bad? Follow me on this one. Even though it's going to be tough because he's already popular as another thing. Chris Evans would be a decent choice if you can get away from his Captain America facade. Because I don't know what he's been doing, since then, but it would be a good series for him, I think. Or because he can be badass, but he could also be clean cut like a regular guy. Like I could almost see it. Ryan Reynolds is not hot, Liz. You have terrible taste if you think he's hot. Michael Rooker's too old, but I like where you're going with that. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's not a bad choice. That is not a terrible choice. Even like somebody like Tobey Maguire, maybe like Tobey Maguire now. And Chris Pratt's just too overexposed. Bob Odenkirk. I think he did that in that Nobody movie. I'm not jealous, Liz. I think that's bad. It's just, oof. God, I wouldn't want to be in the running with him. By the way, Liz, name me a good movie that if you like him physically, fine. But name me a good movie he's in. Keanu does John Wick. That would be a conflict. Shaquille O'Neal. And by the way, I'm not personally opposed to making him like ethnic or something like that. If it's a Hispanic actor or black actor, I'm not opposed to that. But it's got to be the right choice. I was thinking Joaquin Phoenix earlier. That's not bad. That I don't see him pulling that off. He's too. I don't know. I don't know if he could pull it off. Michael Shannon's too weird, but I like Michael Shannon. The question is, who would play? And again, I don't know how many people even know what Remo Williams is, but who if you did a remake of Remo Williams, who would star in it? Maybe no. Oh, Edward Norton's a good call, but he would never do it. He'd be too much of a pain in the ass. But that's a good call. Anyway, I'll still think about it. The guy who played the Punisher, John Bernthal. Isn't he in the new Sopranos too? Doesn't he play Tony Soprano's dad in the new Sopranos movie? Adam Sandler. I watched Firefly. I liked it. I think it's a little overrated, even though it was a canceled show. I think it got a little carried away with itself. I don't like. What's the guy I forget the guy who did it. The guy who directed. The guy who created it. I don't like him. The guy who directed the Avengers. Not a huge fan. Nick Offerman. I liked it. I didn't see it when it was on the air, but I watched it like years later. Steve Buscemi. That's a good one. Joss Whedon. Yeah, I can't stand him. I cannot stand Joss Whedon. Never liked him. Never liked anything he did. I mean, I like the Avengers, but that's not because of him. What about you guys? Give me give me a movie that you'd want to remake, or a movie that you like that nobody else knows about that could stand for remake. Timothy Olyphant is a really good hat in the ring. Michael Madsen's way too old, but would have been a good. No, he wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have been a good call. No, I've never seen Southern Comfort with Powers Booth, and I really like Powers Booth. And we should reboot PCL and replace TomB with someone more diverse. That could be. Yeah, I have met Steve Buscemi a couple of times. He was in the fire department, or before he became an actor, and I think I talked about it before, like right before 9/11. Unfortunately, I met him at funerals after 9/11 because my dad was a captain in the fire department, and as a family, we knew a lot of people that died in 9/11, and Buscemi knew a lot of people because he worked. So I saw him at a couple of funerals, and I was introduced to him. One of my dad's really good friends who again, I have a hard time saying passed away with 9/11. So I'll just say murdered. So my dad's friend murdered in 9/11 was one of the guy. He broke in Buscemi as a rookie in the fire department. So he came to the funeral to pay his respects, and his son, the son whose father passed, who was murdered in 9/11, introduced me to him. And then after that, I met him at another funeral like a week later, and we recognized each other. Just shook hands and everything. Really, really good guy. Really, really. I mean, and again, I met him in weird circumstances, but he just was such a stand-up guy. He went to a ton of funerals. Just to show his solidarity. Yeah, so I have met him. I want to make You're the Hunter from the Future. Oh man, I remember that title. I've never seen the movie. Yeah, no, Steve Buscemi was, yeah, if you look up his, he's got pictures of him in the fire department, and he is super small. Like, you can't imagine him necessarily cutting it as a fire department guy. All cop buddy film. That's gonna come back. The cop buddy films are. I'll tell you what's gonna get remade at some way. I know they did a TV show, but Lethal Weapon's just dying for, somebody to remake that with. That'll happen in the next 10 years. We're gonna get to a point where Die Hard is remade. Like that. That's where we're gonna go. Which is crazy. Or is his teeth really? I didn't look at his teeth. I mean, yeah, he's got a big mouth, Buscemi. It's a nice name. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's such a nice guy. I can't really nitpick his appearance. He's a great actor though. Remake the Lethal Weapon series with the Always Sunny cast. Yeah, if they really commit to that, that could be good. Top movies that should never be remade. The obvious ones. Back to the Future. Don't remake The Princess Bride. Don't remake movies that are really special to people. Kevin Hart and Die Hard. Can you imagine? Don't remake Gone with the Wind. Don't remake The Wizard of Oz. I mean, they haven't. And, they won't. Probably. I've heard the thing about Die Hard being made because they, Die Hard was based on a book series, and it's I forget what studio owns the book series. I guess it's Fox, but technically the first Die Hard movie is based on that book series. John McClane was played by Frank Sinatra, cop in New York, and technically, I mean, the movie is really very far removed from the book. But I forget the name of the movie. But if you look it up, it's a late '70s movie where Sinatra plays a cop. He pretty much did it. How old is Tom? I'm 47. I was born in 1974. Leonard Part 6. Do you know when Leonard Part 6 came out? I was so confused by it because not that I wanted to see it, but I'm like, I never heard of the first 5 Leonards. It was such a weird title. Halloween has already been remade terribly by Rob Zombie, like the white trash Halloween. And I don't like the first one, and I've never seen the second one. I mean, the Rob Zombie ones, of course. Everybody says that Five Across Space about the Three Stooges movie, and I'm not a Three Stooges fan, but everybody says that the movie that came out, like, what was it, like 7 years ago or so, is actually pretty good, which is crazy. Love the streams, but hate when Perry isn't paying attention and darts off. Yes, me too. If you could hear me during those moments, you'll know I don't like that either. Yeah, see, Gremlins. See, now the studios are smart. They figured out a way how to remake films without pissing us off, the people who love them. And now they do the soft reboot, where they have a tangible attachment to the original movies, but it's a reboot, like the Ghostbusters thing. And I think they'll do that with. Gremlins eventually. Jazz, you need a subscriber call. Get your number to Joey. We'll call you next week. And yeah, somebody mentioned Short Circuit movies. I actually straight up love Short Circuit 2, unironically. I think Short Circuit 1 kind of stinks. I like the concept of it. I like Steve Guttenberg, but the movie just doesn't necessarily work. It's okay. Short Circuit 2 is one of those rare comedy sequels, and this is almost impossible for a comedy sequel, where it's better than the original and has none of the original cast except the fake Indian guy. What's his name? Fisher Stevens. I think Short Circuit could actually use a remake. Short Circuit could probably work as a remake, especially now. But Short Circuit 2 is flat out great. I mean, it's so weird to say that, but it's funny. it's funny, and you know what? It's funny. Siskel and Ebert reviewed it. If you go on YouTube, look up Siskel and Ebert's review of Short Circuit 2. They both shockingly gave it a thumbs up and said that they couldn't believe that they liked it. And I remember Gene Siskel saying, you could tell a movie like that is working when the robot character is in trouble and getting beaten up by the bad guys, and if you're emotionally invested in the robot being beat up and you care in that moment, then the movie works. And when there's a scene in Short Circuit 2 where number 5 is getting the crap beaten out of him with pipes and everything like that, and I remember really being invested, and I cared, and I wanted to see him be okay. And if you can do that for a movie like that, the movie works. And for some reason, Short Circuit 2 works. The first one is fine. It just, the second one's great. And it's funny. It's actually genuine, and it's a family movie. You could like show it to kids or whatever. I don't think it did very well. I don't remember it doing like great, but I liked it. I was entertained by it. And I know, getting back to Three Stooges, I was always a Laurel and Hardy fan growing up, and Abbott and Costello, but more Laurel and Hardy because my dad, like we rented a lot of Laurel and Hardy, and they were on like early morning TV. And when I looked at Three Stooges, it just felt like a dumbed down version of that. And it just never did it for me, like the smacking each other and stuff. Never did it for me. Actually, getting back to Steve Martin's book, he actually says the same thing. That's one of the things that resonated to me about his book, is he said he was more of a Laurel and Hardy guy than Three Stooges. He never really got the full appeal of Three Stooges. But I'm not saying that. Chappie was a new Johnny Five. Yeah, in a way, that's probably true. That was a big. That was one of those movies, Short Circuit, that didn't do that great in the theaters, but it was of that time where like home video had just become a big thing, and it was a huge home video rental. Short Circuit, the first, which is why they greenlit Short Circuit too. It wasn't because the movie did well at the box office. It didn't. I'm surprised they never made an animated series. Like, they did animated series for a lot of those type of movies. I could have seen that working. Your dad introduced you to Laurel and Hardy and the Marx Brothers. Yeah, I like Marx Brothers too, but they're not as consistent for me as Laurel and Hardy. Like, I don't laugh as consistently as I do at Laurel and Hardy. And maybe one day I'll get the Three Stooges. Like, I've definitely seen it and chuckled. Like, okay, I can see how that's funny. It just doesn't hit. It doesn't hit with me. No, I don't remember Stooge Fire. Does anybody else? It sounds familiar though. Oh man, I'm way behind on this. Hold on a second. Changing Let Loose the Kraken to Release the Kraken in Clash of the Titans remake bothers me more than it should. I never saw that. Clash of the Titans remake. I love the original Clash of the Titans with Harry Hamlin. And no, Chaz, I can't imagine a Police Academy reboot today. Oh my God, it would be so... Can you imagine, with all the Black Lives Matter stuff, I'm not getting political at all, with all like the anti-police stuff and everything, there's no way to make a modern Police Academy funny. No way. And we've talked about Police Academy quite a bit, and you know that I have a special place in my heart for the Police Academy series. Oh, Michael Pare. I remember Michael Pare. I like Michael Pare. Michael Pare was on Greatest American Hero, and then he did what was the movie he did when he was the musician, Eddie and the Cruisers? Was it Eddie and the Cruisers? That's what it is. Yeah, remake Stripes. I'd be okay with remaking Stripes and solve the problem with the second half of the film, because the problem with Stripes is it's great for half of the movie, really for most of the movie, up until they leave basic training, and then when they go to Europe, the movie stinks. At least for me. Solve that problem, and I'll be on board. I don't worship at the temple of Stripes, so I would easily. But you're not going to find anybody to play those roles, though. You can see Police Academy working if there's an anti-cop sentiment into the pot. Yeah, of course you'd have to have that. But yeah, I don't see it. The Chomps remake. Well, Full Metal Jacket is not even the first movie. It's the first half hour. You can turn off as far as I'm concerned, Full Metal Jacket's great in basic training. As soon as they're like in Vietnam and it's over, I don't care about that movie. I don't like it's the first half hour of Full Metal Jacket is the only thing that I would watch. Spies Like Us, I love. I don't know if that would work because I don't think there's as much of a spy culture now. It would have to be, Spies Like Us would have to be, instead of Russia, you'd have to change it to China, and no studio would make that because it would be anti-China, and every studio basically wants to cater to the Chinese market, so that wouldn't work. My favorite movie of all time is Airplane, and that wouldn't even work with a woke crowd. Yeah, can you imagine Airplane today? It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. And see, you get to a certain age. I don't even know if you get to a certain age, because I know a lot of younger people feel this way too. All the best stuff's in the past. That's why I don't get excited about movies anymore. Like even the Sopranos movie, like I'll see it, but there's no movie I'm looking forward to, because all the good movies already happened. I never saw Girls Just Want to Have Fun, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I could. If we're talking about like '80s comedies, like like Just One of the Guys, and stuff like that. Uh, that I could be on board with. Yeah, you're right. It's funny. I've not thought about that as much, but you're right. Spies Like Us does have the same issue as Stripes does, with the second half not being as good. The best stuff in Spies Like Us is where in the training stuff, where they take Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd and they're throwing them together. Once they're in the field, yeah, you're right. It's still good though. I think it's a better movie to me. I won't say it's a better movie than Stripes. It's a better complete movie than Stripes. I think the second half of Spies Like Us is better than the second half of Stripes, and maybe people don't agree. Maybe some people love the whole shit in like Europe with Stripes and the big, the big tank or whatever. I never liked that. Even as a kid when I first saw it, I never liked it. Just One of the Guys was remade, and she's. Oh, that's right. That was remade. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with Mumbles. I would take Spies Like Us over Stripes. I think there's more. I think there's more adult laughs in Spies Like Us than Stripes. Do I wonder if Tom Cruise can make a decent sequel to Top Gun 2? Curious as to what they'll be able to do with him in that film. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, goddamn, the movie's supposed to come out 2 years ago, right? Or last year, last summer. So it's gonna be a while before we find out. I'd like to think so. I'm more curious how they handle Val Kilmer, because Val Kilmer is supposed to be in the movie, and if Val Kilmer has that throat, basically his throat removed. I don't know how that works, or I'm curious how he's integrated into it. But yeah, I'm curious about that myself. I don't think a Groundhog Day 2 would work. It was very annoying the first like Groundhog Day. I like the concept of it, but it has no rewatchability for me at all. Groundhog Day, it's a little too meandering for me. And also, here's the thing with Bill Murray, that's problematic for me. And I like Bill Murray, and why I think that some of Chevy Chase's vehicles are more successful, because I think Chevy Chase played more of a range in characters than Bill Murray. Every Bill Murray movie, well, not every Bill Murray movie, but a lot of Bill Murray movies have the same template. He's a jerk, a wise ass, a wisecracking guy that somehow turns into a wonderful guy and finds redemption at the end. And that's true with Stripes. It's true with Ghostbusters in a way, even though it's not a Bill Murray movie, it's an ensemble. Definitely true with Scrooge, but of course that's the nature of Scrooge. And it's true with Groundhog Day, where he's kind of this jerk, and just by repeating the same thing, he's all of a sudden this great guy. Like what makes him I don't picture him being a perfect human being, because he spent how many times in that thing. But anyway, there's a lot of Bill Murray movies that are kind of like that, where it's just the redemption of Bill Murray. Even that one that came out like not too long ago, came out in the past like 8 years, where he was like the grumpy curmudgeoning guy in New York, and then the little kid befriends him, and then he becomes kind of nice at the end. They're just always kind of the same thing. Yeah, and then he does a lot of those Wes Anderson's very hit or miss with me. So anyway, but yeah, What About Bob's an exception though. What About Bob? I'll take What About Bob over Groundhog Day any day of the week. I think it's a better movie. It's funnier, and also when you take into the account that Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray hated each other while making that movie, it adds to the enjoyment of it. Yeah, I agree with Jesus. I think Chevy's better than Murray. I think Chevy definitely got a little arrogant, and Chevy made some very bad decisions career-wise. I think he's the and I say this as a Bill Murray fan. I like Bill Murray, no, not knocking him at all. I just think, a lot of his stuff is kind of the same thing. But Groundhog Day, and I saw Groundhog Day opening weekend, by the way. I saw it in the theater with my girlfriend at the time, and I loved it. But I'm not gonna, you know, I think it's a tad overrated. Just a tad. Now, I'm not saying, and by the way, saying something's overrated doesn't mean that it's bad. Like, I think Ghostbusters is overrated. Doesn't mean that it's bad. You know, I bought that. Chaz says that you're playing the Ghostbusters game, and it's like watching Ghostbusters 3. I actually bought that on Switch recently because it was on like sale for like $7 or something like that, and I figured why not. But it's got the original voice cast. So I haven't played it, but I might play it at some point. Why'd they hate each other? They just didn't get along. There's you can read up on it, and I'm probably missing a lot of important beats. But Dreyfuss hated Bill Murray, and it usually comes down to different styles. But yeah, they just couldn't stand each other. Dreyfuss hated Murray more than Murray hated Dreyfuss, from what I read. But I don't know if there was it wasn't a thing like they got into an argument or thing. They just didn't click. So Richard Dreyfuss being annoyed with Murray's character in the movie is very real. Oh, let's do it. Okay, if it's co-op on Switch, let's do it. Because I have it downloaded. I just haven't played it. I was playing. You know what I was playing yesterday? Because I always get like Saturdays are always lost days for me because Friday stream goes late, and then I'm kind of like a zombie on Saturday, and I couldn't concentrate on a movie, so I didn't want to play. I've been playing that Wario. I played that Wario thing to death, so I took a break from that, and I had bought the Link's Awakening, the Zelda game it came out like 2 years ago, but it's like a remake of the old Game Boy game, and I never played it originally, so I started playing that, and I got really into it. So I played that for about 4 hours last night. That's the last thing I played. Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. I have the PS4. I haven't fired it up. You know, I just got an email from Sony saying that I lost access to PS Plus because I guess I lapsed because I haven't turned on the PS4 in over a year. And I'm not even the biggest gamer. I'm more of a Nintendo guy when it comes to games. Oh, it's your favorite Zelda, really? Interesting. I know it's kind of short, but what I like about it is it's my kind of Zelda. It's like Link to the Past. Anyway, I like overworld Zelda. I don't like first person Zelda. Not that I don't like it. It's a little too overwhelming to me. I can't. That's why I've never played Breath of the Wild. I own it, but I've never played it because I'm afraid of it. It's just too much for me. It's too much. That open world thing is too much. Even like Majora's Mask and the other one, you know, they're fine. Like I've never finished them. I've tried playing them, but it's just too much. It's too much. I prefer overworld Zelda, and the artwork, the art style of Link to the Past is perfect for the Switch. That's how I want every Zelda game. In fact, I'll be okay talking about remakes. I would be okay with remaking the original Legend of Zelda in that style. Even Link to the Past, port that over. And I know, and Chaz agrees with me. I know people love those Zelda games for the 64, and I know that they're coming out. They're going to put the Nintendo 64 games on the Switch online service for an extra fee, and I'll do that. I mean, by the way, they're going to talk about like co-op stuff. Think about this. They're going to do Mario Kart 64 online play on the Switch Plus, so we could play that. That is going to be fantastic because that's my favorite Mario Kart game. That's one of my favorite games ever, Mario Kart 64. So the fact that you can play with friends online, that's amazing. If they can release enough games on that 64, it'll negate the fact for me that of wanting to buy a 64. I'll probably still have to get like a Dreamcast, or I don't see them putting on Dreamcast on there, but I think it's really cool. And I'd like to play some of the other like DS Zelda games, but I'm not a handheld guy. It would have to be on the TV. WCW versus NWO was a great game, and I think they will do GoldenEye. You have to do GoldenEye because it's one of the most definitive games. There is a rare game that's coming out I forget which one it was, but the fact that it was a Rare title means they got the license for it. They have to get GoldenEye, and then online play for GoldenEye. Online play for GoldenEye on the Switch will be fucking amazing, and then get Perfect Dark too, and I'll be perfectly happy, and I won't have to track down a thing. Ocarina of Time is actually very linear. The world map is only hub. Yeah, by the way, I'll play it when Ocarina of Time comes out, because I tried playing it when it came out. I just couldn't get into it. I couldn't. That's why I kind of bailed on Zelda games for a long time. Even the GameCube one, I tried playing, and I've always tried to get into them, and I bailed at a certain point because I couldn't get into it. Someone data mined the newest firmware before they announced the Nintendo 64 online, and they found Nintendo 64 and Game Boy files, so Game Boy is definitely coming. Yeah, I would imagine. Game Boy is so ridiculously easy to emulate. They would have to put that on there. Yeah, and Zelda 2 I've never really played through either, even though I got pretty far in it when it came out. Liz says, used to play games and now I get motion sickness. Right, I kind of get that. I'm not into, like, Call of Duty stuff or shooting stuff. I'm into fun games, like Pac-Man, like, you know, all the Mario games, obviously. That's why I'm a Nintendo guy through and through. There's never been a system that I've not owned. I love Nintendo. But I have the PS4. I think I play some games on there. Like, I like the Doom games and stuff like that, but I just don't have that much time to play games now. And when I do, I want a game that I can go in and out of. That's why I like that stupid Wario game. You could play it for 10 minutes and get out of it. But, yeah, Court's right, Liz. There's a lot of new old-style games that I think if you used to like playing games, you'll like playing them again, because there's a lot of modern games that feel old schooly. And that's a good point too. 60 frames per second versus 30 frames. Yeah, 60 frames a second makes it per second make it a lot cleaner. I haven't played anything at higher than that. Like I don't do 120. I mean, I don't know the even my computer monitor is capped at 60. But yeah, like that. That's why I like that Super Mario 3D World, because I didn't play it on the Wii U, but when it was re-released on the Switch, I love that game. That's such an in and out fun game. I almost find the big 3D Mario games to be too overwhelming, but I play them anyway, and I love them. But give me a really well-made 2D Mario any day. No, I never played Quake. I had friends that played it, but I never got into it. Ooh, I just burped. I feel like Perry. Oh, see, that's what I like. When they remaster these games for new consoles, that's what infuriates me about certain systems. Like Nintendo, I feel like they're finally waking up. Like, there should be no console that doesn't play every single mainline Mario game. Every single one. The Switch should have, obviously you should have access to play Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3, and then the Japanese Mario 2. You should be able to play Super Mario World. You should be able to play Yoshi's Island, which I don't really count as a mainline Mario, but some people do. You should be able to play Mario 64. You should be able to play Sunshine and Galaxy 1 and 2. And I don't think anything came out on the Wii U aside from Super Mario Bros. 3D World. But you should be able to play them on every console. They should always have these available. Because talk about remakes. Those are the things that should be remade. The games. Remake game. And I have no problem remaking games. Like, they should remake 64. Mario 64 has a lot of problems. They should completely remaster that and remake it. And then also, release the original version as well if you want to play that. But I want to play a perfect version of Mario 64 on the Nintendo Switch. Same thing for, like, redo everything. Redo Super Mario Brothers, the first one. Redo it. Make it look like, whatever. That would be... that's all I would do if I was, like, at Nintendo. Like, remake this. Remake all the Metroid games, all of them. Kid Icarus, everything they own. By the way, why are there no more why don't they do Kid Icarus games anymore or Star Fox? Like, it feels like those are Nintendo owned properties and they don't do anything with them. But the fact that Star Fox is going to be Star Fox 64 is on the Switch Online is going to be awesome. And I'm not a handheld guy either. I don't play. I never even. I remember buying the GoldenEye was remastered like 10 years ago, maybe even longer. I think for the PS3 and Xbox 360, and I remember buying it and never opening it, never played it. Yeah, they did it with the problem with Super Mario All Stars is it's not they made all of the games in the style of Super Mario World. So I like the looks of what they did with the first, like, Super Mario Brothers. But when Mario jumps, I want it to sound like Mario jumping from Super Mario Brothers, not Super Mario World. I didn't like all the sound effects that were interjected from Mario World, and I felt like all those Super Mario All Stars was just a promotion for Super Mario World. PlayStation Vita. Yeah, I remember being tempted by it. I'm not that much. I like, look, I have this like great graphics card now because that I got for the stream. I don't even play games on the computer. I probably should, but I don't know. I like playing on a home. I'm a home console gamer. I like playing consoles on a TV. I want a big TV, and just zone out. And right now it's just been the Switch exclusively. But I would like to get. I was thinking about really getting a Nintendo 64 and modding it, but if they're going to be putting out pretty much all the games that I would want to play on the Switch Online, I wouldn't need it. And then the only other system that I would have a desire to get, it would be maybe the Dreamcast, because I missed out on that. But again, if Switch adds that online, that'd be fine. But I think that's really hard to emulate. I never really got into sports games either. Like I've played them. Wrestling games, yes, but not sports games. Speaking of wrestling, I don't know if anybody. I spent the past week, and again, I'm not a modern wrestling fan, but there's this YouTube channel that I got to give a shout out to. The guy does such a good job. It's this Irish guy that does really thorough documentaries and breakdowns. It's called Wrestling Bios. Do any of you wrestling guys ever follow this channel, Wrestling Bios? It's done by this guy from like Northern Ireland, and he really breaks down. I was just watching like hours and hours of it when I was recouping last week, like the whole history of like Hulk Hogan, the whole history of like Ric Flair, or like, I was curious about when Ric Flair came to the WWF and when he came in. Okay, so some people know it. Guy's just fucking amazing. Like, even eras I wasn't even that interested in, I would watch, and he breaks it down so well. And he's got such a good opinion on everything that's going on. And like last night I watched Bret Hart's last days of the WCW, and it was I knew the story, but the way he broke it down, he breaks it down like almost day by day, and it's just amazing. Did Tom ever share what he got fixed? Yes, I did. I've said that. I had a little. Again, I had like a swollen lymph node removed. Was not that big of a deal. Perry said cancer a couple of times, which is not true, and that's really blowing up my spot. It didn't have cancer. I had a little lymphoma scare a while back, and I just needed to get taken care of, and everything's fine now, and it's all cool. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that on PCL, but that I know on After Hours things stay in After Hours, so I'll say it there. I'll say it here. Yeah, it's definitely no. I appreciate everybody that reached out and everything, but it wasn't. I'm not dying or anything like that. It's not terrible. Wrestling Bios is good because he's our age and not some Zoomer who didn't experience. Yeah, exactly. He experienced these things when it happened, so you can't You can't be a Zoomer or a millennial even and talk about WrestleMania 3 not being born when it was on. You know, he captures the moment. He captures what he's good at is he captures the moments of these matches, and sometimes he even says this. Yes, somebody rub my Anybody local to New York wants to come over and rub this fucking belly, by all means. But what the guy does, it's the cornerstone of these good YouTube documentaries, is he evaluates it and he reevaluates things. And there's certain matches, like over time, that's been shit on, like, oh, this match was terrible, and he's honest about it. And he's like, a lot of people say that this match, people booed at it, but when you watch it, it's it's a different story. Or he's really smart in that he said, when WWE subsequently released a match, they would add cheers to it and add commentary that was recorded later. So that's interesting. And then what really paves the way for this channel being like really at the top of my list right now is he tells you what happened on TV. Like, let's just say he gives I watched his entire Hogan stuff. Hogan through the beginning of his career in '77 through his last ever WWE appearance in 2005, and he will say this is, and like for example, and again, this is going to bore people that are weren't into wrestling. I always wanted to know like what was going on behind the scenes, like why we never got. I think we even talked about it at one point. Why we never got Flair versus Hogan at WrestleMania, because it was such an obvious thing. Ric Flair comes into the WWF, brings the belt with him because the WCW were stupid in getting rid of him. But why it never happened, and he really broke down why. He doesn't give a definitive answer because he doesn't know, but he gives like suggesting the name of the channel is Wrestling Bios, and and there's different things. He's like, oh, some people thought it was Hogan didn't want a job for Flair didn't want a job for Hogan, and then there's a lot of politicking that Hogan does behind the scenes. But it was just fascinating because he'll do how it played out on TV, and then he'll reel it back, be like, okay, here's what happened behind the scenes. And especially the WCW stuff, I really wasn't a WCW guy at all, and just hearing about how horrible their creative was, like behind the scenes, and just like how stupid some decisions were, but then also how some great things were. It was very surprising. A lot of it was like watching it for the first time. The one criticism I'll give Wrestling Bios as a channel is I wish he showed more. He's almost afraid to show any footage, probably because he's afraid to get copyright flagged. But what he's doing is fair use, and fair use on YouTube, you can show some clips and under the guise of fair use, and I think there's a certain amount of time you can play a clip for fair use. Like he doesn't even show clips of like Bobby Heenan talking or something like that. He'll quote it and say it, and then once in a while, like of course when he's talking about Hogan slamming Andre the Giant in WrestleMania 3, he shows that little clip, but most of it's still images and stuff like that. And I'm not complaining; he does a great job. I just wish there was more actual wrestling footage, but I think he's probably just and I know WWE is really hard on that. Yeah, Hogan had creative control in any company he was in. He had creative control in WWF. He had definite creative control in WCW. And it's great when the Irish guy talks about how when Hogan didn't like a storyline, he would go like, the Irish guy is like, that doesn't work for me, brother, is what Hogan would say. And it's just great. TomB, if you... Oh, sorry, I missed that. TomB, if you are Irish, Irish Vince allows you to exist in his content. Every channel gets strikes if you are not Irish. Maybe, yeah, but then again, there's a fair use clause. But it really made me... I've heard AEW is really good. I don't have the time to invest. I've seen little clips of it here and there, and it looks great. Everybody pretty much agrees that WWE is over. and it's just unwatchable. But I really have, just from watching a lot of these wrestling bios, I have such immense respect for Vince McMahon, as just like, because you look at him doing like yeah, Perry. I was trying to get Perry to do that Irish accent. It just wasn't working. It was like he was doing the Indian thing. Looking at Vince like do the doing commentary, let's say on a 78 match, and knowing that he was working for his dad, and then in the early 80s, like really running everything creative for the past, like, God, 40 something years. It's just so crazy to me, like all of the ins and outs of and just thinking it as a writer, like writing all those storylines, conceiving all that stuff, managing house shows, pay-per-views, blah blah blah, week in and week out, all the way through. I mean, yeah, and there's peaks and valleys, and he's made mistakes and everything, but Jesus Christ, just what an unbelievable business guy. I mean, really, no matter what you think of him, he's just, you gotta respect the guy. I mean, when he passes away, that's going to be a big deal. Which I hope is not anytime soon. But yeah, he's made it. Vin Cole, sorry to go off subject, but thank you, Tom, for introducing me to Red Bar. It helped me get through the PCL hiatus. Also love wrestling after show. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, we haven't talked about Red Bar in a while because Red Bar hasn't been active. I love Red Bar. Explain what Red Bar is. Red Bar is a podcast / hate cast. I guess you would say. Red Bar is one of the very first podcasts that came around. They've been around since 2003, but in its current iteration, which has been for about 10 years or so, maybe less, it basically it's run by this guy named Mike David, and he basically just shits on comedians, and I was going to say bad comedians, but now that Norm's passed away, I think I can safely say just comedians, because they're all bad. Norm's the last one. Stand-up comedy for me is dead. When Norm died, stand-up died with it for me, because he was the only guy. Because I would always say, oh, stand-up comedy is cringe, stand-up comedy sucks, all these comics are terrible, except Norm Macdonald. Now that he's gone, fuck them. They all suck. So he basically, the whole show, Red Bar, is about, and I'm doing it a disservice summing it up this way, you just have to check it out for yourself, is he will watch like Rogan, no matter who it is, all these other podcasters. They don't even have to be comedians necessarily. There are certain people in his purview that he calls fools, like Rogan, like Tony Hinchcliffe, for example. YouTube, the one gateway is he likes Chappelle. Chappelle's not a fool. YouTube, Red Bar, Kill Tony documentary, and that's really a great gateway into what Red Bar is, because he completely dissects this documentary that was done on Tony Hinchcliffe. No offense, I know there's some fans of PCL that like Tony Hinchcliffe, but it's great. So it's basically, people jokingly call it a hate cast, because he just literally comes down on it, and it's been disappointing because there hasn't been a new show since May. He hasn't. You talk about the PCL hiatus. He hasn't done a show since May because he's sick. He has some illness. He doesn't really talk about. But there's so many things that have blown up. Like one of the guy, the top fool on the show is this guy Josh Denny, who's now made like national news in the past like few weeks, and it's disappointing that he's having that. But they've said that the Red Bar is coming back. But anyway, yeah, we talked about a lot of Red Bar like in the spring, like on After Hours, and then we turned a lot of people onto it. But anyway, yeah, Buddy, I know Buddy's a big Tony Hinchcliffe fan. That's fine. I don't like Tony Hinchcliffe, but if you do, that's fine. But yeah, go. There's tons of Red Bar on YouTube. I would focus on stuff from the past 5 years. If you go back further than that, it's not quite the same. But I'd say stick within the past 5 years, and it's good. It's the only podcast I listen to. I'll listen to Gilbert Gottfried's podcast sometimes, but not a. Mersh is a contender. Yeah, but Mersh isn't that well known. Like that's like same thing with like Melton. Like when I hate Melton coverage, and I always did. I never found him interesting, and he was always like heavily covered. But I still stick with it. Anyway, it's worth investing your time in. But getting back to the wrestling thing, it's like it's really watching all those wrestling bios. It just gave me the really a greater appreciation for people that work in that creative field. Because I just know how hard it is to do PCL 3 days a week, and this is hard. I can't imagine pulling off wrestling with all those different personalities and all those, making people happy and conceiving storylines and everything like that. It's just amazing. Was Perry really offered to host a wrestling event? Yeah, not only offered, he did it apparently. I don't know anything about it. Is that a joke that Jeremiah Watkins was the Raw talent? I hate Jeremiah more than I hate Tony. Jeremiah is another top fool on Red Bar that gets roasted quite a bit, just deservedly so. I hate all those Comedy Store guys, every single one of them. The ones that have got some kind of notoriety, like Tony and all those Kill Tony guys are all terrible. Here's a question for you. Okay, so Slug says that wrestling shoot interviews are better than actual wrestling. When did the era of the shoot interview start? And a shoot interview meaning like they talk real talk. And I think I posted that Bobby Heenan shoot interview that I saw, and I really loved it. I loved hearing Bobby Heenan talk as real Bobby Heenan, but that had to be a thing after the Attitude Era, right? Like in the late '90s. Was there such a thing as shoot interviews before that, or was it just a completely off-topic thing? Who's the biggest person in AEW, and do they have any former WWE people? Late '90s. Okay, that's what I thought. Late '90s. Mark Maron blows. Jeremiah Watkins is god awful. Saratina is not funny. They all suck. I agree. Name me a funny comedian. I mean, people are gonna name people I don't know, but they all suck. We talked about talk shows having a short lifespan, like having another 10 years in them, like late night talk shows. Same thing with stand-up comedy. I think stand-up comedy maybe has 20 years left, maybe, but I think stand-up comedy is on its way out, because I think people are gonna. But there's a lot of dumb people out there. There's people out there. Can you imagine this? Like, it's one thing going to see stand-up comedy. Oh, CM Punk's in there. Okay, that's interesting. Hey Tomb, what's up? There's one thing going to see a comic that you want to see. You see, Greg Turkington, I don't know who that is, but there's one thing about. I'm not talking about guys that play theaters. If you can go on a theater tour and you can sell theaters, that's fine. You're an actual comedian. You can call yourself a comedian. If you can not, I'm not talking about headlining a club or whatever. I'm talking if you can go out on your own tour under your name and the theater says your name, you are a professional comedian and you should be proud of yourself. Okay, regardless if you're funny or not. But the people that pay tickets to see that, those are fine. You're going to see that one person. The people that go to a comedy club just to see whoever's playing, like the hack fucking comics that they have at whatever comedy club, those people are scary, and those people are encouraging this badness like that. Those people I don't understand. I don't understand going to a comedy club. Like I get like mailers like come see free comedy. Why the fuck would you want to see free comedy? Like, why would you want to go sit in a comedy club? And basically most comedy clubs, you're a prisoner. They really treat you like cattle. They herd you in. You can't really leave until the show's over because you got to pay. They have this whole ticket system. It's horrible. It is really horrible. Why would anybody want to do that just to see anybody? So I don't feel like you're a real comedian unless you can go out on your own and sell a place on your own. These hack losers that are in these comedy clubs, and I'm just talking like the regular people. I'm not now. And again, the comedy store in LA is a little different because you got a lot of people trying out material like big names. I don't necessarily count them. I don't count the well-known names, but just any regular, the Ha Ha Hut, in wherever. Somebody spending a Friday night sitting in there just watching anybody. I mean, do you value your own time? I mean, God, yeah, Hannibal Buress doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry, I don't get it. It's just not. It doesn't make me laugh, and I'm not saying I'm funny or whatever. I'm just that's just my opinion. I think it's over. I think stand-up comedy is over, completely over. It will be. People just don't know it yet. It's dead. They just haven't announced the time of death yet, but it's dead. And I say that. Definitely since Norm passing away has made me not shift, but like crank up the gear on that. Yeah, see all these names I don't know. I don't know Dalton Pruitt. You might be right. I'm just speaking of only people I know. I know most comedians are garbage. Yeah, but even like Doug Stanhope, not Doug Stanhope now, really. Vin, are you really going out of your way to see Doug Stanhope now? I think Doug Stanhope now is kind of sad. I think he had a moment in the early 2000s, and he was definitely, well regarded. But I not now. See, Tom Segura is another one that's on Red Bar all the time. They pick apart, and I don't even really know Tom Segura. But is anybody here going out of their way? Are you going to leave your home to go see random stand-up comedy outside of a headliner is different? Let's say Gilbert Gottfried comes to your town, even though I won't see Gilbert anymore because I've seen him plenty of times. He does the same act every time. But are you going to leave your home and spend money in one of these god-awful clubs and watch these people? God, Reverend Bob Levy, that's the definition of like the worst hack going. Anyway, I just think it's over. I really think it's over. Unless you're one of those people that have made a name for yourself where you could actually go out there and, sell tickets in a theater somewhere. Like that, those people will continue on. But as far as like these nightclub comics that call themselves comedians, come on. Johnny Pretzels, I've never been to a stand-up show. Good for you. Don't start now. It's like smoking. If you haven't started smoking by the time you're 30, don't start. I'll go to a bar open mic sometimes to watch people bomb and drink. That's different. If you're going to like almost hate watch it and watch them bomb and you enjoy the cringe elements of that, that's different. You should watch the Porcelain documentary on Bert Kreischer. I heard that it wasn't that great. But I'll watch it. I like all the Porcelain documentaries. My favorite being the Joe Matarese. No, Artie's stand-up was not good. I agree. How was Kill Tony in person? I didn't stay. I didn't want. The part where you saw me on was the only part I saw. And by the way, Tony was cool backstage and everything like that. Yeah, nice enough guy, but I hate it. No, I left. I went back to my hotel. I worked while that show was going on. I didn't have anything to do with it. I would never stay around for a Kill Tony live in person. Randy says smoking is better than stand-up comedy. I've never been a smoker, but I'll agree with you. And yeah, Liz says that comedians are narcissistic. That's the thing about comedians is that, especially when if you ever known a comedian, if you ever gotten close to a comedian, whether you dated one or you're friends with one, worked with one, whatever, they are complete narcissists and they can't stand the attention not being on them at all times in any situation, not just on stage. And being on that stage, they're not doing it for you. They're not doing it to give you laughs. You've had a hard day. You worked all day, and now you're coming out and you're spending, $15 on a Michelob and a shitty burger and a wing appetizer or whatever. So you're gonna pay $50 for, but it's just. They love the attention on themselves. You staring at them and you laughing at them is their drug. and they care less about making you laugh than they do about how you make them feel. It's terrible. And then most of them are just lazy fucks that just, they have the ability. Look, it takes balls to get up on the stage. Not everybody can do it. That's why I give Perry so much credit. You can make fun of his material or whatever, but Perry looked like he belonged on that stage because he had fucking killer confidence, stage confidence, and that's all it takes for these idiots. They're all narcissists. They really just only care about themselves, and that's why listening to, and again, getting back to a Red Bar thing, listening to comics talk amongst themselves, talking about their craft and how they killed, and one of the worst things I hate about comics is how they handle hecklers. Like, oh, this guy handled hecklers the best. It's like, who cares, man? It's like everybody handles different people different ways. Like they think they're so great. They think they're in this echelon of show business that they're just not, and they suck. They really suck. Mitch Hedberg was the opposite of most comedians that he hate going on stage. I guess that's true. I don't know much about Mitch Hedberg, to be honest with you. Tom, I saw your words of encouragement to Perry when he was on Kill Tony. It's hilarious that you just walked out of me. Yeah, what am I going to do? Am I going to stand around there watching that garbage? No, I left. And I realized that was good for Perry. That was good for publicity, doing that show, because it did bring new eyes. But no, I got the fuck out of there. My hotel was across the street. I got a drink at the bar, and I went back and worked. I came up with like beats for the debate we were doing. That's what I did. I wasn't gonna sit there. I'm gonna sit there backstage while Kill Tony's going on. What, are you kidding me? What do I think of Brian Holtzman? I think Brian Holtzman's very funny. He in small doses. He can be a little too much. Like, he's on social media a lot, and there's times I don't want to see him. like I was flicking through Facebook earlier before the stream started, and he's always got these like, thank God it's Saturday. I'm sitting here in a Chinese restaurant with my brother Jay, and sometimes that's funny, and sometimes that hits me in the right way. Other times I'm just like today I was just like, I'm not in the mood. But if you've ever seen Holtzman stand up, he's very funny. So I will say he's funny. But I wouldn't go out of my way for him. I have a friend in New York that knows him really well. That says great things about him. But I'm not, the days of me going is like, I had tickets to see Norm next month in Huntington, New York. He was playing a theater, and that's it. I can honestly say I will never be in a position where I'm watching stand-up comedy again in my life. Guaranteed. I will never be in that position. I will never be a patron of stand-up comedy ever again in my life, because there's no point. There's no point. You get laughs other places. It's like look, not for nothing, but PCL is funnier than all most of them. Watching Perry, doing anything. Watching Perry throw an egg at Gina Carano or whatever, to me is better than seeing these fucking losers. But that's my opinion. You can differ. Sinbad was good. I don't know if I've seen Sinbad. I like Sinbad. I don't know if I ever remember seeing his thing. And I heard he had a stroke, and I heard he's very different now. I saw Robin Williams before his last video. Not as good as Perry's. Right. I can't stand Robin Williams. I've talked about that. Wow, there's somebody that actually liked The Amazing Jonathan? That's crazy. Go look up The Amazing Jonathan. Synopsis on Perry of Kill Tony. Yeah, he was just the big three were on Kill Tony before the debate last year. It was, you can look it up. I'm sure it's on YouTube. I've never seen it. I've actually never seen Perry on Kill Tony. I've never seen it because I couldn't get through. I couldn't imagine getting through Kill Tony. So I've never seen it, and I don't like Tony, and I don't like anybody on that show. So I've never seen it. Yeah, Johnny, I agree. Johnny Pretzel said, I always knew Perry was gold, but the PCL moment was when he dropped that chili. Yeah, the very first stream. I've said this many times that it bears repeating. The moment I knew PCL, it wasn't even called PCL at the time, the moment I knew this streaming thing for Perry was going to work is when at the very end of the first stream, which he was doing election coverage, if you remember, and that was not even on Twitch. It was on OnlyFans, but it's on YouTube now. You could look it up. At the very end of the stream, Perry got deliveries, and that was the first stream that had deliveries. And he ran into the kitchen and he tripped on his way, and the chili spilt all over the floor and all over the wall, and he had this big freak out. And I died, and I watched that, and I said, "Oh, this is gonna work. There's something here. This is gonna work." Because I wasn't sure. I thought honestly I thought it'd be a disaster, but I was like, "No, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. We could do something with this." How about Todd Barry? I don't know Todd Barry. Maybe he's great. Maybe he's hysterical. I still wouldn't go see him live, even if I found him funny. Oh, Joey, you saw. Okay, well, apparently William H. Montgomery got in Perry's face, and Perry almost shit himself. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. I trust me, I've seen enough Perry in my day. Yeah, nothing beats that chili drop, right? Has there been a PCL moment besides the chili drop that like that you guys, because you would know more than me. I'm too close to it, obviously. But is there, aside from the chili drop, has there been a moment in the past year? Because I'm actually thinking about the 1 year anniversary of PCL and like putting together a clips reel. Like, remember this, remember that. Is there another moment that's like the chili drop where it's like not a moment that's funny, like that was a classic moment, but a moment where it's like, oh my God, I didn't know this was possible, or oh my God, I didn't know, like, this is taking it to a different platform, a different plane. The microwave falling backwards. What PCL moments got me laughing the most is a good question. Definitely the chili, and it's little things. What was the one? There was one recently. I forget now. When he really launches off, sometimes I mute my. When he peed his pants recently, and then all the hallway stuff with the animals. When that poor delivery guy was walking past and Perry said, "Did you see a zebra?" I couldn't talk. I was basically unconscious, and I'm not a laugh out loud guy. Like I think it's an Irish thing. We keep a lot of things internalized. So to outwardly show emotion is strange in a weird way, and I'll say laughter is an emotion in that way. But I had tears streaming down my eyes. I was laughing. I could not catch my breath, and I was praying that I was on mute with Perry, and I was. Like I had muted my headset talking to him, and when he went to the door, because I didn't trust myself. Because there are times he'll give a weird look sometimes, because I let out a little chuckle, or something will come up, and he'll cock his eye a little bit like that if you ever catch it, and I think it's because like, oh shit, I should probably mute myself. So that the did you see a zebra, and there's been a bunch of things. The microwave bread, Garrett says. I'll agree with that. The shop vac hot dogs. I like that. That's something that I enjoyed, but I didn't necessarily like die laughing about. The tattoo, the snowboard tattoo revelation. Yeah. Definitely there was something when he first. You know what? I'll tell you something. The first time he opened one of the paintings, no, the first painting was the blowjob bib. When he opened the Jesus Christ painting where he's sitting on Jesus Christ's lap, and that was opened on New Year's Eve, that to me, that to me was a big moment because number one, the painting was so great and it became such a fixture of the apartment and like the backdrop, but also just how creative it was and how great that painting was in so many ways. It was so bizarre and weird, and for me personally, I wasn't necessarily on mic that whole show, but I was in his ear a lot, and he had taken that devil's blood, which really he took a beating on that. And there was a moment, and I was on the line with Scott actually at the time. Scott, who is, pretty much the godfather of PCL because he came up with it, and I was on the line with him, and I don't think I was on the phone. I was like chatting with him as we often do during the stream. Like I'll chat with Joey, Hero, Scott, and I was like, dude, I think I gotta call this. He's fading. Like Perry is like, I was getting a little concerned, not for Perry's health, but just like he was just sitting there like lethargic on New Year's Eve after he did this Devil's Blood, and I think we were only 2 hours in or something like that. And I was just like, oh man, this fucking thing was like, I didn't realize how strong it was, and I don't think he's gonna recoup. And I was ready, like, man, we should just end this. We tried, it wasn't gonna work. And slowly but surely he rebounded. He went to the bathroom for a long time, came back, and then he had a McDonald's delivery, and it was a milkshake, which is the perfect thing to drink, by the way. You want to drink dairy and milk when you have that kind of heat. He was slamming waters and stuff, which only makes it worse. But the milkshake pretty much brought him back. And then when he was back, he opened the painting, and his reaction to it was great. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck, and his befuddlement to it. And then right after that, I think Shark Boy came in, which was great. And then so New Year's Eve is very special to me, because number one, it taught me a lesson in powering through moments that I think aren't working, just as a producer really, or as a director, and also trusting the instinct of others. In that case, Scott, because that stream would have ended at 2 hours and 30 minutes if it wasn't for Scott telling me like, no, let's barrel through this. He'll recover, and I didn't see it, but he did. So that's a shout out to Scott for letting that go, because none of that other stuff was going to happen. What fucked up Perry's stomach the most, the Satan's blood or the duck eggs? I think the duck eggs, because the duck eggs are the ones that had him in the toilet that whole stream where he kept going. That was the one stream where he kept on going to the toilet for excessively long times. JB says Perry was the first person he spoke to in the year 2021. Yeah, that was also the first stream where Perry called people. And I actually borrowed that from Howard Stern, of all people, because I remember when I was still listening to the show, like back, I don't know, maybe back around 2011 or something like that, on New Year's Eve, Howard was on Twitter, and he said, and he had a thing where he was going to call people who tweeted him their number, and he called people, wishing them a Happy New Year. It wasn't on the air or anything like that, but I thought that was a really cool idea. So when New Year's came out, I said, we should call people in different time zones every year. And he did, and I think it worked out, and that obviously translated to Subscriber Sunday. But that was cool. Burp says, hey, why no current streams on YouTube? Well, there's never going to be any current streams on YouTube. We don't stream live on YouTube because we stream exclusively to Twitch, because we're hoping to get Twitch partnership. YouTube is just not amenable to live streaming, but I'm going to get more current with YouTube. The one I'm working on right now, and I was trying to work it over the break, and I wasn't well enough to really give my time to it. I shouldn't even really be talking this long because I'm supposed to be resting my voice, so whatever. But the timeline's all screwed up. There was something, if you've ever done video editing, so I was editing this one stream, and then like the timeline got all corrupted or whatever, and I accidentally saved it, but it saved the corruption, so I'm trying to uncorrupt it. It's just, it's hard to really talk about it. It's really infuriating, and that's why it's been so long between uploads, at least for this cycle. I'm trying to get this one from friggin' April to come out, and I'm going to try to get it this week, but I can't promise it. It's time consuming. There's a lot of problems with some streams in early April, but also YouTube's just not helpful. YouTube doesn't do anything for us. YouTube, we don't get pushed in the algorithm on YouTube. Every stream gets demonetized. So I think the answer to YouTube is I'm going to be putting out more clips on YouTube. I'm going to be putting more streams on YouTube, but I'm going to be doing more clips on YouTube, censored clips that'll maybe get pushed in the algorithm, because that's the way YouTube works. So, there's so many flaws on both Twitch and YouTube, and they don't have the same flaws. There's things that Twitch does right that YouTube does wrong, and vice versa. And like how they handle copyright things. Like, for example, the media share stuff on Wednesday, that all is going to get flagged on YouTube, not on Twitch, which is what I care about. But it's all going to get flagged. Any kind of music shit is going to get flagged on there, and then they have an option. We're going to have to mute it out, which is going to be weird. But they should have a better way to handle that. But anyway, they're never going to be current. Like, you're never going to see this stream on YouTube the next day. That's what Patreon is for. Patreon credenza level, Perry's Patreon, patreon.com/Perry Caravello. All the streams go there roughly within 24 hours of the stream ending, is what I promise. And once in a rare while, I don't make it in it, but it always goes on within 48 hours. So that's what that's for. But my ideal thing for YouTube is to have a ton of clips on it. Like, I want to do some animation on there. Like, even like there's a thing of like Perry, and there's a guy that contacted me that does animation, not the guy that did the early the voicemails that were on a couple of times. He's very good, but this other guy is wanting to do like animations for like Perry's first telling of the poop story, or Perry calling my mom the C word, like animating that and putting it on his channel, and then just but you have to bleep all that stuff, unfortunately, for it to go anywhere on YouTube. So, sorry to see you go. That's too bad for a new fan that Dustin's gonna unsubscribe. Anyway, that's the long answer. YouTube doesn't make it easy for a stream like this. Basically, we don't get any new fans from YouTube. We get all new fans from Twitch, because Twitch, we're suggested from people. Did I see the Cartnark stuff? Yes, of course. I love Cartnarks, and I love the guy who does Cartnarks. I had drinks with the guy from Cartnarks a couple of months ago. He was in New York, and we got together and had a great Agent Sebastian. And we had a great night out. He's a great guy. He's a huge fan, and I love Cartnarks, and I want to get Perry on Cartnarks at some point. But getting back to the YouTube thing, it's very hard. No, I didn't see the new cartoon. I haven't seen that yet. I've seen clips of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. I'm looking forward to it. In fact, I might look at it when we sign off here. You see, okay, where Burp found you found this stream, you found PCL via YouTube. It does happen. Now, did you find it through the PCL channel, the actual Perry Caravello channel, or did you find it through a clip channel and came here? When did Perry call my mom to see? It wasn't my mom. It was somebody playing my mom. It was actually my ex-girlfriend. And she did a great job. But it was a couple of years ago, and Perry was still a Jehovah's Witness, and he was basically calling my mom, telling her why I couldn't be at Thanksgiving because I should be a witness. Found through Tom Brennan YouTube channel, becoming active after like 7 years because I'm an old subscriber. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna work on YouTube now that some things are out of the way for me, that I have more time to focus on this. And I also keep in mind I have real not, and I hate saying real work because not to mean like PCL isn't real work, but I have other work commitments. It's just hard, and it's hard to. I'm gonna get other people to help out with clips for the YouTube channel, and I think clips particularly censored clips, because you want it to go out to everybody on YouTube, will bring more people to the table. I just got to spend the time to like really dedicate. It's hard to do stuff for YouTube and then stuff for the live stream, because I prioritize the live stream. So come Wednesday, I'm in stream mode. I worked it during the day, but then at a certain point I switch over to like, then Joey and I will talk, you know, and Joey is the segment producer of PCL, because you know, and we really hash out how things are going to go. We review the videos. We kind of, you know, and then I got to talk to Perry, get him hyped up, and that all takes work, and that's like 2 hours before the stream even starts. And then the stream goes for as long as it goes, and then the next day I recover from that. So it's hard to get in the mode to start editing like old streams. And when I say editing, there's just like minor touch-ups that need to happen. So it's just, you know, it's whatever. But we're never going to live stream to YouTube, regardless if I get a Patreon or not, partnership or not. Yeah, and Garrett says there was a caller who became a fan through TikTok, and you know, Garrett works really hard in the TikTok, you know. So there's different ways, but yeah, I know there's some people that have found PCL through YouTube, but more so from Twitch, because Twitch pushes the channel, and you got to be you got to be actually looking for kind of PCL content to be pushed on YouTube. Liz says someone jerked Tom off. Liz, that is unbecoming of After Hours talk, I will say. You know, you do have that unique women's only After Hours jacket. But yeah, sure. Is there? I don't think there's a delivery service for that, like there is Uber Eats. And I missed dinner again today. I'm doing so terrible with like my eating habits, because like I didn't eat at all today. I didn't eat anything, and I thought I was going to do it during the stream. His calls tonight were really short, because I took little breaks where I left the room. Like there's one point, Tony Hawk, he comes back, he's staring there, and I said, "What happened? Did you hang up?" He goes, "Well, you told me to." I was like, I fucking wasn't even here. And I think I told him earlier, I said, "Hey, if someone's a real asshole, hang up on them. But other than that, try not to hang up on people." But I'm like, you know, goddamn, I can't even go get a drink of water, because usually the calls go longer than that, and I can relax, I can do something. So anyway, yeah. If anybody's in the area and they want to volunteer to come over, I'll leave the door unlocked. Hand job delivery just seemed like a winning business model. Yeah. Can you imagine? Yeah. Isn't it weird? We did talk about porn quite a bit the other night. So After Hours was getting risque the other night. We did. I was thinking about that the next day. I was like, man, we talked about porn a lot on Friday. Like really talking about like how you would, you know, how you go about getting access to seeing boobs for the first time. So maybe we're turning more adult. But what's weird to me is talking about like guys that would pay for sex or anything like that. Like, why would a guy pay for out of all the things that you can get done by a woman, why would you want to pay for a hand job? Like, why would that become? No, I'm not being serious, Liz. Of course I'm not being serious. I was joking. Why would somebody pay for a hand job when you can get other things? Like, why would you pay for something that you could do pretty well on your own? Oh yeah, Joey's power went out the other night. Yeah, we talked. I forget. We were just talking about how basically we were talking about the struggle of how hard it was to see porn or see anything, any kind of nudity, when you were younger, pre-internet days, and now how it's so ridiculously easy. A model jerked you off once. Wow, well that's different. That's different. Yeah, of course. Why would anybody pay for any of it? Yes, of course. But if you do, why would you pay for that? Is my point. Tom lost the sex worker unit. I'm not doing too bad for the endorsement stuff. See, that's the thing. I really enjoyed the whole thing about After Hours having all these crazy sponsors like the NFL and everything. And Perry was getting legit pissed at me. I could tell. You know, it's gonna get to the point where he's gonna have, like he was saying tonight. He was like, "We're gonna have a serious conversation tomorrow, you and I," and it's gonna get weird. At a point where I'm like, dang. Oh, I would never ban you for asking the furthest distance I ever cummed. But I see, but see, even the way you phrase that, I didn't. We talked a lot about porn the other night, but we didn't get crude about it. And I can be crude, but I didn't do it on After Hours, and I would never ban somebody for that. But I don't know. See, there's people caught up in that. Like, I never got caught up in distance. Like that guy Peter North was always a distance guy. I never got into that. So the answer to your question is I have no idea. I know, thank you, Chad. Like, I was really enjoying your call with Perry, but I was like, oh man, Perry's so pissed at me. And then they were just building up and building up. I was like, man, he's gonna fucking, like, I was expecting him. One of the reasons I called him at the stream was like, he's gonna call his cousin Mark and say, like, because Perry's, if you don't know this, Perry's cousin Mark is basically his accountant in a way, and he also owes Mark a lot of money. So a lot of revenue that Perry gets, a lot of it goes back to his cousin, rightfully so. But like, I could see him telling Mark, like, Tom's After Hours is making a fucking killing. Okay, he's getting thousands of dollars, and I'm getting $5 bullshit here and there. So I was like, oh, this could go bad, but it's. You say what, and he can't understand it. Like what? Who the fuck would want to watch After Hours? It's like, why are you getting? But it's a great way to say to him, like, well, hey Perry, if you stop cursing and threatening to shut off the stream, maybe you can get these things. But Dustin says Tom cups his penis when he comes like a gentleman. Is that a thing? Do guys do that? Can we get Mark? Yeah, I think Mark's not a. Mark's not like. I don't know. He's not a big talker, but yeah, I think eventually Mark will. I like Mark. Mark's a good guy. Liz spelt that wrong. Unbecoming. Asshole. Oh, you're calling me an asshole? I was kidding, Liz. I was totally kidding. I really was kidding. I was totally kidding. Because maybe I think Liz wasn't here when the whole setup for the After Hours thing. Like we made it like a big, like, 5-star gentleman's club, and like how basically what I was saying to Perry the night he went to Denny's is, oh, your language is unbecoming of After Hours, and you're not After Hours material. That's where the unbecoming things comes from, and I'm not talking to you specifically. See, it's hard, even on After Hours, because I feel like a lot of people are here for every stream, and then a lot of people aren't. So I feel like I have to cover some bases for people that weren't here whenever we talked about this, otherwise they're lost. You know what I mean? So it's like, not everybody is on, especially with After Hours, not everybody is always here, for all of them. And God help you if you are. But, so maybe there's certain threads that we get into that are set up elsewhere and then sounds weird here. So anyway, I think I've explained that quite enough. I felt bad and gave him attaboys from King Diamond and Sebastian Bach. Empathy. Yeah. And the King Diamond, he knew who that was, or knew a band. He always knows somebody. What's the difference between Mark and Sam? That's a great question, Sandy. Sam is an idiot, and Mark is not. Sam is a Jehovah's Witness. Mark is not. Sam is selfish. Mark is not. Mark is talented. Sam is not. Smoking cigars. Yes, exactly. Even I've never smoked a cigar in my life, but I would do it at After Hours. We got to do a real After Hours, like live, like in Vegas, like a live After Hours, like in Vegas or something. So Sam also gave Perry some money, but Sam's a total cheapskate. Sam has also really not talked to Perry that much since Perry left the Witnesses, which makes him a shittier person. Sam was always there with his hand out, with certain things. And Mark is more pragmatic. Mark is more genuine. Did Perry get along with Sam when he was at Javaho? Yes, he was his main guy. Sam was the one that kept him in line as a Jehovah's Witness. So yeah, it is a big. There's a big. Sam didn't. Yeah, I guess in a way he did excommunicate Perry because he has. But I think they've talked minorly in a minor way here and there. But I don't know. He talks to Mark a lot, and he even talks to his daughter, on email every now and again. Not a lot, but and his brother Kenny, who's not a witness. So I think Sam might have been the only family member that was like witnessy. But yeah. So anyway, there's a big difference between the two, and I get along with Mark. I never really got along with Sam. I knew how to talk to Sam when I had to, because there were points where when again, it all goes back to when Perry lost his disability, that I had to talk. Now I've talked to them before that, but I really had to talk to them then. Like, listen, this is really bad. This is a bad situation, and can we come together and help out in some way? And this is what we need to do. And Mark was more invested than Sam, and even though Sam lives closer, it's just when you're in a bad spot, you find out who your friends really are, and it's weird when they're family members. And Perry really was dealt a shitty hand as far as family members goes. They're it's not worth getting into, but Mark's a decent person at the core. At his core, he's a decent person. I don't know if I could say the same thing about Sam. And I think that's the thing, is like you got to be a decent person at your core, in life and even in business or anything like that. And I like surrounding myself with people like that. And I just got a bad hit off Sam, not to go on and on about it, but it's a very interesting question. There's some people that when they found out Perry lost his way, they didn't give a shit. People that have been in his life for years, they didn't give a shit. So. But I made certain assurances to Mark and Sam to a lesser degree, but more to Mark, that Mark really stuck his neck out, because I couldn't. Look, I'm not rich by any means, but I did what I could to keep him afloat. I really sacrificed a lot of things, and then Mark did as well, but not Sam. So Mark is owed. So a lot of Perry's income from PCL, a lot of it goes to pay back Mark, because I made promises back then, and I didn't know how those promises were gonna pay off. I thought they would have paid off in other ways, and they didn't, unfortunately. But this is the way they're paying off. So a lot of it goes to Mark, and there was concerns at the time that they were going to, and I mean Sam and Mark were going to sue certain people that Perry was involved with, without getting into any specifics. And I talked them out of that. I talked them off that ledge. I said, listen, this is not a result of those people. Perry fell for this on his own accord. And I assure you that the money that goes in now will be paid back in the future. Now, it wasn't like that. I'm simplifying it. I'm simplifying it to a great degree, because it was over a period of time. And again, we thought that he was going to get back at any point, which never happened. But I basically said, listen, let's not do that. I will find ways, like fundraisers. I'll do something. And I did little things here and there to try to but it was, again, I use the analogy. You're like bailing out the Titanic with a shot glass as it's going down. And so it was a bitch. So anyway, so I made assurances to them, and I put myself in the background. Like, listen, I'd love to be paid back too. Trust me, I think I fucking deserve it. But I put Mark in first position, and Sam to an extent, because I don't trust him. I don't know what he's gonna do, and I don't know. I don't want him to have a gripe against something. So anything they put in, we kept very good bookkeeping. I'm not an idiot. Everything was properly accounted for. So once that's all taken care of, that should be good. See, the important thing here is what goes in the back of my mind is once they are paid back, is that going to be the end, or are they still going to have their hand out, for Perry, like, oh, you're our cash cow now, or something like that, so that's going to be, I've definitely thought about that, and I have ways of dealing with that. So anyway, I'm just letting you in on a very real thing, and since you asked, but yeah, that's the difference between Sam and Mark is enormous. No, they weren't going to sue the Jehovah's Witnesses. No, Sam is one. No. It's obvious names if you know Perry's history. It's big ones, small ones, and everybody in between. Even me. I mean, they didn't mention me, but I could have been on that chopping block. Getting sound-minded of the witnesses, in my opinion, is good for his sense of self. He is less hate-filled from your fan perspective, and happier too. Yeah, he definitely is happier. I think he misses aspects of it, of course, because he's been so indoctrinated, and the community aspect. But the community aspect of it was such a false facade, because when the chips were down, and why he couldn't see this, I don't know. But when the chips were down, and he was really in a bad spot, they didn't help in any way whatsoever. They just like, hey, we don't care. Make sure you do this and that and whatever. If we say jump, say how high. So, yeah, fuck them. Awful, awful people. Really, really awful people. Somebody said that you missed the Kia giveaway. Yes, unfortunately, you did miss the Kia giveaway. Every freckle. Yes. As I look at my arm, my freckles have kind of blended away now, on my arm at least, my arms at least. Maybe it's just from being indoors the past few weeks. Leaving Javajos and dealing with COVID isolation all at once was rough. Glad the stream can give him some community. Yeah, and I think it has. I think the stream's been an important part of his life. And even him and I have grown, despite when he's raging out at me, we have become, we were already close, but we've become closer. We still have our little meetings and stuff. I've said this before, I try to fill gaps. I know Thursday night was always his Jehovah Witness, God, what do they even call it now? I'm so far removed from it, meeting. There was a name for it though. On Sunday, and then on Thursday night, and then Sunday was like the big get together, and I forget what they called that. But now we do the stream on Sunday, and then we do a little talk on Thursday in place of his meeting. That's like we just talk business. Sometimes Mark joins us, sometimes Scott joins us. We just talk, hash out things about the stream, or business stuff or other stuff. And I think it's all about filling the, when you leave a cult, it's all about Kingdom Hall meeting. Thank you, Jesus Christ. I can't believe I forgot that. That's how long it's been. But so I try to fill that void, and I don't know how much longer that's going to be. And we don't do it every Thursday. Sometimes Thursdays we miss it. I can't. Sometimes I can't do it, or he can't do it, or whatever. But we try to make it a semi-regular thing. Routines. And they say when you break somebody out of a cult like that, they say that it's important to fill in things like routines that they would, but replace them with more positive things. So that's what I've been doing, and it's been working. It's been working. Can't believe After Hours is going. How long have we been doing After Hours? I don't even know. What time did Perry get off? Hang your chest like King Kong. I can actually use a chest saving myself. That's the best I can do. My chest was killing me. I worked out right before I went to the hospital. I worked out. I've been in a pretty good gym routine, and man, I pushed myself harder than I have been, and Jesus Christ, I felt it the next day. Like my entire upper body was like I couldn't even move my arms. So that's how long out of it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But man, I fucking felt it, and then I made the attempt of doing leg day like 2 days later, and then I felt it everywhere. But it's good. I'm trying to get back into some kind of routine because I didn't do shit over the pandemic, as evident by anybody who's seen me lately. Him being a Javaho did make for some funny gags. It did. I agree with you, but the gags aren't worth the trade-off of actually having to deal with that. Phantom Green says, spilling the chili, falling while running his baby guy, and the Javaho baptism snuck a splash are the top moments. And one isn't even on video. It's true. Vince says, I'm glad that Perry has good people around him now. Yeah, I think that's important. I think that's important. Could cult and something that vampires emotionally drain you, yeah. Of course, says, my employers are hardcore Christians and great people. Some Javahos came up to us once and were trying to convert us, and my boss got really pissed and gave them hell. Yeah. It's funny. Christians, diehard Christians, are the most antagonistic towards witnesses, I've learned. What about sex cults? If Chaz, if you know any, send me an invite, because that's a horse of a different color. Am I worried about the potential of Perry going nuclear at the release of the waxing vid? From what I've seen, it looks rather revealing. No, because we talked about it, and he knows what he signed up for, and he got paid very well for that. Now, of course, I talked him into giving splitting that with Garrett. I actually ended up giving Garrett a little more because I felt he deserved it. I felt Garrett deserved it, and Perry was okay with that. I actually gave something to Tony Hawk out of my own pocket because I think Tony Hawk was a total champ with that. But no, Perry got compensated very well for that, and I'm not worried about anything about the thing. I'm gonna blur out. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I'm gonna blur out when I do the edit, and I'm gonna do an edit of it, and then I'll send it off to Garrett if he wants to do anything further with it. But I'm going to blur out anything really crazy. What I might do, I still have access to his OnlyFans. What I think I'll do is I'm going to upload a completely uncensored version to OnlyFans. And if there's one or two people left on there, there is like one or two people left on that, even though it hasn't been active since like April or March. I might upload it there, so at least it's somewhere. But no, I gotta sit through that. And I've seen Perry's junk enough times where I'm desensitized to it, but I gotta blur it out. So it's just gonna, and the blurring thing takes excruciating a long time, and I've had to do it a couple of times. It's just you got to go frame by frame. Adobe Premiere has a tracking option, but it's not perfect. So you really got to go frame by frame with it and move the blur over anytime he moves and stuff. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain. I'm not looking forward to it. Has Perry sent me any more dick pictures? No, not recently. I haven't gotten any. I haven't gotten any pictures like that from anybody really. No dick pics, no ass pics, no ball pics. Oops. No, don't go on OnlyFans, Danko. If by the way, and anybody who's on Patreon, if you want to see the uncensored version, I will gladly give that to you. I just don't think, and actually we could probably upload it to Patreon fine, because they allow nudity. They really do, as long as it's not gratuitous or anything like that, which this wouldn't be. I just don't think most people want to see that. But believe me, it's going to be a very tiny little blur. How many inches is Perry? I don't know. It's just I'll be happy to send it to you, Liz. You could you can estimate it yourself. I don't know. It's definitely on the small side. I'll say that. But if anybody wants because I think most people would say they'd want it a little bit censored, and it's not. He's mostly covered up, but then he moves he had this little sock on him, and when he moves, the thing comes off or whatever, and it is ridiculous to me. And Garrett can answer more to this than I can because he was there. I was like listening to it and monitoring it while it was going on, but not Garrett. Perry was way more comfortable with two guys in his apartment being completely naked than I ever thought. Like he screamed and yelled when those tapes were being ripped off. He was like, "Ah, motherfucker!" Ah. But there's times where he got up to adjust something and he was stark naked, and Tony Hawk and Garrett were there, and he was not giving two shits. So that surprised me. There's every now and then something because I thought he would be way more volatile, and he was at points. But I don't know. It was weird. It was like turning a shark. They always say, if you don't want to be eaten by a shark, try to find a way to turn it on its belly, and it'll go docile. I feel like Perry was turned on his belly somehow. Like it was, and the fact that he didn't want to murder anybody. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. Yeah, he did. I mean, he's been comfortable with nudity in the past. Maybe because he just rocks commando style. Maybe he's used to it. Maybe it's not a big deal to him. I don't know. It's a big deal to me. Like even when I change in like the locker room or like the gym, I'm still a little weird about it. Like I put a towel around me to take my shorts off. Like but he's fine. He's got no issues. Yeah, I know. You would think it would be the opposite, that he would not be cool with that, but it was thinking he was definitely freaking out at parts, but mainly if Tony Hawk was like talking about Tom Sims or something like that, he was yelling about that, but not about him being naked. Does anybody have an answer? How long have we been doing After Hours? When did Perry go off? I'm just curious. I got a famous last words. I do have to wrap this up. Do I know Perry's entire catalog of films he's been an extra in? No, not at all. Just the ones he's talked about. I know Austin Powers. I know Threesome and Rockstar and I don't know, the Bedazzled. That's about it. I don't know. I don't know anything else. Is that really true though? Is it? After Hours never long. I feel like there's sometimes where After Hours goes a little too long. I don't know. And we got to change up. I mean, not that completely change up, but we definitely got to change up After Hours. How the structure of it. Because I do want to take phone calls on it and stuff eventually. And not every stream is going to have an After Hours because there's sometimes I just can't do it. But the ones that we do, I'd like to get. We've done it a couple of times with phone calls. I'd like to get actual phone calls on Painter House. Tom, you have to take the painting of me and Perry. It's like, well, the person that sent the painting is actually sending one to me. Very generous. He actually contacted me and said that he'd be more than happy to send it to me. So I am going to have my own copy of that painting, which I will hang. I will get a frame and hang prominently. I think it's beautiful. I really was blown away by it. Blown away by it. I'm not just saying that because I'm in it. I think it's the best painting to date. It's unbelievable, and his reaction was perfect. And I want him to keep it too. I don't want him to sell that one. I want him to keep that. I want that. If I have it my way, I want him to get a frame for it and hanging it up above the microwave permanently. I don't want that going anywhere. All the other ones, will probably be sent off, but I want that one to stay as a fixture. And again, I'm not saying because I'm in it. I'm not like that. I really am not. I don't have an ego. I guess we all have egos in some degree, but I don't have that kind of ego. Elton says, I like After Hours. It's relaxing after such intense moments. I know. That's why I need it. I need out because I need to detox. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be doing something. I wouldn't be sleeping. There are times where I have to sleep. Like Wednesdays are tricky. But yeah. I get it. I get it. I do want to get, because we're actually, I'm talking to a couple people about merch because I want to launch PCL merch, like good merch, not shit merch. And I don't know how many people would get one, but I would like to, at least for myself, I would like to get a powder blue After Hours smoking jacket that we all put on. And I could, now and then once I get on video, like I'll actually have it, and then on the breast it'll say, like AH whatever, and then we can all maybe have numbers, like maybe they can be numbered or something like that. I do want to do that. I don't know how like the cost factor on that would be to get that together, but I would like some kind of smoking jacket, like a real one. Oh, thanks, Danko. That's sweet of you to say. Yeah, and I like I don't want to treat merch the way other people treat merch, like the other podcast. Like people just like vomit out merch like it's garbage, and I want to get good. I really want to get good stuff. I have very intense quality control with certain stuff, so I would like a PCL hoodie, but nothing crazy. Good night, Sandy. We're going to be right behind you, but good night. Thanks for hanging out. I want a black and red one to be number 666. We can do that. We can make customizations like that. Maybe After Hours branded cigars. Yeah, I like the After Hours branded whiskey, or at least whiskey glasses. Like After Hours accoutrements. Like high end, high class stuff. Like the kind of stuff that you'd get like at a 5-star hotel. Like that's how I like to treat After Hours. Gentlemen's club, but women are allowed in. The cool women are allowed in. And the women will have their own cut of the jacket. Something like that. I don't know. I gotta conceive it more. Yeah, I know. PCL merch has been in demand since we started the channel, and I just haven't had the resources or time. But now I actually have really good people I'm talking to. Like there's one guy who's a fan of the stream, but he knows what the hell he's doing. He knows what he's talking about, and he's been ordering test merch for the past couple of months from all different kinds of companies. And what he's doing is he's ordering the merch using the logo, like a couple of test designs, like test shirts, like with the PCL logo on it. And he's putting it through the wash. He's seeing how they wash. He's seeing how they fit. And like there's a couple like, hey, this one was great. Like there was one really nice shirt. It was like the kind of comfy shirt you like the kind of shirt that's like your favorite shirt, the one that you always want to come out of the dryer, the one you reach for. And it looked great, and then he said, the logo started crumbling and like after the third wash. So we're going through rigorous testing now of actual merch. No, I want to do that. Perry got, as far as Perry's Angels go, that is happening because there's that women's cutoff tee that he got sent to him that had the old Perry skateboard logo. It was that light blue shirt. That thing is fantastic. So I do want to do a Perry's Angels, like women's like tank top, for sure. There's a couple of them. So we're testing out a bunch of things, and we're basically finding merchants, and then basically after you find the right merchants, the right makers, then you got to get a storefront on the website integrated. So there's things like Teespring and things like that that didn't work for us, but I'm gonna find it, and crack the code and get it out, because I just didn't want to throw it out, because a lot of people just go and they find like the cheapest shit available. Like they'll buy like low rent like fucking shirts that are like garbage. Like they actually hurt your skin. They're like wearing burlap or something like that, like some cheap shit. Then they find a cheap like printing to go over or whatever. Like so. Anyway, working on merch. Don't worry. Merch is coming, and it's going to be cool stuff, and we're totally open to suggestions too. Can I set up a green screen behind Perry for a stream? Yeah, maybe like once or twice, but why would you want to do that on a regular basis? Because I think part of the set of the stream is his apartment, and when you have a green screen, you lose that. I think if Perry ever moves, we need a green screen that'll replicate this apartment. But as far as like female merch, there's a lot of female PCL fans. Don't underestimate the PCL female fans. There's a ton of them, and and I think they'd be into it. So definitely gonna do stuff for that. I wear my hoodies of the New Year's Eve stream. Perry holding the Jesus, holding the painting. It's great, but the actual PC, yeah. And again, like those are done by Streamlabs, like automatically, and those are fine. I don't have any. But I want to do a Scary Perry TomB shirt, like a really good one, and get all that stuff nailed down. Somebody asked, oh, could we do a PCL face mask? And there's no fucking way I would do that. I think selling printed face masks like for like, I don't know, like entertainment things is total cringe, especially now that masks are kind of lightening up, or have been for quite some time. There's no fucking way I would do that. I think that's an embarrassment. I've set up lots of stores, and I ended up using Printful. I was looking at that actually, Printful. See, that's what I want, a nice tri-blend. So yeah, Printful is definitely a name that's been thrown around. Because you just don't want shit shirts. You don't want you don't want garbage merch, because I think it's an insult. Like you always want to give people something for their money, and you don't want to give shit merch. Like it's really the worst thing out there. But it's hard. Like Danko says, quality merch is hard to find, and it's true. But yeah, Danko, actually shoot me a message maybe tomorrow. Let me know who you use, because I was actually gonna hit up Mike Redbar to see who he uses. His merch is really good, but I don't want to bother him because he's dealing with other things. But I know other people that have done merch and just done it the lowest, cheapest, shittiest way possible, and I don't want to do that. Perry's piss and shit patio tee. Yeah, no 100% cotton. No, you want a nice tri-blend. You want a nice soft shirt that feels good. Like there's certain shirts I have that are bed shirts, that are nice, and they feel calm. That's the kind of shirt I want. I want the PCL shirt I want is like the one that you can't wait to get out of the wash. Like, oh my god, I can't wait till that shirt's clean because I can't wait to wear it again. Not the one like, oh, I like this shirt that's done by a band or like my favorite podcast. It's too bad that the shirt is so uncomfortable and awkward to wear. You don't want that. I've ever talked to Mike Redbar. Yeah, I mean not like on the phone or anything like that, but just Messenger. Like and he, I don't think he knows who I am. Like maybe he does, but I don't think he knows like because I know he knows Big Three stuff through Gavin or whatever, and I don't think he's a fan. I don't know if he knows of PCL's existence or anything like that. But yeah, I was just messaging, like if he's looking for something. I've messaged him, and then I gave him he was looking for a password for something once, like some streaming platform, and I had one. I said, hey, you can use mine, and that was it. Or I asked him a question about something, peripheral stuff, like like a fan would, not anything. Yeah, the super boxy tees are shit. Phantom Green. They're not only old fashioned. They're shit. They're shit, and I don't want that. Yeah, exactly, Danko. Danko says it's insulting to have garbage merch. Why pay for stuff that won't last? Not only in stuff that won't last, like having stuff that won't last is one thing where it falls apart. That's one level of insult. But also like to have some kind of like Fruit of the Loom shirt or something like that they just bought bottom of the barrel stock and took it to some junk printer, and then charged you like whatever, like $40 or whatever people charge for shirts or whatever. It is insulting because it is your advertising, and people are basically going to walk around with these shirts. Now, look, I'm not saying someone walking around with a PCL shirt is going to bring new people to the stream, whatever. But have some goddamn respect for your image, for your product. What's the bit with Momentology and going to Barstow? I don't know what you're talking about. Me going to Barstow? I didn't put my foot in that one way or the other. I just said I've been to Barstow, which is true. I've been to Barstow. Perry Attack Resilient shirt. Rick, do you own any of those? Because you could probably use them. Baby mode clothes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Johnny Pretzel says, no tees for After Hours. Got to be tiny logo on like a right breast. Yeah, right? That's probably true. We probably need something classier for After Hours. And I need a real logo. I had somebody design me a logo for After Hours, but I'm going to need a real logo for it. Barstow, somebody said how Barstow's really creepy. And I'll tell you, the time that I stayed in Barstow, I was driving from LA to Vegas to see a concert, and I was by myself. I've been to Barstow a couple of times, but this is the only time I stayed overnight. And I left. My friend was, my friend plays at Morrissey. He's his guitarist, and we were in California, and I saw him play. We were in Santa Barbara. And then I had the bright idea to drive right after the show straight to Vegas because I had a hotel, I was going to get a hotel and everything like that. And right at about the 3-hour mark or something, this is a bad idea. I'm going to drive off the road. So I made the determination when I got to Barstow, I was going to find a hotel. Not a lot of hotels in Barstow. I mean, there are, but they're like motels. They're like creepy, at least at the time. This was like early 2000s, and I found a hotel, like a Bates not like a nicer Bates motel, and I just remember it being so creepy, and they had a pool out front, and I was like, oh, I went out and dipped my foot in it, and it was like ice cold to the point where like, oh my god, this pool hasn't been maintained in a year. Like it was like creepy. I went to get ice, and the ice machine wasn't working. It was like a really old room, like a room that hadn't been updated since the 70s. It had an old TV, but it was at the time where most hotels still had old TVs. But this was a real old TV, like where there was an actual dial on the TV. There wasn't even a remote for it. And but it was what was there, and I just wanted to sleep. And then I remember laying in the bed and hearing these like noises from outside, like haunting noises. Like, and I'm not a spooky guy. I'm not into like ghosts or anything like that. I don't believe in it. But I just remember really creeped out. And then nobody else was at this hotel either. I was the only car, and there was no other room. I was the only occupied room, so it really was like Psycho in a way. But I opened it up. I opened up the door. It was always one of those motels too. Obviously, you open the door and you're right there, like you're right in the parking lot. I couldn't figure out, there was this noise, and it was so far. I've always been afraid of unidentified noises out in the distance. Anytime that's in a movie, like there's very few effective scares for me where I am scared in a movie, or like creeped out in a movie, because like jump scares don't work for me. Nothing works for me. But they took pity on my freckles. I probably had more of them at the time, to be fair. I have a fear, not a fear. It's not like but of like being in a quiet place, but hearing some noise way off in the future, not in the future, in the distance. And there was this train, this like freight train or something, um, I couldn't make it out. And then like this, the more I listened, I can make out this train, and it was just like going and going and going. Like this must have been the longest train in the world. I mean, it was making like this noise, and it was far enough away, but I can kind of make it out. It was just going over and over. Yeah, like a ghost train or something like that. And it's like that movie, the Blair Witch Project. I remember seeing that when it came out. The only scene that worked for me, that really did anything for me, even though I knew it was, that whole genre where, the found footage genre, but which really was the first one. There was that scene in the movie, late in the movie, where I don't know, I forget how many people were left, but there were like 2 people left or 3 people left, and then one of their friends was missing, and they could hear their friend screaming in the distance, and they were in the dead of night, and it was these like woods. That, I remember seeing that in the theater and being like, oh my god, that's really creepy. This is the most effective thing in the entire movie, was this distant scream coming from the middle of the wood, and you didn't know where it was. That, out of anything else, was effective, but it's rare. Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust is probably the first one. You're right, Rick. Yeah, very ahead of its time. That you're right, 100%. But anyway, so getting back to the thing, I eventually fell asleep because I was so tired, and I just had nightmares about this train, the Mow and Drip Ghost Train, or whatever it was, the Barstow train. And I had a dream, multiple dreams about the train, like where it was passing right behind the hotel and they were coming to pick me up. The train stopped and the people on the train were banging on the hotel door, or they were sneaking in the room trying to get me on the train, and then all different variations of the train. So I woke up the next day so scatterbrained from these dreams about the train and the noises in Barstow. So I have very unsettling memories of Barstow. That's why the whole Mow and Drip thing is very interesting to me, because it's such a creepy place. It's really a perfect location to do something like that. I would believe that a cult would be held up in Barstow. And yeah, I saw Cannibal Holocaust last year for the first time when Joe Bob Briggs showed it on Last Drive-In. I had never seen it. And I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I thought it was I think Cannibal Holocaust has a great soundtrack, too. But yeah, I can't remember every beat of every dream that I had that night, but it was all about the train and the sound. And even talking about it now, I can remember what that train sounded like. And it was and the fact that I was by myself in the middle of nowhere, and I'm a city guy, and I'm in the middle of Barstow, and I'm hearing these noises, and I remember the feeling of the air outside of the hotel, like the motel room, where I opened the door, and there's no sound either. It's really creepy, especially if you come from New York or any kind of metropolitan area, where you go to a place and the sound of complete silence. And I've only experienced it a handful of times. I experienced it in Arizona once, where there's nothing. There's no insects. There's no cars in the distance. There's no crickets. There's nothing. It's just perfect silence. And then this thing in the distance that's this creepy, foreboding sound. So that was very effective on me. And I had a hard time shaking it. Like the next day, I was frazzled. by it. Not because I believe there was any ghosts, not believe I believe there was something scary about it. Just in my head, like that train was scary. There was whatever that train was delivering was bad. It was all like some kind of nefarious thing in my brain. They weren't transporting like, you know, livestock or equipment or anything like that. It was just, you know, it was just, yeah, it was just, ooh. It was creepy. But it's one of those things, like that was like 20 years ago now. More, was it 20 years ago? It's close to it. And I still vividly remember everything about it. Most everything about it. I've seen Tom Green's YouTube in the last year. He visited a lot of the desert areas. No, I haven't seen it. I know Red Bar talked about it. I've seen a little bit. Yeah, he's driving around in some van, right? Yeah, that stuff's. I mean, it's interesting. It's like I couldn't do that. That's not my thing. I did have a good burger in Barstow, though. Not that time. Another occasion where I literally just stopped there to get gas, as Perry said. Oh, okay. Rick says Perry stretched the shit out of your shirt, and he forgets about it until you put it on. I have shirts like that, yeah, where like they've been stretched in some weird way, and then I put it on. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't wear this anymore. Has Barstow been built? Because I haven't been to Barstow in a long, long time, and I have no intention of going back. Like to the point where I don't even. I'm not driving from L.A. to Vegas anymore. I would take a plane. I wouldn't do that drive anymore. I'm over it. I don't like long car rides. I'm not into road trips anymore. I used to be, like when I was younger. I don't give a shit now. If there's a plane that goes there, I'm taking that. Or a train even. But I wouldn't take a train to friggin' Vegas either. Watch the Green Inferno. What's the Green Inferno? Oh, are you watching the Red Bar episode about Tony Hinchcliffe? Yeah, that's ground zero. Really, there's other things you could watch, but if you enjoy that, you're going to enjoy Red Bar. The Red Bar coverage of the Tony Hinchcliffe documentary on YouTube. If you don't like that, you're not going to like Red Bar, but you're probably going to. It's just an excellent dissection, regardless of who it is. Regardless, even it could be somebody else. It just so happens to be Tony Hinchcliffe, but it could be somebody else. Yeah, and Johnny Perez, like I like solo car rides. That's right. I don't like driving with friends. I don't like driving like, you know, if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend, because now I'm forced to make conversation. And sometimes I like to drive in silence, and other times I just want to listen to what I want to listen to. I want to listen to music sometimes, and my music, or I want to listen to, like, let's say I want to listen to Red Bar. Like, I don't know anybody in my life that would listen to Red Bar. That's all I would want to listen to, or maybe an audiobook or something like that. But if I have to drive to my sister's, who's in Pennsylvania, that's a 3.5 hour ride. I'm going to listen to Red Bar. And even if I have my other sister in the car, it's a pain in the ass. Now I love my younger sister. But I don't want to have to, like, it sucks. I always think, like, man, if I was by myself, I'd be listening to this. If I was by myself, I'd be listening to that. You know, whatever. I could pull up a Bowie concert or something like that. I want to listen to this, or, you know, whatever. I want to listen to an audiobook or something. And you can't do that because then someone's always going to talk, and then you got to pause it. And it's like, this is really, you know, not going to work for me. Oh, that's cool. I discovered Red Bar from Tom. Great recommendation. Yeah, I get a lot of, you know, especially when I think we were talking a lot about it this past spring on After Hours. And I know that this specific stream, even After Hours, is responsible for at least, I would say, a good 50 people that went over to Red Bar and became like Scars Club members and like really invested deeply into it. So you know, I don't know. I should get a free T-shirt for that. You know, Uh, I don't want Perry ever on his screen though. Like, I don't think he would be, but I don't ever want to. I don't ever want to be covered. Red Bar's coverage of Big Mike is my favorite. See, I don't like Big Mike coverages. I don't find him interesting. Like, I don't like him. And you say that you don't give a shit about Big Mike outside of Red Bar. That goes for every fool except for me, except Josh Denny. I'm obsessed with Josh Denny outside of Red Bar because I just like I'll look at his tweets or I'll just like look at. He's so bad. He's so awful. He's the ground zero worst person ever. Whatever happened with the watermelon? To be continued. It still has a bunch of rubber bands on it, and he'll be adding more on Wednesday. Where do I live? I live on Long Island in New York, about 30 minutes outside of New York City. I don't live that far into Long Island. I live pretty central. I don't live deep on Long Island. Yeah, Mike knows Perry. I think just through Gavin in a way, like just like Big Three stuff. But I don't think he knows about. I don't think he gives a shit. I don't think it's just not his thing. I think he's been flat out asked if he was into it. He said no. On Long Island, not in Long Island. That's correct. Yes. Danko says, After Hours is a time to share quality content together with like-minded people. It's great to share gems. I agree. I've picked up some good things from After Hours. Like, people have turned me on to stuff, and I really like that. And if I've done that for you guys, that's awesome. And we should do more of that. Like, share our... like, we should do... what I'd like to do, maybe in the Facebook group would be the most appropriate place, because it would get lost in Discord. I would like to share our favorite YouTube channels, because I watch YouTube more than anything else. And I trust the opinion of a lot of people on here. So I would like to, maybe I'll start that tomorrow. I'll just post a bunch of YouTube channels that I've either talked about or referenced or whatever. And then you guys can just add to it. Because I'm always looking for good YouTube content. Like that wrestling bios I found. I don't think I found it through the stream. I just found it randomly because I was looking up other wrestling stuff. And that's been aces for me. If you're even peripherally into wrestling or were into wrestling, you got to check out that guy's channel. It's really good. Tecmo is right up there for me. Tecmo, I haven't seen him in a while, but Tecmo, yeah. But I'm gonna write a note to myself and do that tomorrow. I'm gonna start a thread on the Facebook group, and just put in some of my favorites, and then we'll all add to it. We'll all add our favorite little YouTube things, and then somebody can copy it to other places. But I think the Facebook group's the best place for it. It's the best medium for it. Joey has you have a chat channel in Discord. We can do it in there too. We'll do it in the YouTube channel too. The Discord channel. But I'm always looking for new like YouTube finds, so I'll get to that tomorrow. AN1337 brought you here. That's cool. So that was a couple of weeks ago when they shared the screen. That's awesome. I know a lot of people came on board for that. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And I know it gets overstated to the point where it sounds cheesy, but I really do think this is a really good community, and I think it flew by tonight. But there was a comment to Perry that basically quoted the "Welcome Back, Cotter" theme. We tease you a lot, but welcome back. But basically we tease you a lot, but we love you. I forget the exact quote. But we love you, and I think that's the core element of any diehard PCL person is have fun, but there's lines that most people know inherently, and I think at the core everybody loves them and wants them to see them do well, and have a good life, and but entertain us while we're here. I think that's the core element of it, and not to ever be aggressively mean-spirited, and that's the thing. And I know there's some people that don't love Perry. I know that to be true, but I think most of us do. Nah, I think the fish guys are going to remain anonymous because I think had we not said anything about it, because universally me and the whole chat were like, this is fucked up. And I think they probably would have posted something somewhere like on Facebook, like, hey, we did this or whatever, or they would have sent in an offer like, oh, do this with the fish or whatever, but they didn't because of the reaction it got. So they probably maybe they learned a lesson from it. And to be honest, I don't think they're bad guys. I don't think those two guys were bad people. I don't think they were looking to hurt the stream at all. I just think they didn't think it through, and they, bad judgment call, and got a little too close to the PCL sun, which happens to all of us. It's happened to me. You get a little too carried away with something and you're like, oh, okay, there's a little too much, let's pull back. It happens, and I'm not going to crucify them for that. I just don't want that to be a repeat offense, and I feel that way even about, and by the way, like even the person who called the fire department on Perry back then, whatever. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen again, but the fire department all know him now. And if they get a call like that again, they're not gonna worry about it too much because they're all fans of the stream. Apparently, they know who he is. They watch it. The local Reseda Fire Department are like fans of PCL because they were called to his apartment, which is crazy. Rick says, "Oh, the fish were valuable." Oh my God, I forgot all about that. I forgot all about Rick's phone call about the value of the fish. I thought that was brilliant. I really, really liked that. Just to see his eyes rolling and his, how. That was great. That was actually great stuff. I wonder if he'll remember it. Like, will I hear about that tomorrow? Danko says, I want Perry to succeed. I want Perry to be able to pay TomB back. Thank you. I'm glad we're getting closer to that goal. Yeah, me too. And I want that. I like little things. Like I want a retirement thing for Perry. I want him to be okay. I want him to be taken care of. And I hope he lives a long life, but however long that is, I want him to be taken care of. I don't want him to like have to, because at the center of everything, it's like Perry. Whatever you think about Perry, he's been dealt a really shitty hand in life, into the people that he's been surrounded with. I'm not even talking about his accident, even though that's a bad hand. He's been put in situations with bad people, even in his family and stuff, and I want him to be okay, and I want him to, and I love Perry. I really do. I love Perry. I love him. He's one of my best. I could say this unabashedly. He's one of my absolute best friends, through thick and thin, through good times and bad. He's the person I talk to the most in my life. He's the person I talk to the most in my life, bar none, without exception. And that has to mean something. And, so he needs somebody. There's certain people you come across in life that need a little more taken care of than other people. You can have other friends that they're okay, and there's some people that aren't. And there's some people that if you're out with a big group of friends or whatever, maybe you look after one friend more than the others because you have one friend that's not as much of a social butterfly, so you favor conversation with them throughout the night, and that's just what you do with certain people, and I think that's what we all do with Perry in a way. It's like we love him, and he is a bundle of joy in other ways, and he does bring out entertainment and stuff, and yeah, you want to see him fly off the handle and stuff, but you don't want to see him in a genuinely hardship way, and that's what I want from him. I want him to have a nice life. I want him to, eventually when he crawls out of all this stuff and making things right with people he owes money to and everything like that, we'll see where things go. And I think he's doing a really great job, and I'm genuinely proud of him, even though I get really frustrated with him at times. That's the nature of the beast. But I'm glad most people are on the same page with that. The swatting thing wasn't good, but it was really entertaining. I can agree with that in hindsight, but at the time I wasn't really seeing that. The silver lining of the fish thing was the value of the fish. Yeah, and that's the thing is even when Perry was sent like those insects, and that was like a while ago now. He was sending ants. I just I don't know, ants or whatever, but just the fact that and and believe me, I'm not a vegan. I eat meat all day long, but I I don't know. I have a hard time with like sending Perry something that's a living thing, no matter what it is, for Perry to throw it away, like put it in a dumpster or like put it down the toilet. That turns my stomach. And even those two fish, like I'm really glad Rick came through for that. And if Rick wasn't going to, I think Garrett had offered to, to take the fish. So whatever. Those fish were not going to die on our watch, on PCL's watch, and it's a it's a service thing as well, where like Twitch is like, oh, you can't kill things on the stream, which is probably obvious, but it wasn't even about that. It was just about the I don't know. You got to have a basic moral compass, with certain things, and I just think that's going a little too far. I just don't think it's funny. Like Jill says, I don't think it's funny. Didn't make me laugh. It was annoying. Especially since it was our first stream back and there was a lot of stuff to get to, and it just added, unnecessary baggage. Tell Perry to start brushing his tongue. Okay, I haven't noticed his tongue. Is it in bad news? When Perry hits Social Security age, does he retire from the stream? No, I can guarantee that. No. Does Perry have any stories about running into Bill Cosby at the store or otherwise? You mean the Comedy Store? Or even an opinion on the Bill? Yeah, he's talked about Bill Cosby quite a bit. I couldn't get into it verbatim right now, but he's talking. I don't think he's talked about Bill Cosby's rape allegations necessarily, but he's talked favorably about Bill Cosby and listening to his records. Cora says, I love Perry too. He's a good person deep down, really. And he is. I do think he's a good person deep down. I think it's hard to see at certain points, especially during the stream. But he is a good person. We all want Perry to live comfortably in his apartment. This is Lil Gapper. Am I saying that right, by the way? I keep saying Lil Gapper, but I know it's Li1. That's just how it reads to me. I always like people to correct me if I'm reading their Twitch names wrong. Is it Gaper, Gapper? L1, let me know what the pronunciation is. Rick, I know Rick loves Perry for sure, and he's been on the receiving end quite some things. Perry needs all the help he can get. We will save him. Yeah, and we have saved him from poverty. He's not in any kind of danger of poverty. And I always use the juxtaposition of a year ago. A year ago was always like, this time a year ago. Shit, September of last year was as bad as it could possibly get for me, for him. Like, I was trying to buy, I finally bought a house this year. I was trying to buy one last year, and I couldn't because no lender would give me a mortgage because I look like a complete moron on paper. Even though, I had the money, not to buy the house outright, of course, but, I had the money to at least prove that I could pay a mortgage month to month. But they're like, oh wait, because when you go to apply for a mortgage, they look at all your stuff. They look at your taxes. They look at your income, your bank statements and stuff like that. And on pay, and they're saying, where's all this money? Wait, you basically have more money going out than coming in. So they denied me, and and then I eventually had to get like my parents to co-sign. It was so embarrassing at my age that I had to get like my parents to co-sign and like all these things to get this going. A year later, but this time last year it was like every day he was hitting me up for like, can I get $10 for a sandwich? Can I get he was needling really hard sometimes, and then also I'm paying for his bill, I'm paying for his phone bill, and everything. It was just getting. I was tapping out. And at this time last year, though, we did have Cameo, and that was a little something, but that was a little bit of a stopgate, a little bit of relief, but it wasn't the end all be all. It wasn't like, oh my God, all our problems are solved. It was just a little something, but and then anyway, very different position now, where I don't have to wake up in a cold sweat. Rick says, I don't want the fish to feel the wrath of Perry. That sucks. And you would know what the wrath of Perry is. Very few people do. I know the wrath of Perry all too well. A kid could have him, make someone happy, crosses the line when it involves innocent living things. That's the perfect way to say it, and I agree. Does cross the line. Fish bad, McDonald's good. I like that. How did I get Perry to stop calling people the F-bomb? That is it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. I basically drilled it out of him. Honestly, it ties back to him leaving the witnesses, because a lot of his issues, even like his issue with gay people, whatever, that was all tied down to the cult and like the indoctrination and like the making it an evil thing, that it really just diseased his brain. So it was a lot of deprogramming, and I don't say that in a way that it was like manipulative. I say that in a way that a nurturing deprogramming, where it's like, hey, listen, it wasn't easy, it didn't happen overnight. It was really hard. It was one of the things I was always worried about starting this, is like, man, he's just gonna drop that a couple of times and it's bye PCL. But I've been really proud of him, actually. Like, he doesn't say it at all, like not even in our personal interactions. So yeah, but it wasn't easy. It was a long thing. Danko says, I love Perry. I like that. I think even people say they hate Perry or F you Perry, I think they deep down they love. You gotta love him. You hear, right? You're watching it. He's entertaining you. He's giving you something, So yeah. But yeah, what a difference a year makes, though. And Danko says, so much happened in a year. Yeah, a lot happened this year. A lot. Stuff I can't even get into, but unbelievable. It was definitely an insane year. Really. So the 1 year anniversary of PCL is going to be a big deal in a lot of ways. Rick says, this time last year I was crying laughing at the cameo I got from Perry in a diaper. Had no idea it would evolve to this level of engagement. Yeah, I know. It's strange. I got a thing just now. I never really look at Facebook I look at Facebook memories to delete stuff. like I just, because I think sharing opinions is like cringe on Facebook, and I like a memory will come up like from like 8 years ago, where I just ate McDonald's and I think this, or ever get a sandwich, or some observational bullshit, and that I'm just like so embarrassed by. I'm like, oh, delete, and most memories just get deleted. Like, I'm just deleting that. Goodbye. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Or I checked, or I remember checking into places like Tom Brennan checked into, wherever, Beefsteak Charlie's, and then and tag people that you're with. I am with it. I was like, ooh, oh my god, I can't believe I ever did that. Delete. But I got Perry's the anniversary of our friendship just popped up, which I don't know. I don't remember it being September 27th, but it says that 12 years ago we became friends on Facebook. So, it's got a picture of us. 12 years of friendship with Perry Caravello. Celebrate your friendship by looking back at the memories you've shared. Tom and Perry. Oh no, I'm sorry, 11 years. 11 years. It says 11 years. So that's interesting. And we were MySpace friends before that. Where was I on 9/11? I was living in, I was living in Queens. 9/11. I was in Queens, and I wasn't in the city. In fact, I was off that day, and I slept through part of 9/11, and then was called by my girlfriend at the time, and she had said, "Can you believe what's going on?" And I was out really late the night before, so I didn't want her to think I was just being a lazy ass, and being like, you just woke me up. So I pretended to know what she was talking about. And I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. Like, and it could have been anything. Like, I thought in my mind she was saying uh, like, Jesus, like, some celebrity died, or there was a big car accident, or like an elephant escaped on the Long Island Expressway or something like that. And I'm like, "Are you watch?" I think she said, "Are you watching TV? This is crazy." And I was just going along with it. I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, wow, kooky," you know. And she was like, "Oh my god!" And then like she was overreacting, and I was like, "Yeah, okay. So I'll call you later, right? You know, let me go back to bed." And she totally caught me. She totally busted me. And she's like, "You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I totally do. It's crazy. I agreed with you. Now let me, I gotta go. Are you just waking up? Were you asleep?" And I was like, no, but when you say no, that you're totally caught in a lie, and you're like, yes. But I was like, no, and she got super mad at me, and then she said, "The World Trade Center's on fire. A plane threw it." At that point, there was only one plane, and I was like, and then I automatically, like, I was like, oh, and then I was just like, it was like silence, and I was like, all right, I'll call you back. And then at the time, I didn't realize that all phone lines were like jammed at that point. There was no call. I couldn't get in touch with her after that. And then I turned on the TV, and I saw what was going on. And I felt like an asshole. I was like, "Oh my god, this is bad." So I was home, and as I've said before, my dad used to be the fire safety director of the World Trade Center back in the 90s after he retired from the. Oh, Rick was in high school in Tehachapi. That's great. I mean, it's not great, but it's interesting. My dad was the fire safety director of the World Trade Center when he retired from the New York City Fire Department, and his friend took his old job, and he was working across the street. Anyway, my dad was in Chicago helping my sister move in. And I said this before, but had he been in New York at the time, he would have died, because he would have been there. So my sister, being a pain in the ass, asking him to help move her to Chicago is what basically saved his life. But yeah. Anyway, that's where I was. I was in New York. I was in Queens, and I could see it when I went out. I could see I could see part of it. It was very creepy, and it was just a weird thing that I you like to think as a New Yorker that you were there the whole time. Like, oh, I was there. I was on the rooftop. I saw everything. No, I slept through the first one and caught it after that. So yeah. Danko says the F-bomb going away is the best thing for Perry's career after leaving the Java House. I agree, wholeheartedly agree. It's a nasty thing. It's just like, and especially the way he said. I know other people use it, and they'll be like playing a video game, and they're like, "Oh, you F word," and that's fine. I'm not gonna get on top of somebody who does that, but it's just there's such a nasty lace, especially when he said it. It was always so nasty and like vicious, and I'm glad that's gone. And again, knock on friggin' wood. I hope it is. It could always rear its ugly head if he's triggered the right way, but who knows? Yeah, like getting back to like Facebook things, like things like embarrassing. Like there's so many posts that I've made on Facebook in the past. Now, by the past I mean like over 5 years ago, whatever. And I think in recent years I've been pretty reeled into the fact that really posting any opinion publicly is cringe and embarrassing. But I I'm trying to find any example, but I see them pop up in memories, and I don't go on Facebook every day either. And it's very past couple of days I haven't been on at all, but I'll just like click on them, like click on your memories, and I'm not looking at it to like see positive memories. I'm going to see how embarrassing old posts were. Like, there was one where I was like talking about an episode of Lost that came on. You know, like I was like, last night's episode of Lost was this or that, and I was like, holy shit, how fucking embarrassing! I'm embarrassed for it, myself. I'm embarrassed for my 2009 self. And then there's like, I see how many likes there are. Like, oh, there was 12 likes to this, and people, I was like, delete. Instant delete, instant delete, instant delete. I'll keep like some, but most of them I'm just completely purging because they're just so goddamn embarrassing. And there's some people that still do that. I have friends that still post on Facebook like it's like Facebook 2010. Like they'll still, and I feel embarrassed for them. Like they're just like, they'll be like just came back from Chili's and I got an extra thing. Then I was thinking to myself, like, they almost try to be like comedians. It's just so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I've even caught friends, not recently, years ago. I've even caught friends that have lifted tweets from cringe comedians making their cringe observations, and then they borrow it for their own. And I think that's maybe as bad as it gets. I'm catching up on some older stuff. Rick says, "Is where I live? No, I live in Westbury. It's not far from the World's Fair. I can get there if I left right now. I can be there in 15 minutes with no traffic. It's near LaGuardia Airport, and maybe 20 minutes away from the World's Fair. I'm a little bit past the border. I'm about 10. Let's see. I'm about 15 minutes past the border of Queens." And then you get to Queens, and then you can eventually get to Manhattan. If you know the boroughs of New York. But I like where I am right now. It's different. I lived in apartments for years and years and years, in Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx. I've lived in every borough except Staten Island. But I'm glad to be living in a house because it's just different. It's a very different thing for me. But I'm enjoying it. I enjoy being able to play loud music. Can't do that in apartments. That's why I always got into headphones. I was a big headphone guy. I even had my own YouTube channel where I reviewed headphones because I was in an apartment and couldn't play loud music on speakers, so I got into really high-end headphones. Johnny Pretzels, have I ever met the Jerky Boys in Queens? Yes, I've met both Jerky Boys. I know Johnny Brennan. We're not related. Some people say we're related. We're not related. We have the same last name. We're not related. I did a voiceover gig with him, which actually led to Perry being on the Jerky Boys album last year, even though I didn't know he was going to put that out. That's a whole other story for another time, because I didn't think it was very good. But and I've met Kamal through another friend of mine that had worked with him and like did movies with him. So who's a very strange but interesting guy. But I've met both of them, not together, separately. Danko was staying home from school because he was playing hooky when 9/11 happened. I saw it all live. Wow. First time I heard raw footage of people cursing on regular TV. Yeah, I remember that too. That's a good call. Hearing that raw footage of people cursing was weird. Where are you, Dan? Where do you live, Danko? I should probably know that, but I forget. I know I didn't see the National Geographic documentary. Garrett was in 7th grade, and you first heard the Pentagon was hit first. Wow. Jill was up early in LA, turned on the TV. Yeah, you were probably up earlier than me, and I'm in New York. One Man Mayo was in Korea, Armored Tank Battalion, playing in the dirt. Wow. Came back to the base at night and watched it on the cafeteria. The next morning we got our orders to move to Iraq. Wow, you win. That's the most intense. Where was I in 9/11? One of the worst. One of the most. Aside from people that were actually in there, that's one of the heaviest ones I've heard. Wow. Oh, north of Chicago. Okay. Yeah, my sister. I as much as I shit talk Chicago, I do love Chicago, and I think Chicago, aside from pizza, is a great food town. Amazing food town. I really love Chicago. I came close to moving to Chicago, but I just couldn't handle the winters. The phone call with me and Perry when his statement was aired on national news was epic. I think I remember that. I think I remember. They all kind of blur together for me. Do I have a stream audio kill switch on delay? Yeah, it's weird. I was actually looking into that, like a kill switch. The stream is on a delay, and if Perry ever did say the F bomb, I would probably kill the stream so it didn't go out. Because I can end the stream, and it would stop on the delay. It would stop. I think there's like, I don't know. I changed the delay because I thought it was a little too long. I don't know if anybody noticed tonight, but the delay was a little less because the chat reaction, the stuff going on, from what was going on the screen to the chat reaction was getting a little too long for me. So I shortened it up a little bit. I forget what it was set at, but I was able to adjust it down to like, I think now it's supposedly 10 seconds in stream time, but then you add the extra real delay that the actual process is. So it's probably more like 20 seconds. But in answer to your question, if Perry ever did like slip up and say something really that bad, I would probably just end the stream and restart it. But I'm surprised that Streamlabs, or Slobs, as it's called, doesn't have that inherently or a widget for it. There should be a broadcast dump button. There really should be. And they don't have one. Now, there's this other program that I was looking at that's kind of like a light version of Streamlabs, but they have all these add-ons, and they do have one. But it would just be a pain in the ass to move over to that. For all the problems with Streamlabs, because if I was really looking at solving a lot of problems with Streamlabs over the break, and a lot of people have the same issue. Like there's weird echoes that happen randomly. Like there's just some echo. Like there could be a video clip playing and it echoes, or I could echo, or something like that, and no rhyme or reason. The settings haven't changed. It's just you got to click through it and fix it. Or like sometimes Streamlabs freezes for me while the stream is going. Like that's why once in a rare while, like the camera gets locked on the ring cam or like something like that, and I can't immediately click back. It just freezes, and it's just because it's such a system resource hog. And they keep updating it, and it's definitely gotten better since I started using it last year. It's definitely been improved tremendously. They fixed a lot of stuff, but yeah, there should be an inherent dump button. So the answer to the question is yes, I have access to it, but it means ending the stream and starting another one. And just I'd end it. He and then I'd dress him down like, hey Perry, don't say that, and then get back on. Luckily, we haven't had to do that. That's the long answer to the question. Yeah, right. Dango says it's true. Like he says, I used to think I could have dialogues and perhaps change a person's mind on a serious topic. I was so stupid. Exactly, me too. I thought that my power of perception, like, hey, you got, but even like, turning people on, like I like this forum for like turning people on to new things. Like, hey, I just started watching this new TV show, whatever. But I wouldn't do it on Facebook now. It's just so embarrassing to even think about doing that. Or even like, and even like, there's times where I was remotely political, or I would say, I'm a diehard independent. I really am, and I look back at that with such a level of embarrassment that but I just wouldn't do it now. And once in a while I'll post on Facebook or Instagram or something like that, but it's rare. And Twitter, it's never. Twitter I have no use for. Like I'll look at Twitter for like news something, but it mainly just PCL stuff. I don't give a shit. What am I going to tweet about? Like really, what am I going to tweet about? I think Twitter's only for celebrities, blue check marks. It's only for blue check marks. They're the people that get any traction. When I'm gonna post something on Twitter and like 2 people are gonna like it and see it and comment. What am I wasting my time on that for? Such a waste of time. That's the thing too. As you grow older, you become more. You value your own time more, and that's such an important thing about getting into your 40s. It's like I think I've said this before, but it's true. It's this thing that hits you. It's like, man, when you're in your 20s, you don't give a shit about time, and you can waste your time doing all that stuff, whatever. 30s is a transitional decade, but once you get in your 40s, you realize time doesn't give a shit about you. Time's moving on no matter what you do, what you say, and what are you gonna do? Like, that's why I don't watch shitty TV shows or I used to. I'd be like, okay, I'll watch it. I'm not gonna waste my time on it because time's important, time's precious. It's just too many things. Is Tom okay? Yes, Tom is okay. Tom is okay. Don't believe the rumors. Rick, what's my all-time favorite horror movie? Not franchise, standalone, that I think holds up. That's a great question. Boy. See, there's so many different factions of horror for me because there's nostalgia. Like, there's the knee-jerk nostalgia reaction that I love this movie because I have nostalgia for it because I remember like watching it as a kid, or had a good memory about watching it at a sleepover. But I'm going to try to take nostalgia out of it. Oh man, that's a great question. Horror is really one of my favorite genres, even though horror is one of my favorite genres that has the most bad movies. And it's weird that it's weird to say that. Let me think about that for a minute. I'll get back. I don't want to give an immediate answer to that. Like Alien, I don't consider horror. I consider that like sci-fi horror. It's a different genre, but that always holds up. Yeah, video game setups with a full audio setup is one of the best reasons to own a home. Yeah, and the room I'm in, I'll take pictures of it. It's like completely gutted right now. The ceiling's gutted. That's why if like it rains, you really hear it on the mic because I don't have any insulation in here, and I gotta get it. I'm in this really difficult position because I had air conditioning installed, and the air conditioning guys came over, and where I wanted air conditioning in this room, the access point had to be demoed because the room I'm in was designed as a master bedroom, and it had this weird drop ceiling because it's an extension and the outside is pointed, like a triangle, the ceiling, which meant that the ceiling was kind of leveled off, but there's all this space underneath it, and also it was very echoey, and I wanted to use it as a media room because I never had that, and I always want to, I have these speakers or had speakers in storage. Now they're in the room, but they're not hooked up or anything. But I had all these grand ideas for it, and basically I just ran out of money. So I got to pick and choose. The contractor has to come back and like fix it, but then I don't want to seal up the walls, like the ceiling walls. I want to run speaker wires through it and stuff, and like get like these in-wall surround speakers done because now's the time to do it because the walls are exposed. Once it's sealed up, it's going to be a bitch to do. So, but now I got to spend money doing that. And like getting into like a speaker wire, and so it gets in this whole thing, and then I can't afford the equipment yet, so I'm doing it piecemeal. But I got to do it before the weather starts changing, because this room's got to be insulated. So I'm kind of running out of time, and it's just like I'm out of time, I'm out of money, and and then the air conditioner guy is on my ass because he's got to finish installing the air conditioner because that job hasn't completed yet. And he's like, when are we going to do the finishing job? And they can't finish it until the sheetrock's put up. So it's just on. It's just, if anybody ever, if you own a home and you ever do like home where it's just like, it's one of those things I didn't really think through on paper. I thought it'd be a great idea, and then when I got the estimates and the prices, I was like, oh my god, this is not going to work. So it's one of the things I've been really panicking about over the past week, outside of like any medical stuff. I was just like, how is this gonna fucking work? Because I got these really nice speakers. Like I bought like really nice speakers a while ago, and the problem with really nice speakers is it needs really nice components to go along with it. So it's been I was gonna say a gift and a curse, but it's been more of a curse. So that's what I'm dealing with, and I basically sold a lot of equipment recently. Online to kind of pay for other things, so I'm kind of like hawking my other gear. so anyway, that eventually it's going to be great, but right now it's a complete nightmare. And then I guess I got to get that's why I don't have a camera in here. I got to get the office set up and everything, and it's taken me way longer than I thought, because foolishly I thought this would be easier than it is, and I didn't really put the cost factor into it. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. So I'm at the point now where I almost got to hit up Mark for money. I'm like, hey Mark, can I borrow some money? And I promise I'll pay you back. Can I borrow some money to finish my media so I don't freeze in the winter? So can I borrow some money so I can have an office so I can do Perry streams? Do you think I can maybe apply for a PCL loan? I'm good for it. I'm good for it. Can I? It's just I backed myself into a fucking corner. Is what happened. I really did. And I had other expenses come up that I didn't expect. So that's the long and the short of it. But I'm really trying to work on it. Am I related to the Brennan that's on the Joe Bob show? No, I'm not. Tell Mark and make sure he understands. Like, yeah, I know. Borrow money from Perry. I know. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I might, the thought had crossed my mind, but I don't want to. The irony of that is too much for me to bear. Too much for me to bear. I need like 1,000 people to sign up for Patreon tomorrow, and maybe I can swing it. Because Perry and I have more of an equitable split on Patreon. Not so much the case on Twitch, unfortunately. At least not now. Getting back to catching up on comments, Danko says, I thought my friends knew me to be nice to talk to online, but the keyboard makes them forget themselves and others. They become assholes when they really get into posting and stuff. That's true. Even if you get into opinions of even just entertainment, forget about politics. People get really it's weird. You see, I don't like that. I don't like seeing I don't like seeing interactions, and that's what I think. I remember thinking Facebook, when Facebook first came out, I thought it was a kind of a cool thing, because I have a lot of friends in other places around the world. One of my all-time best friends lives in New Zealand. He's from New York and he moved there. I have friends in England. I have friends in Ireland. I have a lot of friends in California. I have friends, one of my best friends is in Louisiana. So I don't know, all of my people aren't necessarily local to me. And I thought Facebook was cool because they take a picture of hey, I took the family, took my girlfriend to the lake, and we, whatever. We did whatever. We, grilled hot dogs or whatever. And there's a picture of it. And I thought oh, that's kind of nice, because I normally would not have been clued into that activity that my friend Joe was doing. So it's nice to see him. It's nice to see what he's up to. Okay, I'll like that picture. But then over time, it became your friendship is just on Facebook, and it's just the interactions and the likes, and my interaction with my friends that didn't that lived far away were just made up of likes and comments and not phone calls or emails, which used to be the case. And it became, instead of bringing people closer together, it made them more distant. But this illusion of closeness is what Facebook and social media gives you. It's this illusion of closeness, which really now I find unsettling. And now I'm so distant from it that I think friends of mine that I normally would interact with, I haven't. And they're still posting left and right. I just don't interact with it, and I feel like I've almost not removed myself from the friendship, but I feel like I got to work harder to get those friendships back. Yeah. So time is constant. Quality time is best time. I agree with that. Body Snatchers is a good call for best horror movie. I'm still thinking about it. There's just so much bad. I don't want to name a bad movie that's a guilty pleasure. When Borat 2 started getting woke on Facebook, I was like, yeah, this shit's for dogs. But yeah, I know. And that's and I'm not a bit, I know people say, even when I really love our Facebook group, the Perry Caravello Facebook group. I think it's a great group. And I know a lot of people are just staunch anti-Facebook. They just don't want nothing to do with Facebook. But I always am of the opinion, like, you don't have to use Facebook. You can just use the good parts. There are good parts to it, like groups. If you're in a group of something specific, the Red Bar. If you're in the Red Bar group's great. So, well, it's not all great, but there's great stuff in there. So, I don't know. You got to take the good with the bad, I guess, or just decide what you're gonna be a part of. I can go on Facebook and just go to that group and get out. And I'm not looking at my... If I see something on my timeline, it is a pure accident. And maybe I'll comment on something. But it's just because I saw it in that moment. I'm not scrolling down looking for things. Definitely not. And if I'm posting something, it'll be something family, something personal. Like my dad asked me to post... I keep forgetting to do it. My dad asked me to post a picture of him, which is kind of sweet. My dad started writing for this newspaper, and he's always been a written stuff for like his friends, like stories, and this newspaper is now syndicating him, and he's really proud of himself, and he should be. He's getting like paychecks for writing for the first time, and so it's like, and I've been a writer, and like, so the fact that me and him both get paid for writing in different things, and so I took a picture of him holding the check, and I keep meaning to post it, but I just hate the idea of it. I hate the idea of posting stuff on Facebook and on any degree, especially with Perry people, because there's always going to be somebody, like, if let's say I post a picture of like Teddy or something like that, or whoever, a girlfriend, like, Perry, and I don't mind it. By the way, I don't mind it. I'm just saying it, but it gets, some people take it a little too far. But it's a cool thing, it's nice. Like that's good. See, that's good elements of Facebook. Korath, we'll help you out, Tom. Oh, I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for Tom's media room, and all the expensive audio equipment I need, and insulation and contractor. Yeah, the contractor. I won't even say what he wants. My jaw dropped when he gave me the quote. And this is after the demo, by the way. He demoed the thing, and then he said, "Oh, this is what it's gonna cost." Oh, God help me. But yeah, I'm never gonna do that to you. I would never do that. Doctor Who Cares, before Perry's car accident, would he believe everything, like Kristen Bell meeting him at Denny? I don't know, to be honest with you. I've heard conflicting things. I've heard he was extremely gullible. Probably not to such a severe degree, but maybe to a smaller degree. But there's no way of answering that. Guilty pleasures are a fucking joke. Just say what Harry. I agree and disagree with that at the same time. Because it's most things I don't mind admitting, but guilty pleasures are things like, and it's an overused term. It's definitely an overused term, but there's definitely a place for the quote unquote guilty pleasure category. Like shit that is shit, but you take some kind of tangible enjoyment from it. There's things that I will watch for some level of enjoyment, but I can't say honestly that I like it. So therefore, I can't say that I like it, but I do watch it and I get some level of enjoyment out of it, but yet I don't like it. So the only, give me another term that's better than guilty pleasure and I'll use it, but that's the category it fits into, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm the same way. Danko says, I didn't go to my high school reunion because I just can't go Facebook if I want to hear about people from my past brag about their lives. Yeah, I had no interest in that. Zero. I didn't do mine either. No way. TomB is a genius. I am clearly not a genius if you look at this friggin' room I'm sitting in. I'll like I said, I'll go live in here one day and you can see what I'm talking about. It is just fucking. Let me see if I can take a picture now and get it on the thing. It's just you see what I'm talking about here. Here's the. I'm just gonna take a picture. Oh, I wonder if I can do video. It's gonna take a minute to send this video, but I'll take some video. So this is here. This is me taking video of the room, and you can just see the top part is completely taken out. And that's the door that goes outside, and this sheetrock here basically fell down. But I was trying to figure out where speaker placement was going to go, and that little thing there that's sticking out, that's where the air conditioner is going to go. And this is where I'm sitting here above, and there's a window here, there's a ceiling fan, and it's all kind of exposed right now, and it's basically a nightmare. All right, I'll turn that off, and I'll send it to myself, and then I'll show you guys. So you just so you have some reference for what I'm talking about. Just came in, sounded like audiophile stuff. Yeah, I was on the verge of audiophile stuff, John. I was basically talking about my Focal. If you look up, the speakers I have are Focal Sopra number 2s. It's a company, Focal is a company made in, that makes everything handmade in France. They're a very high-end speaker company, and I really always wanted these speakers, and I got them a couple of years ago. But man, they've become the biggest nightmare purchase because everything else around them has to be good, and it's just... I can go on and on about it, but I'll just bore people to death. The band Anal Cunt is my guilty pleasure. It's wrong to enjoy them, but I do. I don't have too many music guilty pleasures. Because most music I like, I'll admit to. I think when I was younger, I'd be more nose in the air about certain things, and I wouldn't want to admit to anybody that I would like for instance, I wouldn't want to admit to anybody that I enjoyed ABBA. Not that I listened to ABBA, but there's certain songs that I enjoy and I like it. So now I can say that, but maybe like 20 years ago, I'd be like, oh my God, no, it's horrible. But deep in the back of my mind, if I'm driving and something comes on the radio, I'd be like, it's not bad. Daniel, what did I miss? Was it a good stream? Not for me to say, but I think it was pretty good. Guilty pleasures is shit you will fight your best bud about, being gay AF. Fuck anyone that disagrees with you listening to Justin Timberlake. Okay, well, that I don't like. That I don't listen to. But if you do, totally fine. It's not my bag. I'm trying to get this thing uploaded here. Sorry. Oh, I'll do it here. Boom. I'm still thinking of my favorite horror movie. I've got a couple of candidates. See, my favorite genre of horror really is the slasher, because that's what I grew up with. Like the Friday the 13th, Halloween, even like Child's Play. But I'm not going to say any of those would be my favorite horror. And then, do you go old school, like old Universal? Like, I love the old Universal films, the Frankenstein, but I can't really go with those. It's got to be something that was legitimately scary. And it also holds up, which is, it's a tough task. ABBA will make you think about your disco. By the way, who else wants to see Perry in his disco era? Like a picture of it, at least. No, I don't know Anal Cunt. I don't. That's true. So, you could be right about that. Let's see if this is in my folder yet. No, there's a... But, whatever. People like different things. There's music that I like now that I think about, like, the me of, like, even 20 years ago would never in a million years either like it, number one, or two, admit to liking it, which is a different thing entirely. Okay, let me do this. Here, I'm going to show you this room. I figured out a way to send it to myself. I got to make this more streamlined, where this is easier. but I'll go to the Perry cam thing. Hold on, I gotta get my friggin' headphones back in. We don't need Perry's camera, but here, this is the room I'm in for anybody that just wants a visual reference to what I'm talking about. Who needs Jennifer Aniston when you get this kind of content? All right, so this is me taking video of the room, and you can just see the top part is completely taken out, and that's the door that goes outside, and this sheetrock here basically fell down. But I was trying to figure out where speaker placement was going to go, and that little thing there that's sticking out, that's where the air conditioner is going to go. And this is where I'm sitting here above, and there's a window here, there's a ceiling fan, and it's all kind of exposed right now, and it's basically a nightmare. Yeah, so that's the room. That's at least the ceiling that's like half exposed, and I went to the wrong thing. So that's what I'm dealing with. Yeah, it looks like a combat shotgun sticking out. That's a tube that's going to be connected to the air conditioning. I know, exactly, Danko. It's going to get real cold real soon, and I've got maybe 6 weeks where I got to figure something out. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't have the money to fix it. So I got to I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta figure it out, because there's things I want to do that need, like, it's two tiered. Like there's things I need to do where I want to run wires. I want to get the meeting room set up while the wall's exposed. That takes money, but then also fixing it and getting everything back in place, and also getting some kind of, I want to get some kind of like. I don't know, like home theater guy almost, to come in and be like, hey, what do I need to like insulate this or whatever, or what kind of shit, so shit. I just bit off more than I can chew, and I should have waited a year or so to do this, but I foolishly did it immediately because I was getting the air, and it's all because of the air conditioning. Because I had that air conditioner installed, I have to, the part where it's torn out was a drop ceiling, so you just get a speaker from the first scene of Back to the Future. That's, yeah. There's that had to be accessed. So when the air conditioning guys come, I had to contact the contractor to at least demo the space. And the contractor's like, hey, when I'll come back next week and we'll finish. No, next week. No, I'll let you know. And he's been on my butt to come back. Now I already paid him for the demo. And the demo, just to demo it out, was expensive. And I just didn't think it through. So it's a lesson. But man, it's gonna get real cold in here real fast, because it was hot as hell over the summer. It was hot in here, and I got that ceiling fan, but it doesn't do a lot. I know it adds noise to the mic too when I'm on it, but I don't care because I need something. But yeah, that's. TomB, can you talk in the Perry voice? It has me weak every time. I would need something to say in the Perry voice. I don't have, nothing's coming to my mind right now. I'm running out of water too. The Perry voice does take its toll on my voice. And the other thing is, I'm supposed to be resting my voice. Like, that's like doctor's orders, supposed to be resting my voice, and I have not been doing a good job of that. I'm here farting. I might go, Rick, to answer your earlier question. I might go with the 1950s version of House of Wax because it hits all the buttons for me because I think it holds up. I think it's a good movie. It has the nostalgia factor for me because it's one of the first horror movies I saw. That's definitely in the running. I also really have a huge. I really love the first Halloween. I think that was a game changer. I don't know if it's my favorite. I'm just kind of thinking in my head. And the first Nightmare on Elm Street. I think I'm trying to stay out of the horror genre, but I think that's legitimately scary. I think it holds up no matter where the series went after that. I think it's really good. And then there's like historic ones like Bride of Frankenstein and shit like that. But and like there's small ones that I know like not a lot of people have seen, whatever. But I can't say that they're my favorite. You know. And as much as I love Psycho, I don't necessarily call that horror. It's more of a suspense, even though I know it's listed as horror. But yeah, I don't know. I'll still think about it. Those are the answers that came to my head when you said that. John, hey Tom, remember if you need help with that stuff, especially I have your back. I know, I appreciate that, John. Yeah, I do need help with the insulation for heat and acoustics and shit. Like I want to get some kind of soundproofing in there, some kind of better insulation. I'm totally lost on it, to be honest with you. I just, you know what it is. I did some cursory research, and when I first saw this house, I knew this room was going to be I want this room to be a meeting room, and I just like, oh, that's just the way it's going to be. And then I just, it's one of those things you just bit off more. I bit off more than I can chew because there's so many other things. Like I had these friggin' medical expenses I got to take care of. I got, and still, I got to pay a mortgage now. I got all these other bills that come with a house. I had the tiki bar scam. I gotta buy a car. I gotta not buy a car like new, but I gotta get like some kind of car thing. I don't know. So that's it. I do laugh when Perry is complaining about when we were talking about the After Hours stuff before, like After Hours getting all this money, and Perry's like, and I'm getting $5 here, $5, and I'm like, oh, you motherfucker! If you only knew. If you only knew. So that's good. Yeah, I know. Do-it-yourself acoustic tech sounds like the kind of shit that I need. Rafters sprayed with somebody else suggested that. I was thinking of going to even like Best Buy and having some consultation. I think I get a free consultation. But yeah, something needs to give because it's bad. It's like completely exposed too, and this is where I work. This is like my temporary office in this room, which is crazy. What's my guess for what Perry is doing at 11:50 p.m.? I think he's asleep. The fact that he was complaining about going to bed and it was like 7 his time. Give me a break. Yeah, I'll let you know, John. I really appreciate any help because I feel like that's part of the reason why I'm having such a hard time sleeping lately. Is I have all these things on my mind, and this room is the bane of my existence right now. I am so stressed out about it. I am so stressed out about this room, and paying for again. Everybody worries about money here and again, but like I took such a bite out of something that I thought was going to be easier than it is. We've all been in those situations, but yeah, winter is coming, literally. And once the cold weather hits, it's going to be fucked because it's just so many things. Anyway, I don't want to waste your guys' time with all that, but I figured I'd just show you since we were talking about Rick says Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street both hold up. Yeah, I feel like those are safe answers. There's definitely other smaller films that I've seen, but I can't say they're my favorite. I just can't. Your favorites are the ones that last with you. So what? Same question to you, Rick. What's your favorite horror of all time? I know Rick's a huge horror fan. Bill Perry for the Tiki scam. I know. God, fuck that fucking Tiki thing. Oof. That's another story. I'm thinking of dressing as Perry for Halloween. Already got the fedora. Just need to find a shorts, an Italian T-shirt, or maybe a PCL shirt. Last night's fanny pack. Not sure if I could shave my beard though. Yeah, I think you need to shave to complete the look, but there is a weird period of time where Perry had a beard. Does Perry still wake up at 8 on non-stream days? I don't know. It's just sporadic, really. I don't know. I don't know what time he wakes up on non-stream days. I'm assuming he's going to wake up early tomorrow if he went to bed early tonight. That's a losing battle. It's a losing battle with him on the time. It's just like, what am I going to do? Especially even today, we start early on 12, and he's complaining about going to bed at 7 o'clock. He just, I don't know. Okay, cool, John. Yeah, message me on Discord. I'll figure it out. I got to get in contact with. By the way, the contractor hates my guts right now because he keeps saying, like, he sends me a text message like, I'm coming by tomorrow with the electrician and we're gonna take a look, and I'm like, no. And by the way, I got tons of shit in this room, like, that I don't have any other place for. He's like, no. I'm like, no, you can't come tomorrow. I'm not gonna be ready. I'll let you know when I'm ready. And then he doesn't respond, and I know he's pissed. But I'm like, tough shit, man. It's like tough shit. I told you this was gonna be a piecemeal thing, and fuck, I don't know. And he's the guy that worked on this house originally before I even bought it. If I went to LA and dropped a care package at Perry's place, no pool party, or hung out outside, would he be a jerk to a fan outside his complex? Well, you wouldn't be the first. Hit me up if you're going to do something like that. Definitely coordinate it with me, and I'll make sure it goes smoothly for you. If you randomly show up, it's probably not the wisest decision, and I can't guarantee. But if you're going to make a special trip there, coordinate with me, and I'll make sure it goes the right way for you. Like, because I know that's a special thing for people if they're in LA and they want to visit the Graceland of the Valley. I can make sure you have a good experience if I know exactly when you're coming and what the deal is. The coordinated things are always better than the uncoordinated things. Like, for instance, Rick showing up on any occasion is coordinated versus the guys that delivered the fish uncoordinated, and we see how that goes. Not that you would bring fish. I'm not saying that. The Dark and the Wicked is quite decent modern low-budget horror. I haven't seen either one of those. Evil Dead 2 is a good call. It's a good call. I like it. I gotta say, I really like... I know people shit on Army of Darkness for some reason. I love Army of Darkness. I know it's campy and a little over the top, but Evil Dead 2 is the better movie, for sure. But yeah, it's a great call. I love Evil Dead 2. No, he doesn't need any more concrete. That gets to be a pain in the ass, because that's a problem for the maintenance people who have to cart that off. That's a pain in the ass for them, and it makes a mess in the hallway. Yeah, you can come by, John. You can see what a fucking disaster it is. That's why I'm almost glad this ceiling was exposed, because it just shows you what was underneath. And like, I don't have any pictures of what it used to look like, but it was like this. It was this very strange drop ceiling thing. And if I was going to make it a meeting room, it was very boomy and echoey. And I was like, oh no, that's not going to work. But the exterior of this room is like triangle at the top, so it's a tricky ceiling space. Anyway. I don't know. I bought these Focal Atmos speakers a while ago, and I was gonna put those in the ceiling. And I'm like, And I think I said this the other night. I was like, what the fuck am I doing that for? I don't even listen to anything that has an Atmos soundtrack. What a waste. So, anyway. Tom Paris sitcom table reads. What would that be? Yeah, I mean, but I saw something recently. It might have been in like the Joe Bob Briggs like Facebook group or whatever. And somebody was posting about Army of Darkness, and they was like, oh, and like they were posting about it like, I know this is the worst one. I know most people hate this, or whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about? Army of Darkness is awesome. I don't want to know anybody that thinks that's a bad movie. I mean, it's not the same thing as Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 is legitimately scary in parts. Army of Darkness isn't like that. Army of Darkness is just fun, and it's okay to have a movie that's fun. You know, it doesn't all have to be cut from the same cloth. I never really got into the Ash versus Evil Dead TV series, though, and I don't know if that's something I should revisit. Nothing more I hate more about contractors who are jack of all traders, who live and die by flipping jobs. Yeah, this guy is actually pretty decent, but he's a little too pushy. And he's very good at the things he's done, but I'll talk to you about it off stream. But like I had other issues with like the electricity in this house. Like I don't know if you remember, like back in like June or whenever it was, I had that the one where you were at when you were at my old apartment, and then I like moved everything out, and then I had to move everything back in, at least the stream stuff, like my monitor, my desk, and everything, because. The wiring, I didn't have any internet here, but there was also problems with the electricity, where the panel was fucking wired all terribly. I had to get a new panel. That was another major expense. Was the panel was old and needed to be updated to like a more higher watt capacity panel, and all like the wires behind it were like not capped, just like live wires like behind the wall. You know, so whoever did the electricity in his house before that, and then there was plumbing issues. I don't want to turn this into the money pit stream, but yeah, it's just all summer. It's been a pain in the ass. Ash vs. Evil Dead. Rick lagged. Did it end on a cliffhanger, or did it have a? I know it was canceled. Did it end on a concluding note? I know they're doing another movie. And is the movie going to acknowledge the series, or is the movie like a soft reboot? I don't know anything about it. I watched the first few episodes of that, and I just, for whatever reason, I didn't follow through with it. Holy shit, we're at 12. Jesus, I didn't realize we were at 12 hours from the entire stream. God damn. We gotta get going. We gotta call it a day. Holy shit. Wow. See, I hate that. I hate when shows leave you blue-balled. Nah, I hate that. I hate when a show gets canceled but it doesn't have a definitive ending. Day Thinker says, I miss Friday. It looks like this watermelon challenge is a continual challenge. It's turning out to be that way. So it's going to go as long as it goes. Tom, please flex and write the pilot script for the TomB / Perry sitcom. This is your golden ticket. Either Woody or Microwave got to be in it. All right, I can do that. I can bang that out. Here's Danko's idea, sitcom idea. The TomB and Perry story, but then the tables turn. Now TomB is broke and is begging Perry for money. You know, it's funny. The best things are based off reality. Perry is stingy tightwad that gives TomB a hard time asking to be paid back now that PCL is taken off. Perry is rich by the time and forgot all that TomB did for him. TomB is forced to move into Perry's apartment and that Perry kept for some reason, even though he is rich. And then watch, yeah, I know. Like, can you imagine? Like, Hey Perry, it's Tom. The time is 3:05 my time. That makes it 12:05 your time. Yeah, listen, buddy. You know, it's getting into January. It's really cold in this room that I don't have any money to finish my thing. Can I borrow some? Do you think I could borrow some funds to just get the room finished and pay the contractor off, because I can't afford it right now because of over the last 4 years, making sure that you weren't homeless and paying all your bills and your rent, and now I don't have money to take care of my home. Do you think you could maybe? Tom, I'm here. No, the answer is no. Okay, my funds are I need my funds. Sorry, no. Good day. Something like that. Yeah, I know. It's getting close to that. It's getting close. The irony is not lost on me that I am in a position that that actually might need to happen. I actually might need to, because I've been very, very on the level with him and his cousin, very on the level and very straightforward and very like, hey, this is what I promised you guys. This is what's happening, and I really, as much time as I put into this, I'm not really taking a lot out of it financially. I'm covering some very minor things on my end that's mainly business related, but line share all goes to them, and and again, I would hope in time that gets adjusted and we're more like a partnership and things like that. But right now, that's not the case. So yeah, believe me, it's definitely affecting my sleep. The After Hours huge donations bit might have to die, or your story will fall apart. I know it's definitely gonna hurt me, because I like he now, like, he legitimately thinks that I'm rolling in the dough from After Hours, and he's making quote unquote chump change from PCL, which is crazy. Oh, thank you, Denko. We at PCL will save you time if some way bad things happen. Yeah. Oh, nothing's bad now. I'm not homeless, right? It's just, we're all in that situation, right, where you just have a ton of expenses at one time, and again, some bad decisions were made. My first time owning a home too, and I didn't realize how expensive it was going to be. Kayfabe a gambling problem. That's not a bad idea. He might get a big payday from the gold. Yeah, the goldfish. If I can get like a 1/4% of one of the goldfish, that might be able to get this room completed. Yeah, fuck. I don't know. You can't see into the future. Like I didn't. Who knows? I didn't know that. Back in June, I didn't know that I'd be having surgery in September, and all these other things. So you never friggin' know. Oh, congratulations! Thank you. If you bought a house, congratulations. Yeah, Look, I know DSP's henchman bought a house too, which coincidentally is why why things show up on Perry's balcony. But yeah, there's just a ton of expense that you just don't expect. Like things like, it's just shit. It's unbelievable. It really is. It's unbelievable, and I don't know how people do it. I don't know how a lot of people do it. It's a struggle. It's just like, yeah, like even like little things like lawn maintenance and shit like that. God, I actually miss in a weird way. I miss an apartment where you could just like something goes wrong and there's a guy to call and it gets taken care of. Once the watermelon goes off, I've got a great clip from The Amazing Race involving a watermelon to share with a future Wednesday, but we'll wait to share it. Okay, I watched The Amazing Race, but I don't know what clip you're talking about. Actually, I haven't watched it in past couple of seasons, but I used to love it. I actually applied to be on The Amazing Race with my sister a number of years ago. I don't think I'd be able to do it now. Yeah, I know, the DSP expert has things to spare. Yeah. Alright, we officially reached the 12-hour mark. Nobody's around to tell me if that's a record or not. I think Garrett's gone, and I think Joey's long gone. fuck the lawn, I'm gonna blacktop it. I actually ended up in my backyard, Danko. I ended up getting some concrete laid, or extended a part of concrete, like to make more of a patio, and that was crazy expense. Who freaking knew that laying, like, you know, I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm really a moron when it comes to a lot of like real like life things like that. If you need money, take it from me. Open a bar. Yeah, I'd like to open a dispensary when that becomes legal in New York. Dispensary / donut shop, as I've said. It's 12 hours, but what's the record? I know we had a record long stream. I mean, I get this is counting the pre-show too, which is like 20 minutes give or take. So, but I don't know, this is a pretty long time because we started at 3 p.m. my time. It's now 3 a.m. my time, which is insane. Yeah, and I gotta do something. There's all these little things that we're talking about house stuff. Like, even under my sink in the kitchen, the under cabinet of the sink, because I had to like adjust, like the faucet was loose and I had to go under there and like adjust it. It's like it's built for like a little person, like a munchkin, to go under there. Like there's only one door, and I basically have to dislocate my shoulder to get underneath there. It's so infuriating. New Year's Eve was only 10.5 hours. That record was beaten recently. We beat the New Year's Eve record, but I don't know if we've ever gone 12 hours. Maybe. I think maybe 12.5 is the record. I don't know. Nobody, there's no PCL staff here anymore, so they like Joey would know, like off the top of his head, but he's long since asleep. Yeah, it's uncomfortable under sinks no matter what, but most sinks have two-door access. Like, you open two cabinets underneath the sink. And then, you can crawl under there and do what you need to do. This has one door, and there's very little wiggle room. So, like, basically the faucet in my kitchen sink is constantly getting loose, the fixture. And I tighten it and everything, but then I'll need somebody to come over to, like, hold the faucet while I'm tightening it, which isn't easy. And it's just a pain in the ass. I can go on and on and on. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. It's a nightmare. It's why the after hours goes so long, because I can't sleep. It's like me, and I'm not a stress guy, but it's a major stress thing. Let's kill the stream. I just poured a few drops of Everclear in my cup. Okay, we can do that. I might have a shot of something before I go to bed. Can we wake up Perry? No, you know what? I'm gonna say no because he was so pissed at me tonight. Jill says that's why I'm not into getting a house. I can't deal with this kind of stuff. I know. Don't take this as an example. And by the way, it's not terrible. Not everything's terrible. It's a nice house. There's things that work really well. It's just the things that don't are infuriating, and I wasn't quite prepared for the financial burden of it. And also, I'm a perfectionist, so I'm not half-assing anything. I want things done a certain way. I want, like this room, I want it done. I don't want to mail it in. But before we sign off, though, I'll thanks Phantom for the donation. Not necessary, but I'll check in with the ring. At least this gives us a visual where I can play a tip comment. The tip comments don't really play over the closer. Thank you for subscribing.
Here's 1% of my usual after hours donation. Here's to another 12 hours. Hashtag keeps him out of Reseda. PS, the episodes where Urkel became Stefan were the worst.
That's hashtag keep Tom out of Reseda. Yeah, thank you. That's really funny. I always liked that Stefan stuff because they were so outrageous and ridiculous. And I think it was a bad show to boo. I kind of liked it. They were so laughably bad, not even at the time, that I remember kind of liking them. Okay, thank you for looking that up. The day thinker, the September 5th 21 stream on Patreon has a runtime of 12 and a half hours. So that, right, that's the longest one. That's the longest one. Right. I don't have it in me to match it tonight though. Yeah, Perry's done a couple of After Hours. Let me get out of this. I was not a big Family Guys guy. I think I was a little too old for Family Guys. I was not a big TGI Friday guy. I hate Full House, and I liked Urkel. Like I liked the pop culture ness of Urkel. Yeah, that's a great point, Moles. When Disney bought ABC, every show had the obligatory Disney World and Land episodes. Yeah, that's true. It was always weird when sitcoms went on location. Perry is banned from After Hours. Well, he can redeem himself some way. Not sure how the inspections are in New York, but plumbing and roofing is required to check out before purchasing a home. Is not in the standard. Yeah, it is. I had an inspection done on the house, and the plumbing issue that I had originally was it was like a sabotage. It was like literally there's this exhaust pipe that comes out near the front lawn. That's like an exhaust pipe from the main plumbing line that goes out to the sewer, and somebody jammed a block of wood down there. Long before I moved in, and that's what was causing the plumbing issue. Like the first week I moved in, it was flooded. The first floor was flooded, and that was the whole issue. And then again, it was like Perry biting me in the ass. I was thinking, why didn't I get a shop vac? I needed a shop vac. Like I was literally like sopping up water with towels and clothes and stuff because it was everywhere. And I was like, shop vac would take care of this real quick. Perry was right. Where's my favorite spot in New York for gabagool? I've never had gabagool. Oh, I got another thing. Very nice, but not necessarily. Oh, wow.
We call this beer money #tips for After Hours.
Thank you, Rick. I really appreciate that. That'll get some good beer money. Thank you. That's extremely nice. I appreciate that a great deal. Hope Perry's not watching. Yeah, and it was also the day that the inspector came. It was a really freezing cold day, and I remember going around. I was the guy who flipped the house, me, the inspector, and my realtor, who was really my personal trainer at the time. Clearly, he was doing a great job. But anyway, it was my personal trainer before he went into real estate after the pandemic, and everything looked good. Looked at the panels. There was a couple of things that needed addressing. Okay, for instance, one of the things. The day he looked at it is like the gutter outside the house was weighed down with snow, and he's like, "Oh, you should fix this," and that was never fixed. That's annoying. I don't know, and so yeah, you have to get everything was inspected and everything. There was a couple of things that the owner had to take care of, and most of the things he did, and some of the smaller things he didn't. And then, I had his contractor on extension. He's like, oh, well, Victor will take care of it, is the name of the contractor, except all of a sudden, Victor take care of it, and it's like, okay, I have this plumbing issue, and then all of a sudden, we worked out the whole thing with the plumbing, and then I got a bill for it, and I was like, well, hold on, I thought Tony was going to take care of this. Tony was the guy that sold the house. He's like, oh, he didn't say anything to me. And then I got to contact, it's just like pulling teeth. And then Tony sends me a check, but the check's like for a third of what it cost. And it's just, at this point, I'm just like, all right, whatever. What are you going to do? And the guy's a nice guy, but, when you're buying a home, keep this in mind. And I know this from experience. No matter how nice a flipper seems, a guy who flips homes for a living, a flipper is always going to be a flipper. Okay, and this is a life thing, really. Shit, why did I click on that? No one's looking out for you out there in the world, except the people that care about you and know you. But people give this impression, whether it's marketers or advertisers or realtors, whatever, especially when you're in the market for something like this. Even buying a car, it extends down to that. No one's looking out for you, even though they may seem that they are. Like, hey, I want you to have this place. You'd be perfect for this. You'd be perfect for this. You'd be great for this. I want you to have this house. I got a lot of little people, that have made bigger offers, but I want to accept your offer because you're a good guy, and I know that you're the kind of guy I want in this neighborhood. That's the bill of goods they sell you, and yeah, that may or may not be true, but no one is looking out for you. And if you find people that do look out for you, hold on to those people because they're special people. But most people aren't looking out for you, and you got to realize that. And you can't just be, and sometimes even I'm influenced by things that in hindsight I shouldn't be. But, most people are looking out for themselves, especially flippers. And this guy was a good flipper, I will say. He did a nice job on most of the house. I mean, you saw the worst elements in that video, but... fuck, it's a bummer. I don't want to go on and on about details. It's been a major stress point for me lately. Just getting certain things done, and having the finances for it. Yeah, that was good. The Corollas catch a contractor. Yeah, this guy is not like that, by the way. The guy, he's a decent guy. He's a decent guy, but he this is what it's his job. He does things for a living. He does this for a living, and he wants to, he wants to do his thing. It's a shit market right now. It's like, no matter where you are, it's a seller's market. And I was in a really bad position. And what really sucks is the year between like last year and this year, because the house I actually wanted last year. And I don't know how that would have worked out, but it was much cheaper than this one. Not by a whole lot, but the real estate prices hadn't skyrocketed. They did within the year, so that year cost me a lot. It's just the way the situation is. But people are going to look out for themselves at the end of the day. Rick says, I looked out in buying my house, not the highest bid, but the owners couldn't take their cats, and I offered to take them. Well, that's amazing. Not only does Rick take cats, he takes fish. That's awesome. Yeah. I once in a while you hear nice stories like that. Like my friend bought a house in Pasadena a few years ago, and the reason he got the house is because the woman who lived there was a nurse, and my friend's wife was in nursing school, and she really got along with her, and then she gave them a deal, and they weren't the highest bid by any means, but she liked them, and they got it. So Danko says real estate people are liars. They want your blood and their cut. Most everything selling something is like that, but real estate people and car salesman people are like that by nature of the business they're in. That's 100% true. 100% true. Trust nothing and no one. Most of all life is an illusion, and that's true. And but when you're in a position where you really need something, because I was in a position this year where I needed to move, and I moved 3 years in a row, just through different circumstances, and the apartment I was in that John Diaper was in, I was renting that apartment. The owner of the building had that apartment, like it was the only apartment in the building that was owned by the building, but it was rented out. Anyway, they made the decision that they wanted to sell it. They were, you know. By the way, that apartment's listed now for like an insane price. I don't know if they're ever going to sell it. But I was given a thing like we had to move out of that apartment because it was going for sale. So the lease wasn't being renewed no matter what. And I wanted to get out anyway. But I was really in a position where I had to find something, you know. So not that I settled, I didn't. I like the house that I'm in now, but I didn't have a lot of wiggle room for compromise. So when I found something that came close, you know, I took it. But you know, there's things you let slide, and then foolishly, you know, I thought that things would be easier than they turned out to be. You know, like that'll you know, when you look at something, when you look at an empty house, you know, like, oh well, this whatever, this door needs fixing, or this door, like, oh, we'll fix that. I'll fix that when we get in there. No problem. I'll fix that. And then the reality of it is, you move all your stuff in, and then you're like, okay, well, I need to do this, I need to do that, and then you got to prioritize things. Okay, the plumbing is definitely a priority. Electricity is a priority. The doing the electric panel was a whole thing. So anyway, this room is it's like the ball and chain, or the man in the iron mask. It's just like, it weighs on me every single day, especially when I come in here to do a stream. Like today, I was just like, oh shit, here we go again. You know, I don't have an office. I have this room that's just mocking me at every angle. So that's just the way it is. But it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. Like, you know, there could be a hole in the roof or something. There could be a sinkhole, you know, I mean, God forbid. So it's not that bad. But, yeah, Decker says, yeah, you've done things for money you didn't. Me too. I think everybody has that. Everybody has that. You know, everything you go into though has to be a learning lesson. Everything as an adult, everything you enter into has to be a lesson. And you know, I don't know when the next time is I'll be buying a house. Probably when my parents are no longer around and I don't have to be in New York anymore. Then I'll look to, you know, I don't know what the market's going to be, you know, if I'm going to take a loss on the house or, you know, or not. But, you know, I'll take the lessons from this experience into the next experience, and that's all you can do. That's all you can do, you know. I mean, but if I could even rewind 4 months, I would do things very differently. You know, I would prioritize. I'm guilty of being very immature in some ways, where I prioritize the wrong things. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people are guilty of that. You prioritize the fun things that you want to do, and this room was, in a way, the fun room, and I just envisioned it as like this thing, and I prioritized this when I should have prioritized other things. And I obviously I took care of the things that you needed to take care of, like, you know, plumbing and electric and shit like that. But anyway, I don't want to turn this into the home improvement after hours stream. I really don't. But it's just the nature of the beast. And I've been lucky for the most part. You know, I don't have any major health problems, despite what Perry tells people. You know, I've had things pretty good. You know, things could always be worse. You know, and anytime I felt sorry for myself, in the past, like, you know, a couple months, or whatever, I'm like, oh shit, I'm in bad shape or whatever, or this is not going this way, or you know, I can't believe I got to deal with this. But I thought about Ellis Rickles, who's the guy we dedicated the stream, and you know, the 15-year-old PCL fan, son of Gil Rickles, and kid who had a heart transplant and a kidney transplant in the same year, 15 years old, and was in a coma 10 days ago, and then came out of the coma. And I think, you know what, things aren't so bad. You know, you think about people that have real hardships, and you know what, the roof might not be much in this room, but I still have a roof over my head. It may not be insulated, but it's over my head regardless. And I'm thankful that I have good health, and I have good people in my life, and both of my parents are still with me, and I think of all the things I'm thankful for. So whenever I start getting like you think about little shit, I try to think of the big picture, but it's not always easy because I do fall back into it pretty quick. Tool time with TomB. TomB knows jack shit about tools, absolutely nothing. I'm so bereft of tools. Like the garage I have here is like it's a joke. It's a joke. I have like my first hammer set and like a couple of pliers and that's another thing. I gotta go to like Home Depot and buy like real tools, because there's things I try to fix and I don't have the real tools for it. Like I'm using pliers to do something that a wrench should do, like things like that. Yeah, I've heard that he's doing really well. I've heard that, I mean, as well as can be expected, and he's doing a lot better. And I know his dad was really, really over the moon about us dedicating a stream to him last Thursday. We did that surprise stream. It's strange to say that PCL does mean a lot to a lot of people. But it does. Yeah, YouTube does show you everything. Most things I turn to YouTube for. Absolutely. That's true. Like I had to remove rust from something, and I went up. Somebody's got this on YouTube, and sure enough, they did. Although I hate the tutorials that have the weird computer generated voice that you could tell is done by some like third world country, and they're like, like it'll be like, I don't know, like how to get grease out of your sink or whatever, and it's like, take baking soda and vinegar, and it's just like this weird thing, and you're like, like why can't the guy just tell me what to do? This is weird. There's a lot of them like that. A lot of computer tutorials that I've looked at. A lot of Streamlabs tutorials, because I've tried to fix problems on Streamlabs by looking on YouTube. If you want to get rid of echo, what you need to do is go into settings and do it. I'm like, wait, why can't you get somebody to actually do this? Why does it got to be this weird voice? Hit up thrift stores for cheap tools. Yeah, I don't know if I'm quite at that level, but maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. I don't want to give the impression that I'm like destitute. I can't afford tools. I just haven't done it yet. Just as it does, it meant a lot to hear "Happy Birthday" to me this year. So thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad it did. Jesus Christ said, Jesus Christ, is this still on? Just woke up to take a piss and this is still blaring. Sorry, I hope we didn't influence your dreams. PCL has been my main content when it's on. And Johnny Pretzels hooked me. Well, thanks, Johnny Pretzels. And thanks, and Russo14. No, I don't think they're like Perry said, they're descendants of Don Rickles. I don't think so. Even though the guy kind of looks like Don Rickles. No, I don't think so. I just think their name is Rickles. It's a father and son, and they're both really big fans of the stream, and they both bonded by watching the stream. And it's strange to me because I can't imagine my dad watching the stream, but there's a lot of father and son duos out there that love the stream, watch the streams, and these guys found the stream, and he wrote such a sweet letter a while back, and I know Garrett's been in touch with him about the year they had and how PCL, it was just so crazy for me to say, because I think of PCL as Perry eating anchovy pizza and all these things and throwing eggs up in the air, and with the Ring doorbell and all these other aspects of it, but they basically had the thing where they've had this tough year. I mean, come on, you look at the things this kid's been through. But PCL, they both laugh at it, and they both have loved it, and they both get excited when the notification comes in that Perry's live, and they I don't know, I might be talking out of my ass. I'm confusing with somebody else, but I think they found it on New Year's, Like I said, it made their New Year's, and then just followed the stream ever since, and all through all these things that Ellis has had to go through, and it's been this like constant thing that's given joy. And also they interact with Perry like on Instagram, and got a cameo from Perry, like I don't know, like 6 months ago or so, and that was a big deal. And it's just so awesome. It's just awesome that this silly stream can do that for people. Somebody who's in that kind of position. So, Wrestling Bios just dropped a new video about the Final Four pay-per-view. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm still so knee deep in older stuff that he did. I'll never, it's just great I'm so, like, I almost want to join that guy's Patreon because I'm so thankful for the free content that I had on YouTube that I want to give back something. If you want a tool guy, it's not about cheap tools. It's about not paying than you honestly need. Right? People donate tools all the time. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I need basic tool. Like I have something. I used to have more tools, or over the years. I feel like I've lost things in various moves. Oh yeah, by far the best wrestling videos on YouTube. They're so well produced. He does such a good job. I just wish he showed more actual footage. That's my only critique. He's a little too shy on showing footage, and I know he's probably nervous about getting things taken down or whatever, but he definitely falls under the fair use category. Tanko says, I was happy to spend my birthday with PCL. My birthday is usually a hard time for me, but this year it was great. And I got my egg on the AC. It's still, the egg was up there for a long time. That's awesome. That's really great. Yeah, I like I said, I was watching those videos pretty consistently this past week. Just because I was just looking at something to watch, and I just, there was so many periods of like wrestling that I missed. Like I had questions about like, oh, why, like I said earlier, why didn't Ric Flair fight Hogan at WrestleMania? Why did Ric Flair go back to WCW? Why did Ric Flair come to WWF in the first place? Why did what happened? What I wanted to know is what was the deal with the WrestleMania where Hogan all of a sudden pops in after the Bret Hart Yokozuna match, and then Hogan goes in the ring and wins the belt. Where was that leading to? What was the behind the scenes story? And he really broke it down and gave it to me in a big way. So very rewarding to watch those. Really appreciated it. WWE is very aggressive at taking shit down once they latch on a channel. Yeah, I get it, but even for like a 10-second clip, it's crazy. Oh, your channel is even be targeted? Yeah, I guess they're super aggressive. That's a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's true. If I need the expensive too, I'm sure Diaper can provide it. So I guess we're gonna end with a tie for longest stream, 12 hours and 30 minutes. Really? Like, what's your what is your channel, Sonny? What videos are they taking down? Denko, is today your birthday? Today's not your birthday, right? Your birthday was a while ago. Or is today your birthday? Oh, shit. Gameplay footage of non-WWE wrestling games. That's bullshit. See, that's why I hate YouTube as a creator. Right. Okay, I thought it was in July. That's what I thought. as Perry would say, I'm so ripped and brain dead. You guys have beat me up all night. I am so I'm ripped. I'm ripped. I gotta go to bed. I'm so brain dead right now. Everybody says that too. Keep in mind, he's ripped from yelling. He's ripped from like losing his mind over something, and he blames you guys on it. Did I see that a lot of popular Twitch streamers have been switching to YouTube? Yeah, I did. I don't necessarily understand the reasoning for it. Why they're doing it, because I mean, for PCL specifically, YouTube would be such a downgrade. I mean, I know there's a lot of issues with Twitch, but just in terms of like just getting new audience or new people, I mean, like, Twitch is not for everybody. Like, I see other people going on Twitch or whatever, like I don't know, like just starting out on Twitch or whatever, and they don't have the kind of content that's necessarily conducive to Twitch, and it's always it seems like a big mistake, but for a lot of people, Twitch is still the king of live streaming. So I'm surprised. I'd like to know why people are doing that. I know YouTube is making incremental changes to try to be more like Twitch, because they know that a lot of people are, on Twitch that are not on YouTube. So I don't know if YouTube is making enough incentives to bring those people back, or if Twitch is literally chasing them away. Neither Twitch nor YouTube is the perfect medium. Shit. Well, I guess if it's 12 minutes and 32 seconds, this is officially the longest. And like I said earlier, we're still being reviewed by Twitch. They haven't given an answer yet about partnership, and we've applied a couple of times, and the most recent application I did was, like 5 weeks ago now, going on 6 weeks. So I think the longer streams definitely help in terms of that. Like, because it's just the stats of it are, regardless of after hours or not, or how long Perry stays for. The fact that we streamed for 12 hours today definitely looks good on the stats. And the fact that, at 3:40 in the morning, we still have about 150 viewers, that looks good too. What are the chances that I come down for Halloween stream? I don't know. It's 50-50 right now. I want to do something good for that stream and pull another TomB week. But here's the deal. We had something maybe in the works that's now pushed off to 2022. So there's no reason for me to go out there work-wise. There was back in June when Perry did the Adult Swim thing. If I went out there in October, it would literally just be for the stream. Now there's things I can do. I need to like adjust things in his computer and stuff like that. I like the idea of a Halloween stream that and I'd be there and we'd have trick-or-treaters and stuff. But it's again, it comes down to finances where, as much as I'd like to do that, I don't know if I can afford to fly out there round trip and pay for a hotel, because last time Adult Swim covered that. So whatever, like the cost of hotel for, I don't know, whatever it is that I'm out there, let's say I'm out there for 4 days or whatever, and the flight, I don't know if it's worth it to get a couple of streams out of it where I'm there, or like a Halloween stream. So I don't know, and then also I'd have to miss a little bit of like, quote unquote real work. So I don't know if the trade-off is worth doing that. It's definitely something I'm thinking about, and it's something that I think would be good if we did, and kind of get the crew back together, get the TomB week crew back together, and have a Halloween party or whatever it is. whatever it manifests itself into. But I just right now I don't know. I to me, it'd almost be irresponsible for me to do that. But if I can make it work, I'll make it work. But I got to make up my mind pretty soon because we're coming up on like 30 days before, and that's when like flights and stuff start skyrocketing up when you get past the 30-day point. So I don't know. The answer is I don't know. I'd like to do another TomB week, at least maybe 2 streams of TomB, and do something fun for Halloween. But I don't know if I can make it work. I have a Tenacious D tribute band. We can do it for free on the stream if you like. That'd be interesting. But yeah, I think okay. So it's 12. Oh, fuck. I'm not gonna be. I can't go to 13 hours. I should really call it a day. I do have to be up tomorrow. Once we get under 200, it's usually the winding down hours of after hours. Trying to see something here. God damn it. Yeah, and I don't have a laptop either right now. Like I still have that. I had an issue. It's a long story, but I had to buy another laptop. Thanks to Garrett for doing that like GoFundMe thing, and I finally got it in stock. It was the wrong one. They sent the fucking wrong one, and so I had to return it and then wait for another one. But now, Microsoft came out with that new Microsoft Surface laptop that looks interesting. I might look into that. That has a more powerful graphics CPU that might be better for the streams. So I'm still without. I can't go out there obviously without a computer, and right now I don't have one. So. Perry always says shit is too sweet, but he has 2 giant containers of candy in the fridge. I was legit surprised at that. That's a new addition since when I was there. PC, definitely PC. Even for stream purposes, Streamlabs doesn't run well on the Mac, not the way we do it. So Mac wouldn't work for us. So it has to be PC. And of course, my previous laptop died a agonizing death at the hands of Perry in the last TomB week. So I would have to, I would be very trepidatious to say the least to go back into those, back to that little corner. Yeah, I'm not an Apple guy. I have an iPhone, but it's like my work phone. It's not my daily driver. I don't do Macs, and I don't do. The only thing I think Apple has the corner on is tablets. I think the iPad is so far ahead of anything that Android can come up with, because Android tablets stink unless you just get it. Like I have a Samsung tablet and I use it for like watching movies occasionally and like media consumption, but as far as like actual apps, the fact that the iPads have apps that are designed to run on the iPad and designed for tablets, Android doesn't have that. They have some apps that try to do it. It doesn't work. You get an Android tablet and you're basically just getting apps that are supposed to be meant run on a phone on a tablet, and it's just not the same. So I think as far as Apple goes, the iPad is the only thing that I would consider getting for some kind of. I mean, I don't have one, but if I needed one, I would get an iPad. But as far as anything else Apple does, I don't really care. But I'm not like I'm not like hardcore anti-Apple either. Whatever. If you like it, great. It doesn't do anything for me. But they don't natively. They don't. That's why you see most people that stream on Twitch, especially gamers. I mean, look, PC gaming is where it's at on Twitch anyway. So basically, anybody streaming on Twitch is mostly running off a PC. But especially the way I run things on this stream is, the stream runs from my computer, runs off my computer, and I port in Perry via Skype. Now I do have to update some things on his computer, and then I basically share my screen with him on Skype, so he sees what I see. He sees the layout, and he also gets all the sounds from it. And then there's some other little tricks and things that need to work right for it, to basically give the impression that he's the focal point of the stream, but he's not running the stream. If he did, it would be a problem. So that takes a ton of system resources. It takes a ton of memory. It takes a ton of that, and most laptops can't cut it. So even when I did TomB Week, I was basically logging into my home computer remotely, running the stream off the computer at home, this computer, but accessing it remotely and then operating the computer remotely. That's how I pulled off TomB Week. The new Surface laptop studio, though, they haven't announced pricing for it. I'm sure it's going to be crazy expensive and probably not an option. I don't know. I'll see. But that might come close because the one I was using just didn't have any kind of real graphics card, and I think you need some kind of graphics card for this stream to run smooth, at least the way we do it. So, but anyway, 12 hours and 42 minutes seems like a good time to wrap it up. I think this is officially the longest stream, by the way. Not that I was looking to break any records, but yeah, the longest. This is definitely the longest. I don't know how long After Hours has been going for, but it's been a while. So I'm going to say thanks to everybody for coming out. Oh, that's good to know. I'm going to do this tomorrow, Mumbles. I don't know if you're on Facebook, but he says the unofficial YouTube archivist of Letterman has a 5-part compilation of Norm on Letterman, which sounds good. Tomorrow, in the Facebook group, I'm going to I want to start that. I know we talked about it a long time ago, but I'd love to know what you guys watch on YouTube. I'll post some of my favorite things on YouTube, like just some links and stuff, and then we can just kind of make a thread out of like YouTube channels to check out. Obviously they're not going to be all interesting to everybody, but maybe we can find some things, and and we'll share it in Discord too and all that stuff. But good night, everybody. Good night, Rick and Nate. By the way, congratulations to Nate. I hope I'm not doxing you, but Nate just had a new baby, so congratulations to Nate and his family. Thanks, Danko. Thanks for all the nice, kind, lovable, warm thoughts and words of wisdom. It was another good stream. Good After Hours. Covered a lot of ground. I actually feel cold in this room for the very first time. It's a bad sign. I'm like rubbing my hands together. But I have the ceiling fan on, that's why. Thanks for staying so long on After Hours Fun. Good. I'm glad. It's hard for me to tell how people perceive After Hours. I hope, and again, I'm going to change this up at some point. I'm glad if this is enjoyable to listen to. I'm glad. It's kind of just like a detoxing thing for me after the stream. But yeah, if you guys like listening to it, that's great. And I know, and a shout out to all the lurkers out there too, the ones that never say anything. Lurkers speak up. Lurkers unite. Like I said, I met a lurker in the streets last week, and it was great. Spencer, who was a self-admitted PCL lurker, but he said, he was really cool. And thanks, Danko. Yeah, if you can hit me up with some merch idea, that merch stuff, I'd appreciate it. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Ugh. What do I do here? Oh, I gotta close this up. Shit. Here's another thing too. I'm getting in trouble with Vimeo on Patreon. I'll make this the last thing. Patreon, they keep sending me these emails that we've gone above and beyond. I'm on the highest unlimited plan that Vimeo has, which is expensive as fuck. Vimeo is the hosting service that Patreon uses for videos. So all the PCL streams, they get uploaded on Patreon, but they're really hosted by Vimeo. And I've been getting these notices that they're going to shut us down unless I upgrade to this other tier, which is so insanely priced to the point where you'd basically be breaking even. So I gotta work out a deal with them, or find another host for the videos, because like they're sending us emails. Oh no, not us, but they're sending me emails saying that like, you don't your videos don't qualify for the unlimited business plan, whatever, unlimited pro business, whatever the name of the plan is, because you fall into the 1% that is exceeding bandwidth limits, whatever. So they're basically saying that we're exceeding bandwidth on Vimeo. Doesn't matter though. I'm still gonna be posting. Still gonna post on Patreon. I'll figure it out. It's just they're being they're being annoying about it. But I hate Vimeo. I really can't stand them, and they're such pricks about it too. They're like, if you don't comply within 2 weeks, you have your account will be disabled if you don't and it's just. I remember Red Bar talking about this a while ago because he was using Vimeo as a host for his videos, and I think he was talking about getting this same kind of email where they say they have this unlimited business plan, which is unlimited video, unlimited bandwidth. It's just like whatever, and that's why there is a credenza level really. Obviously people ask for it, but it pays through the Vimeo fees. But now they're asking. Now the price they're asking for now is just too much. I just can't do it. I was like, well, that's not going to work. So I just got to do some research and maybe either find a different host or whatever. I think the answer is what Red Bar did is just eventually just get your own, just build your own server and you get your own host, which again is another endeavor for another day. But I just wanted to pass that on because I just saw the alert on my phone that this isn't going on. So yes, I will tell Vimeo to suck it, Danko. I'm gonna send John Diaper after them, and they'll change their tune. Yeah, it's unlimited with limits. Exactly. It's like everything unlimited has its thing. Even unlimited phone plans, whatever. Nothing's unlimited. It's always got these little asterisks and stuff. It's like yeah, unlimited until it's not. I'm gonna read you the exact wording that they used. Notice on terms of service violation. To whom it may concern, I hope all is well. Okay, so this is a follow-up email. I'll read the first one first. Listen to this. To whom it may concern, I am reaching out to inform you that your Vimeo account has outgrown our basic terms of service as per Section 2 Unlimited Bandwidth Fair Use Policy. Generally, we do not limit or impose additional fees for bandwidth consumption on self-service accounts. Again, this is I have no idea what that means. The data used in order to deliver your videos to viewers. However, this policy is subject to fair use. If your bandwidth usage across all accounts you control is higher than the 99% of other users on our platform in any calendar month, we may, at our discretion, charge additional fees for excessive usage, require you to upgrade to a more suitable plan, or terminate your account upon further written notice. And the plan above that is like this industrial plan, it's just a plan that just wouldn't make sense for literally a content creator on Patreon. It's ridiculous. There's no gray area. It's either, and I thought the plan we were on was pretty robust, pretty expensive. So anyway, and then it goes on to say, the compliance team has flagged your account as being above the 99th percentile of bandwidth usage of self-serve users. If you continue to stream at current levels, you will be required to upgrade to our industrial enterprise plans. And I looked into those, and again, they're not an option. Not with the amount of Patrons we have. we'd have to literally double, quadruple our user base. Anyway, pricing is based on the total amount of annual bandwidth required. Please let me know if you have any questions, or you would like to receive a quote based on your historical usage. God damn. Then I didn't respond to that because I just didn't, 2 days later he wrote back, I hope all is well. I wanted to circle back on my previous email in hopes of contacting you. I would hate for have any interruption of service. As previously mentioned, your account has been flagged for blah, 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 blah. If we're unable to resolve the issue, there's going to be an interruption of service and possible termination of your account. And then I wrote back and it's been a little back and forth. So anyway, that's what's going on. Yeah, exactly. Use our service, but don't use our service. Pay for the unlimited, but it's not really unlimited. So, fun times. Oh, Cha-Cha, I'm sorry. Go to bed. I need to watch the whole stream. Sorry. I am going to bed. For what it's worth, I do watch the Patreon videos at the second lowest quality whenever possible. I have to think that has to happen. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, see, I don't know. They're not. And I wrote for clarification on like, what do you mean by bandwidth? Do you mean storage? Like, because storage, what I can do with storage is once the streams go on YouTube, I can link the Patreon videos to the YouTube, and that's fine. But I don't know. So I don't know. And maybe YouTube's the answer. Where I can link it to YouTube somehow, like a YouTube unlisted, something like that. I don't know. I gotta research it this week because they're not being cool about it. And the plan that I'm on is crazy expensive as it is. Because I knew that, we were going to need a lot of bandwidth. So that's why I got the things. Thanks, Cha-Cha. Yes. Where would I be without you to remind me about the trash? I'm going to take out the trash. I'm going to go. I promise. I got into that because I just saw the thing on the thing. So it's just annoying. Anyway. Thanks for hanging out after hours, everybody. We'll see you on Wednesday. First media share Wednesday in a while. That should be fun. And by the way, anybody, always feel free to hit me up if you have any concerns or ideas or constructive or otherwise. I'm always there to listen. I always appreciate the really nice stories of people with PCL or whatever. Just feel free to reach out on whatever medium you choose. And we'll see you on Wednesday, but we'll talk. I'm sure we'll see each other before then. All right, good night. Yeah, this is definitely a record holder. 12 hours and 52 minutes. Perry's still sleeping, and he wonders why. He doesn't get those big deal offers. Okay, I am gonna sign off, and I'm gonna say goodnight. And I love you guys, and we'll talk later. Rick, you don't have any dumb ideas. All your ideas are great, and your contributions are immeasurable to PCL. So don't disregard your dumb ideas. I love them. All right, I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.